equals 302, equals the Department of Ethics contains two divisions: ethics, in the stricter sense, which is concerned with the action of the individual, and politics, which has to do with the order of the state. It has been maintained that in Stoicism, the latter is altogether subordinated, and that the central aim of this philosophy is to erect a shelter for the individual. The truth of this view is more than doubtful. Stoic ethics are not based on the needs of the individual, but on the demands of the supreme law. If there is a universe, then there is a universal law bidding us do this and refrain from that. If there are gods, there is virtue. We have already noticed that Zeno's earliest work was on the state, and that it is an attempt to show how a state can be ordered by wise laws. The whole theory of the Logos leads up to the same point. The same eternal wisdom through which the primal stuff took shape is, in another function, the right rule letter 1F40, rho theta letter 1F78 sigma lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma, vera ratio, which commands and forbids. Right rule and common law, kappa omicron iota nu letter 1F78 sigma nu omicron sigma, lex communis, are terms of identical meaning, by which a standard of supreme authority is set up. State law and conventional morality, though always of narrower range and often of inferior purity, are yet a reflection of universal law. The moral law must therefore first be studied in its bearings on man as a political and social animal. Equals 303, equals the root principle of the Stoic state is that it is worldwide, a cosmopolis. This title arose from the practice, attributed to Socrates and Diogenes, as well as others, of replying to the current question of what city are you? By the answer of the universe. We must therefore regard ourselves as members not of a clan or city, but of a worldwide society. In this society, all distinctions of race, caste, and class are to be subordinated to the sense of kinship and brotherhood. This principle is equally opposed to the nationalist prejudices which rank Hellene above barbarian, to philosophical theories, such as that of Aristotle, which distinguish intelligent peoples fitted by nature to rule and others only fitted to obey, and to ideal states, such as that of Plato, in which a ruling class is to be developed by artifice and schooling. Only the brute animals are excluded from this community, for they are not possessed of reason. They have therefore no rights, but exist for the service of men. All human beings are capable of attaining to virtue, and as such are natural-born citizens of the cosmopolis. Loyalty to this state, however, in no wise hinders a due loyalty to existing states which may be regarded as partial realizations of it. Socrates submitted to the laws of Athens even when they bade him die. Zeno and Cleinias declined the citizenship of that famous city, lest they should be thought to hold cheap the places of their birth, and amongst the Romans Seneca frequently insists that every man is born into two communities, the cosmopolis and his native city. Equals 304, equals the world state is not held together either by force or by statecraft, but by goodwill. We must be able to say, love is God there, and is a helpmate to make the city secure. This feeling of love and friendship grows up naturally between wise men because they partake in the reason of the universe, so that we may equally well say that the bond of the state is the logos, ratio ac oratio. Since reason and the universal law exist in the community from the beginning, law does not need to be created. It exists of itself, and by natural growth, phi upsilon sigma epsilon iota. The writing down of laws is only a stage in their development. Equals 305, equals the theory of the world state, as first sketched by Zeno, found no place for any of the cherished institutions of the Athens in which it was preached. In the heavenly city must be neither temples nor images, so far the aims of the Persian invader are to be carried out. The reason given is far from flattering to the artistic pride of the Athenians, for they are told that their magnificent buildings and statues of worldwide renown are only the work of common builders and workmen. Nor must there be law courts or gymnasia. The practice of hearing both sides in a law court is unreasonable, because if the plaintiff has proved his case, it is useless to hear the defendant, and if he has not proved it, it is superfluous. The training of the youth in grammar, music, and gymnastic is worthless, for the true education is in virtue. Coined money, as in modern communistic utopias, should not be required either for commerce or for travel. Equals 306, equals with regard to the position of women Zeno, agreeing to some extent with Plato, asserted the startling doctrine that women should be in common and men should mate with them as they pleased. That Zeno was suggesting, even for an imaginary state, any sort of loose living need not for a moment be supposed. His continence was notable. He expressly approves of marriage, and the members of his school were honorably known by their aversion to adultery. But Zeno could not base his theory of the relation of the sexes merely upon established practice. We may assume that he observed that in the world of animals and of birds mating was free, whereas in human society it was encumbered by national prejudices, class privilege, and personal jealousy, and in particular that woman was regarded as a chattel, contrary to the fundamental principle of his state. By his doctrine of free mating, he aimed at the root of these evils. The gradual abolition at Rome of the restrictions on connubium illustrates the application of his principle, just as the prohibition of miscegenation in modern America illustrates its denial. Zeno may well have perceived how deeply the potentiality of marriage affects all social relations, and it is probable that the progress of Stoicism did much to break down the racial barriers that existed in Zeno's time, but which had almost completely disappeared 5 centuries later throughout the civilized world. Another application of his doctrine is found in the life of Cato of Utica. But its general meaning is clear. Marriage exists not by nature, but by institution, theta epsilon sigma epsilon iota. Its law is human and mutable, but nevertheless within proper limits is one that may not be transgressed. By the side of the text of Zeno, we still have the authorized comment of Epictetus. 307. The Stoics did not shrink from insisting upon the abstract principle of the community of women, even in an extreme case in which their doctrine encountered a violent prejudice. No natural law, they maintained, prohibits marriage relationship between near relatives. The tale of Oedipus and Jocasta, which is so prominent a theme in the great Athenian tragedies, appears to Zeno to be a matter about which too much ado has been made. For suppose the case that all the world were destroyed by flood except one man and his daughter. Would it not be better that he should beget children by her, and that the whole human race should not perish? In this reference to the traditional flood, we may readily trace one reason why the Stoics insisted on their principle. For at the beginning of human history, we are compelled to postulate an Adam and an Eve, a human pair related in their birth, and at the same time united as parents of the race. Go back to the beginnings of the universe. There too we must postulate the same combination of relationships, and so only can we understand the poets when they speak of Hera as wife and sister of Zeus. 308. Perhaps even more shocking to Hellenic feeling was Zeno's indifference to the treatment of the dead. Burial was to him no sacred duty to the departed one. It was equally right to throw the body to the fire, as the Indians, or to the vultures, as the Persians. Nor is there any need to condemn those nations amongst which the dead are eaten by their own relatives, for all these things are matters not of principle, but of convenience, and to eat human flesh may still be desirable if circumstances require it, as for instance in shipwreck, or if a limb is amputated. The problem of the disposal of the dead became a favorite subject of discussion in Stoic circles. Chrysippus wrote at length on the subject, comparing the customs of various nations as well as the habits of animals in order to ascertain the law of nature. He reaches the conclusion that dead bodies should be disposed of in the simplest possible way, not being regarded as of more importance than the hair or nail parings from which we part in life. Cicero shortly sums up this discussion in the Tusculan Disputations, and draws the conclusion that whilst the living must consider what it is fitting for them to do, to the dead man it is a matter totally indifferent. In the imperial period, this consideration is of importance as showing that the tyrant has no power after death. 309. The Stoic view of slavery can readily be inferred. Without proposing the immediate abolition of this social institution, the Stoics treated it as essentially contrary to nature. The earliest teachers seem to have passed over the subject in silence. Panidius, as might be expected from his social position, justified slavery by the arguments of Plato and Aristotle in exceptional cases. All those who through the infirmity of their nature are unfit to govern themselves are rightly made slaves. According to this theory, we may speak of a natural slave, phi upsilon sigma epsilon iota delta omicron, letter 1 Fe6, lambda omicron sigma, who as such can no more have rights in the community than the lower animals. The true Stoic theory appears, however, to be formulated by a definition of Chrysippus, who says that a slave is a laborer hired for life. This definition makes of slavery a contract, to which there are two parties, and Seneca rightly uses this definition to argue that the relations of master to slave are those of man to man, and that as the master may wrong his slave, so the slave may do a service to his master. All this is really implied in the dogma that women and slaves may become philosophers, as is realized by the Church Father Lactantius. 310. The Stoic principles of politics may be realized under any form of government, and the theory of constitutions, like that of grammar, belongs to a neutral ground on which philosophers of different schools may work in harmony. The Peripatetics appear first to have taken up this study. Of the Stoics, Diogenes of Babylon, who himself acted as a political representative of Athens, is stated to have shown interest in this subject. And after him, Panidius developed a complete theory, of which the substance is preserved for us in Cicero's De Re Publica. According to this theory, which Cicero puts in the mouth of Scipio Africanus, surrounded by Roman Stoics of distinction such as Laelius, Tubero, and Furius Philo, the best constitution is one in which the elements of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy are combined, though a bias remains in favor of monarchy. This mixed constitution, according to the teaching of Panidius and his pupil Polybius, is best illustrated in the Roman state, whereas tyranny, the perversion of monarchy, is the worst of all governments. By such reasoning, the Roman nobles of the 1st century BC and the 1st century AD alike persuaded themselves easily that Stoic teaching supported the position of the Republican Party. But in fact, they were maintaining peripatetic theories of government, and the real Stoic theory was far more in accord with that practice of the Principate, according to which all citizens are treated with respect, and the government of them is placed in the hands of men selected for their personal merit. We shall discuss the whole question of the relation of Stoicism to Roman politics in a later chapter. But we may notice here that those Stoics practically abandoned the theory of providence who looked into the history of their own times with the intention of seeing nowhere the king and everywhere the tyrant. On the other hand, the practical statesmen who set about to recreate Roman law on the principle of substituting everywhere human rights for class privileges were men thoroughly imbued with the Stoic spirit, whether or not they were avowed disciples of this philosophy. 311. We must therefore maintain that the true Stoic state, whether it be called monarchy or democracy, calls for a revolt against nationalism, antiquity, custom, pride, and prejudice, and a new construction based upon universal reason and individual liberty. For the realization of this state, it is first necessary to build up the individual, to fill his mind with the conception of reason and love, to strengthen his will to a true independence. For it is not buying or selling that makes the slave, but the will within. All are in truth slaves except the wise man, for freedom is the power of directing one's own actions. Here then we pass from the community to the individual, from politics to ethics in the narrower sense. 312. For the individual man, the ethical problem is to bring himself, a part of nature, into harmony with the whole. Whether we think of destiny, of providence, of the gods, or of the state, success for the individual is to agree and to cooperate, to struggle and to rebel is to fail. This success is the end, tau epsilon lambda omicron sigma, for which man exists, the supreme good, summum bonum, the ultimate good ultimum bonorum, that towards which all other right action works, whilst it works itself for no other end. Its name in the individual is virtue, letter 1 F00 rho epsilon tau eta, virtus, and it is an active and firmly established disposition of the soul. It follows from the monistic principle that the end for man is one, and that virtue is one, but nevertheless each is capable of being regarded in many aspects. The harmony of the ethical end with other parts of the Stoic philosophy is marked by such phrases as life according to nature, the rule, keep company with God, and the identification of virtue and reason. 313. Because virtue is one thing and not many, it makes a man's life one consistent whole, and stands in sharp contrast to the changing and undecided ways of the crowd. Virtue is therefore frequently defined as consistency in life, an even steady course of action, self-consistency, a principle in agreement with its applications. The opposite of virtue is the unending restlessness and indecision of the man in the crowd. Accordingly, we are told that the earliest Stoics thought it a sufficient definition of wisdom or virtue that it was something simple. And similarly, Zeno said that the end of life was to live consistently. To this short definition, the words "with nature" were soon added, whereby the distinctiveness of the original definition was diminished. For all the philosophical schools are agreed that the right life must be guided by nature, phi epsilon sigma epsilon iota, not by convention, theta epsilon sigma epsilon iota. From the time of Chrysippus, the relation of right living to nature was further analyzed. Chrysippus defined the nature, referred to as universal and human nature, thereby further approximating to the teaching of rival schools. But on the other hand, he gave this new and more characteristic explanation: to live virtuously is to live according to scientific knowledge of the phenomena of nature, doing nothing which the universal law forbids, which is the right reason which pervades all things, and is the same as Zeus, the lord of the ordering of this world. Diogenes of Babylon introduced the words, to take a reasonable course in choosing or refusing things in accordance with nature. Antipater's definition is to live with preference for what is natural and aversion to what is against nature, thus throwing the stress on the doctrine of the things of high degree. Panidius made a distinct step forward when he admitted the claims of universal nature to be supreme, but subject to them, held that each man should follow the pointings of his individual nature. This teaching, however, comes rather near to naming a twofold end. Cicero follows Panidius in his De Officiis, but in the De Finibus adheres more closely to Chrysippus, and Seneca agrees with him in laying stress on the need of scientific knowledge of natural events. In the main, therefore, life according to nature means to the Stoics life in accordance with the general movement of the universe, to which the particular strivings of the individual must be subordinated. 314. From the religious standpoint, virtue is willing cooperation with the deity, in preference to that unwilling cooperation to which even evildoers are forced. This conception, first set forth by Cleanthes in a poem that we have quoted above, is enforced by Seneca and Epictetus also in varying phrases. I do not obey God, says Seneca. I agree with him. I go with him heart and soul, and not because I must. With a slight change of language, this leads us to the paradox that obedience to God is liberty. I have placed my impulses, says Epictetus, in obedience to God. Is it his will that I shall have fever? It is my will too. Is it his will that I should obtain anything? It is my wish also. Does he not wish it? I do not wish it. The personal bent of Epictetus leads him to develop this idea in the direction of suffering rather than of acting. If the good man had foreknowledge of what would happen, he would cooperate towards his own sickness and death and mutilation, since he knows that these things are assigned to him in accordance with the universal arrangement. The proof that this must be so rests on the unity of the divine and individual purposes. Good cannot be one thing, and that at which we are rationally delighted another thing. 315. It is not perhaps quite so clearly stated that the virtue of the individual is that disposition which will make him the best possible member of society, that is, the best possible citizen of the cosmopolis, yet this is everywhere implied. In the first place, the wise man will take part in the life of the community. He will marry and bring up children. In the second place, the virtue of man differs first from the corresponding quality in the animals in that man is formed by nature for social union. Hence his reason only comes into play simultaneously with the recognition that he is a member of a community, and as such bound to prefer the good of the whole to that of a part. Nature, says Panidius, through reason unites man to man, so that they have a common bond in conversation and life. It induces men to approve and take part in public gatherings and festivals, and to collect the materials for a social and cultivated life for themselves, their children, and all whom they hold dear. 316. Virtue, as a disposition of the soul, reflects all the aspects in which the soul itself is regarded. Since the principate is both wisdom and will, so virtue is wisdom, according to the paradox of Socrates and the Cynics. Because virtue is wisdom, it can be taught. In fact, it can only be acquired by teaching, and equally evil doing can be cured by teaching. But no less virtue is will. Cleans emphasized this aspect and identified virtue both with the Socratic strength of character and with the Stoic tone. Insofar as virtue is will, it is to be acquired by constant practice. A true judgment is endangered by hasty assent, a healthy will by slackness of the soul's sinews. In the Stoic system, vigor and strength of mind is everywhere identified with the true tone, epsilon letter 1F50, tau omicron nu iota alpha. The possibility of overstrain is not considered. But in the development of the ideal, we have two varying aspects of virtue presented to us. At one moment, we see the man of action, engaged in the thick of the battle, sun-browned, dusty, horny-handed. With this model before him, we find Musonius objecting altogether to relaxation of moral tone as being equivalent to its loss. At another moment, we see the man of quiet conviction, who goes his way unmoved in the face of the howls of the mob or the threats of the tyrant. He is distinguished by a mental calm which no storms can shake. Any discrepancy between these views is finally reconciled by introducing a comparison between the soul and the body. The philosophers had at all times been greatly influenced by the theories and practice of the physicians, and they were proud to call themselves physicians of the soul. Chrysippus spent much time in comparing diseases of the soul to those of the body. Equally, there must be a healthy state of the soul corresponding to that of the body, in which all its parts are in harmony. Hence, in the Stoic prayer, health of soul is asked for, side by side with health of body. And Seneca bases a singularly complete statement of the Stoic conception of happiness upon a permanently healthy condition of the mind. 317. Virtue is a state of the mind, a disposition of the soul, it is not an act. Hence the bent of the mind, inclinatio, its aim, intentio, its desire, beta omicron upsilon lambda sigma iota sigma, voluntas, is everything. The performance through the organs of the body is nothing. This Stoic dogma is today so familiar in divinity, law, and society that it is not easy to realize how paradoxical it seemed when first stated. By its proclamation, the Stoics defied the whole system of taboo, by which the ancient world prohibited certain acts as in themselves dangerous and detestable. A system still in force in many departments of life, and theoretically defended by the intuitive system of morals. The defenders of taboo were bitterly affronted, and indignantly asked questions which mostly concerned the sexual relations, with regard to which taboo appears to have been at the time most vigorous. Is there nothing wrong in cannibalism, in foul language, in incest, in the accursed relations with boy favorites, pi alpha iota delta iota kappa alpha? To these questions firm-minded Stoics were bound to give a negative answer, thereby laying themselves open to the charge of being defenders of immorality. This charge, however, is never to be taken seriously. The high practical morality of the Stoics placed them beyond reproach. But it was also easy to raise a laugh by quotations from these austere moralists, which sounded like a defense of licentiousness. The solution of the difficulty in each individual case follows exactly the same lines as in politics, and there is the same divergence of method between the early Stoics, who assert their principles at all costs, and those of the transition period, who are intent upon adapting them to the existing conditions of society. Here we need only discuss the questions of principle, as we deal with questions affecting practical life in another chapter. 318. The principal tabus affecting the individual have to do with cannibalism, the sexual relations, nudity, and obscenity. Of the first we have already spoken. The other three appeared to the Stoics partly due to inherited prejudices, partly to the theory that the body is in itself vile and corrupt. Of neither point of view could the Stoics approve. Hence their repeated assertions that no sexual act, whether commonly described as natural or as unnatural, is in itself to be condemned, but only according as it is seemly or unseemly for the individual. It was perhaps unnecessary to explain to Greeks that the naked body is in itself no offensive sight, but doubtless the Stoics had to make this clear to their Oriental pupils. Zeno at any rate laid down the principle when he said that men and women should wear the same clothes, meaning such as nature requires for warmth and not such as fashion prescribes, and hide no part of the body. As to decency of language, It did not occur to the Stoics to discuss this question in connection with the history of literature. Since truth is always good, and the very purpose of language is to express truth, a wise man will always say straight out what he needs to say. 319. Up to this point, we find a broad resemblance between the ethical principles of the Stoics and the Cynics. Both assert the sole supremacy of virtue, ridicule traditional prejudices, and bid defiance to external circumstances. But there is at the same time divergence. To the Cynics, virtue stands out as alone, needing no theory, and by itself in the universe. To the Stoics, virtue is but one expression of that universal reason, which is equally at work in the universe and in the human mind. The Stoics are therefore under the obligation of bringing virtue into touch with circumstances, the soul into harmony with the body. From this arises their doctrine that virtue is bound up with the study both of universal and of individual nature, and that amongst things indifferent there are some that the good man must seek, and others that he must avoid. The critics of Stoicism, both ancient and modern, regard this doctrine as an afterthought, suggested by practical difficulties and alien from the original teaching of Zeno. This seems to be a misapprehension. Undoubtedly, Zeno had said, "Some things are good, some are evil, some indifferent. Good are wisdom, temperance, justice, fortitude, everything that is virtue or an aspect of virtue. Evil are folly, intemperance, injustice, cowardice. Everything that is vice or an aspect of vice indifferent are life and death, glory and disgrace, pain and pleasure, riches and wealth, disease, health, and so forth." But there is a difference between a principle and its application, and this very list of things indifferent indicates by its contrasts an underlying difference, though it is not the difference between good and evil. Zeno was therefore quite consistent in proceeding to examine the nature of this difference. 320. This secondary difference is termed by the Stoics a difference of worth, letter 1F00 xi iota alpha, estimatio. Health, life, riches have positive worth in greater or less degree. Disease, death, poverty have negative worth, letter 1F00 pi alpha xi iota alpha, inestimable. Between these lie things that are absolutely indifferent, as, for example, whether the number of hairs on one's head is odd or even, or whether we take up one or the other of two coins that have the same general appearance and the same stamp. Even here, a slight distinction has to be made. As to whether the hairs on the head are odd or even in number, we have not the slightest concern, but in the matter of the coins we must make a choice, and that quickly. Let us then settle the matter anyhow, by chance as common folk say, for a reason that is not clear to us, as the Stoics say, not willing to admit an effect without a cause, and yet leaving the matter much where it was. And now as to the things that have worth, it is clear that in some sense they are according to nature, and in the same sense those things that have negative worth are opposed to nature, and the former in some way approximate to the character of the good. It is then necessary to describe them by some term other than good. Zeno selected the term pyro omicroneta gamma mu epsilon nu omicron nu of high degree, which Cicero translates variously by producta, promota, precipua, prelata, and preposita. This term, we are told, Zeno borrowed from court life, for no one would think of calling a king of high degree, but only those who are of a rank next to his, though far below. The opposites were described as letter 1F00 pi omicron pyro omicroneta gamma mu epsilon nu alpha, remota, reicta, things of low degree. Seneca, who states the theory with great clearness, commonly uses the handier terms commoda, advantages, and incommoda, disadvantages. In their treatment of the separate matters, which fall under these divisions, the Stoics were in close agreement with the peripatetic theory of natural ends. Tau letter 1F70 kappa alpha, tau letter 1F70 phi upsilon sigma iota nu. But their loyalty to their own school came into question, if they actually termed them good or evil, as Chrysippus thought permissible if sufficient precautions were taken, and as Seneca often describes them in his less careful moods. 321. The advocates of Stoicism maintain that the theory of advantages is essential to their system, because without it virtue has no meaning, and practical life no guide. Whereas as soon as this theory is established, we can assign to virtue the permanent and distinctive character, that it aims at securing advantages and avoiding disadvantages. Now we are able to enlarge, though we do not alter, our definition of the supreme good. The consistent life, the life consistent with nature, is the life which is accompanied by a true knowledge of the things that happen by nature. To which words we now add, choosing those things which are in accordance with nature, and avoiding those things which are against nature. Nevertheless, virtue consists wholly in the aiming at the mark, and not at all in the hitting it. As the true sportsman finds all his pleasure in throwing his quoit according to the rules of the game, and in aiming his arrow at the center of the target, but cares not in the least, so it would seem, whether he succeeds. So the wise man, even though by those circumstances which he cannot control, and which in this connection we call the play of fortune, he gain no advantage at all, but suffer dishonor, captivity, mutilation, and death, still possesses the supreme good, still is as completely happy as though he enjoyed all things. This is the Stoic doctrine of the sufficiency of virtue, expressed in the language of paradox, but nevertheless the central point of their whole ethical system, and its force is really intensified by the doctrine of advantages, which to a superficial critic appears to relax it. 322 equals the doctrine of the sufficiency, alpha letter 1f50, tau alpha rho kappa epsilon iota alpha. Sufficientia of virtue was consistently taught by the Stoics of all periods, though in ever-varying phraseology. Zeno adopted the Cynic phrase, virtue is sufficient for happiness, or in other words, virtue needs but herself for a happy life. Chrysippus maintains that there are only three logical views as to the supreme good, that it is virtue or pleasure or both, and for himself he chooses the first. Happiness, therefore, is not made greater if advantages are added to virtue, or rather, virtue does not permit addition, excessio. In the transition period, Antipater of Tarsus is said to have faltered, and to have attributed a little importance, though very little, to external advantages. But, as we have seen above, his definition of the supreme good is in full accord with the general teaching of the school. Panidius and Posidonius held to the orthodox doctrine, both in word and deed, if we may trust the direct statements of Cicero. Nevertheless, they were so anxious to assimilate their expressions to those of ordinary life, that the conclusion could easily be drawn that in their hearts they too attached importance to external goods. One authority indeed states that they held health, strength, and estate to be needful for happiness, thus abandoning the sufficiency of virtue. But in the absence of direct quotation, we shall hardly be willing to accept this statement as implying anything different from the distinction of Chrysippus, viz., that the wise man needs nothing, but has use for everything. But any faltering shown by the transition writers was more than made good by the zeal of the teachers under the Principate. Seneca enforces the paradox in a score of phrases. In the form of a proverb, virtue is its own reward. In rhetorical exuberance, virtue can defy death, ill fortune, and tyranny. It is independent even of the deity, and no circumstances can increase or impair its perfection. Epictetus often dwells on the same theme, and the whole work of Marcus Aurelius is a meditation upon it. Nor is the dogma merely scholastic. The teachers of the Roman period lay special emphasis on the practical importance of upholding the ideal of virtue, as alike single and complete in itself. 323. But virtue, though single in its essence, is manifold in its applications. Though it can only be possessed as a whole, it is attained by stages. By this amplification of the Stoic doctrine, the way is prepared for that adaptation of ethical doctrine to varieties of circumstance, which will be the special subject of our next chapter. By the side of virtue stand the virtues, sometimes conceived as virtue herself endowed with various qualities, more often as virtue at work in different spheres of action. In this way, virtue assumes in turn the shape of each one of the four virtues as commonly understood, namely wisdom, justice, courage, and soberness. We may, if we please, reckon with a smaller or greater number, yet we must always remember that the virtues are so knit together that he who truly possesses one possesses all. Virtue again is displayed in single acts, each of which, whatever its sphere, is a right action, kappa alpha tau omicron rho theta, mega mu alpha, rect factum. In proportion as virtue is displayed in its various qualities and spheres, and in successive right actions, it gains itself a larger field. It cannot be said to increase, but it is in a way spread out and broadened. equals 324, equals virtue, as it is displayed in individual men, has also a history. This follows clearly from Stoic principles, since virtue is an aspect of reason, and children are not possessed of reason. Virtue therefore comes by training, not by birth, by art, not by nature. In the period that precedes the attainment of virtue, there exist states of the soul which are the semblances and the forerunners of virtue. And he who is on his way towards wisdom, and whom we call the probationer. Pyro omicron cap omicron pi tau omegan u, proficiens, by learning and practice comes daily nearer to his goal, till in the crowning moment he wins it as a whole, for virtue is no sum of lesser dispositions reached by a gradual addition of item to item, but a thing complete in itself. Can virtue thus one be lost at a later time? Virtue, it may seem, is not really such, unless it is indestructible. And the Cynics and the earlier Stoics taught accordingly that virtue cannot be lost, that it is a possession forever. In this point, as in so many others, Chrysippus yielded to criticism and admitted that virtue might be lost through intoxication or indigestion, to which causes might well be added the failure of the reason through insanity or old age. But in spite of these difficulties, the general feeling of the Stoic school held firmly to the doctrine that virtue once acquired is acquired forever. Equals 325, equals virtue and vice are not mere theories of the philosopher, they exist and can be studied in human shape, in the wise and foolish men of myth, history, and society. The lesson of virtue in particular can best be learnt by considering virtuous men. Here the Stoics followed closely the teaching of their predecessors, the Cynics. As the best of models they accepted Hercules, the man rightly deemed a god who traveled over all the world, purging it of every lawlessness and bringing with him justice, holiness, and peace. Next comes Ulysses, who like Hercules was untiring in his labors, triumphant over pain, and a conqueror throughout all the world, an example to all men of endurance and vigor. To barbarian Cyrus, king of Persia, was a like example to prove that suffering is a good. Many such are counted amongst the philosophers, first Heraclitus, not for his insight into nature, but for his control over his passions. Then Socrates, who in life and death was equally a model as a man and as a citizen. Diogenes the Cynic is worthy of special honor, for he was so filled with love for mankind and obedience to God that he willingly undertook a life of labor and bodily suffering, and thus won himself the true freedom and became truly happy, truly divine. Zeno, the most temperate of philosophers, and Cleanthes the most enduring, were men of like type within the Stoic school itself. Equals 326. Equals, to the list of wise men recognized by the Greeks, the Romans were proud to add other names from their own history, thereby associating their philosophically principles with patriotic pride. From their mythology Aeneas was selected, the man who crushes his desires that he may loyally cooperate with the destiny of his people. From the times of the Republic Scipio Africanus Minor and his gentle companion Laelius. Whilst in Publius Rutilius Rufus, a Roman could be found who, like Socrates, would not when on his trial consent to any other defense than a plain statement of the facts, in which he neither exaggerated his own merits nor made any plea for mercy. But amongst all Romans, Cato of Utica was preeminent. If Cicero, as a contemporary and a colleague in political life, was little liable to illusions as to his character and success, his testimony to Cato's sincerity is all the more valuable, nor can we believe that Cato's voluntary death would so soon and so greatly have stirred Roman feeling, had it not come as the climax of a life worthily spent. The period of the Principate brought to the front both men and women whose fearless lives and quiet self-approved deaths proved them to be worthy successors to the heroes of the past. And at the same time, we notice a disposition to find some at least of the elements of the heroic character in simple, uneducated folk, as in the soldier, the athlete, and the gladiator, so that these too serve in their degree as models for those that seek wisdom. Equals 327. Equals the founders of Stoicism never doubted that wise men had existed and did exist. They looked forward to a time not far distant when there should be a cosmopolis in which every citizen should be wise. This robust belief was not maintained by their successors. According to Chrysippus, only one or two wise men have ever existed, and he expressly denies that he himself or any of his acquaintance are amongst the number. The Stoics of the transition period avoided the topic as troublesome, and their opponents naturally pressed it on them all the more. Zeno had said, "It is reasonable to honor the gods. It is not reasonable to honor the non-existent, therefore the gods exist." This was now parodied. "It is reasonable to honor wise men. It is not reasonable to honor the non-existent, therefore wise men exist." If this argument was unsatisfactory, as we are told, to the Stoics, because they had not yet discovered their wise man anywhere, we are not surprised to find that sometimes they refer him to the Golden Age, at other times convert him into an ideal. The Stoics under the Roman Principate reaffirmed vigorously the existence of the wise man. Seneca, however, admits that his appearance is as rare as that of the phoenix, and altogether disclaims any such character for himself individually. Epictetus is far more true to the spirit of the old doctrine, when he not only abstains from any morbid depreciation of his own character, but also urges his pupils never to give up the hope of reaching perfection. 328. Thus the Stoics founded their moral ideal on the triple basis of the good citizen, the healthily disposed soul, and the examples of wise men. In impressing this part of their system on their pupils, they made little use of definitions or syllogisms, but all the more they resorted to rhetorical description. As in their physics the logos became almost a person, so here the picture of virtue is drawn, as by Prodicus in the old allegory of the choice of Hercules, drawing men to her not by the pleasures she offers, but by her majesty and beauty. Cleanthes in particular heaps epithets of praise on virtue. More usually it is sufficient to insist that virtue is good, praiseworthy, and expedient. That the wise man is a king almost ceases to be a paradox, since the soul is rightly compared to a kingdom. That he is rich, handsome, free, and invincible can equally be argued on Stoic principles. To carry such statements further seems to savor of pedantry. To ridicule them at any stage is easy. Yet the statement that seems the boldest of all, that the wise man is happy even on the rack, was many a time verified by the experience of individual Stoics. That the wise man is a god, though subject to the limitations of mortality, is maintained without hesitation. 329. The Stoic morality differs not only in form and in its reason basis, but in substance, both from the popular morality of the time and the ideals of rival philosophical schools. The Stoic heroes differ from those of Homer by a world age. They possess what the Romans called humanitas, powers of reasoning and of sympathizing unknown to an age of warriors. The Epicurean sage was not, as popular criticism and that of many Stoics unjustly described him, a man of gross tastes and reckless selfishness. But he was essentially easygoing and a quietist, little inclined to risk his peace of mind by meddling with the troubles of others. To the cynics the Stoics owed much in their principles, to the academics, as we shall see, much in their application of them. They stood between the two, more reasonable and judicious than the former, firmer in principle than the latter, possessed of a breadth of outlook which neither of these schools could claim. Footnotes: E.G. Zeller, Stoics etc. pp. 16, 17, Stein Psych, Roman 2 p. 141. C. Alex, APH, Defato, CHS, 35 and 37, Arnhem Roman 2 1003 and 1005. See above, section 75. Lambda Omicron Gam Omicron Sigma, letter 1F40, Rho Theta letter 1F78, Sigma Pi Rho Omicron, Sigma Tau Alpha Kappa Tau, Iota Kappa letter 1F78, Sigma Mu letter 1F72, Nu letter 1F67 U, Pi Omicron Iota Eta Tau Epsilon Omicron U. Letter 1F00, Pi Alpha Gamma Omicron Rho Epsilon Upsilon Tau Iota Kappa letter 1F78, Sigma Delta letter 1F72 letter 1F67 U Omicron letter 1F50, Pi Omicron Iota Eta Tau Epsilon Omicron U Alex. APH. 35 P207, 8b, cf. Diog. L. Roman 788. Chrysippus sic incipit. Letter 1F41 Nu Omicron Mu Omicron Sigma, Pi Alpha Nu Tau Mega Nu letter 1F10, Sigma Tau letter 1F76, Beta Alpha Sigma Iota Lambda Epsilon letter 1F7a, Sigma Theta Epsilon Iota Mega Nu, Tau Epsilon Kappa Alpha letter 1F76, letter 1F00 Nu Theta Rho Mega Pi Iota Nu Mega Nu, Pi Rho Alpha Gamma Mu Alpha Tau Mega Nu, Delta Epsilon letter 1F D6, Delta letter 1F72. Alpha letter 1F50, Tau letter 1F78 Nu. Cap alpha nu omicron nu alpha, epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota delta iota cap alpha iota omega nu, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F00 delta iota cap omega nu, Martianus IP11, 25 Arnhem Roman 3 314. Lex est ratio summa, insita natura, qui iubit equi facienda sunt prohyped contraria sic, leg. I6, 18. Socrates cum rogaretur quiatum si esse dicerit, mundanum, inquit, todius enim mundici in column et sivum arbitrabetur sic. Tusk, disp, V37 108, letter 1 F10 rho omega tau eta theta epsilon letter 1 F76 sigma pi omicron theta epsilon u, epsilon letter 1 F34 eta cap omicron sigma mu omicron pi omicron lambda iota tau eta sigma, letter 1 F14 phi eta diog. L Roman 663, so epict. Disc. I9s 1. Arnhem I 262. Patrium meme esse mundum sium, sen dial. Roman 725. Membra summus corporis magni, natura nos cognatos edidit, ep. 9552. Quicunc est homines definitio, una in omnes velae, quod argumenti citis est, nullum dissimilitudinem esse in gener, sic. Leg. I10, 29 and 30. Letter 1 F00 rho epsilon sigma cap epsilon iota, alpha letter 1 F50, tau omicron letter 1 FD6, sigma mu eta delta letter 1 F72, nu epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota letter 1 F21, mu letter 1 FD6, nu delta iota cap alpha iota omicron u, pi rho letter 1 F78, sigma tau letter 1 F70, letter 1 F04 lambda lambda alpha, zeta letter 1 FF7, alpha delta iota, letter 1 F70. Tau letter 1 F74, nu letter 1 F00 nu omicron mu omicron iota omicron tau eta tau alpha diog. L Roman 7 129. Quamodo hominum inter homines iuris s vincula putant, sic homini nihil iuris esse cum bestes. Sic. Fin, Roman 320, 67. The honor of being the first to recognize the principle of consideration for our dumb partners belongs to the Hindus. Nec est quisquam gentes ullius, qui ducem naturam nactis ad virtutem pervenire non possit sic. Leg. I10, 31. If the mind element is common to us all, so likewise is that reason which makes us rational, and therefore too that reason which bids us do or leave undone, and therefore the world law, therefore we are fellow citizens and share a common citizenship m oral. To himself Roman 4:4. Pletsto, rep 4I. Duas respublicas animo complectamer, alteram magnam et vir publicam, quadi ac homines continenter. Alteram, cui nos adscripsit conditio nascendi sen dial. Roman 8:4:1, so too Epictetus. What is a man? A part of a state of that first which consists of gods and men, then of that which is called next to it, which is a small image of the universal state disc. Roman 2:5:26. Letter 1 F10 nu, tau, letter 1 FC7, pi omicron lambda iota tau, epsilon iota letter 1 FB3, letter 1 F14 phi eta, tau, letter 1 F78, nu letter 1 F14 omega tau alpha, theta, epsilon letter 1 F78, nu epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota. Sigma upsilon nu epsilon rho gamma letter 1 F78, nu letter 1 F51 pi alpha rho chi omicron nu tau alpha, pi rho letter 1 F78, sigma tau letter 1 F74 nu tau letter 1 FC6, sigma pi omicron lambda epsilon omega sigma omega tau eta rho ode alpha nu athen. Roman 13:12 Arnhem I 263. Salva autem esse societas nisi custodia et amore partium non potest sen. Dial. Roman 4:31, 7. Ius vinculum est ratio et oratio, qui conciliat inter si homines coniungic naturali quadam societate sic, off. I 16:50. Phi upsilon sigma epsilon iota, tau epsilon tau, letter 1 F78, delta iota cap alpha iota omicron nu, epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota kappa alpha letter 1 F76, mu letter 1 F74, theta epsilon sigma epsilon iota. Letter 1 F61 sigma, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, tau letter 1 F78, nu omicron mu, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, tau letter 1 F78, nu letter 1 F40, rho theta letter 1 F78, nu lambda omicron gamma omicron nu, kappa alpha theta alpha phi eta sigma iota, chi rho epsilon sigma iota pi omicron sigma diog. L Roman 7 128. Ius esse natura sic. Fin. Roman 3:21, 71. Non tum denique lex incipit esse, cum scripta est, sed tum cum orda est sic. Leg. Roman 2:5, 10. letter 1 F31, epsilon rho letter 1 F70, theta epsilon letter 1 FF6, nu mu letter 1 F74 omicron letter 1 F31, kappa omicron delta omicron mu epsilon letter 1 FD6 nu plut. Sto. Rep 6, 1. Letter 1 F00 pi alpha gamma omicron rho epsilon epsilon iota, letter 1 F00 gamma alpha lambda mu alpha tau epsilon kappa tau alpha iota nu epsilon iota nu thou. Af. Roman 374, Arnim I 264. Plut sto, Rep 6 1. Diog, L Roman 733. Plutarch, in quoting this argument, makes the telling rejoinder that upon the same principle Zeno need not have published an answer to Plato's Republic. Sto. Rep 8 1. Diog, L Roman 732. This particular condemnation was not uncongenial to the Stoics of the Principate, and may partly account for the decay of literature in imperial Rome. But Chrysippus had meanwhile supplied the needed qualification that these studies are useful as a training preliminary to virtue. See Diog. L Roman 7 129, and cf. Section 336. Diog, L Roman 733. Probably usury was also condemned by Zeno, as it was by Seneca. Quid computations et venel tempus et sanguinolenti centesimi? Sen ben, Roman 7:10, 4. Diog, L Roman 7 131. More continent than Zeno became a proverb at Athens. Ib. 27. Ib. 121. Letter 1 F10 kappa lambda iota nu omicron epsilon sigma iota. Tau letter 1 F78, mu omicron iota chi epsilon iota nu, omicron letter 1 F31 tau letter 1 F70, tau omicron letter 1 Fe6, zd nu mega nu omicron sigma, phi iota lambda omicron sigma omicron phi omicron letter 1 Fe6, nu tau epsilon sigma origin cont. Celsum, Roman 763, Arnim Roman 3 729. This principle is stated by Chrysippus. Pi rho letter 1 F78, sigma tau letter 1 F70, theta eta rho oda alpha, phi eta sigma letter 1 F76, delta epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu letter 1 F00 pi omicron beta lambda epsilon pi epsilon iota nu plut. Sto. Rep 22, 1. The essential equality of the sexes in Stoic theory is illustrated in the development of Roman law. Led by their theory of natural law, the jurisconsults had evidently assumed the equality of the sexes as a principle of their Code of Equity, Maine, Ancient Law, p. 154. Cf. On the Whole Subject Gompers, Greek Thinkers, BKVCH. 13. E.g., to the common Greek sentiment exclusive personal appropriation and the resulting inequality in ownership was as yet very far from seeming so much of a law of nature or meeting with such unconditional acceptance as, in modern times, Volume Roman 3 p. 119. See section 431. What then are not women common by nature, so I say also, is not the theatre common to the citizens? When then they have taken their seats, come, if you think proper, and eject one of them. Epict. Disc, Roman 2 4 8. Kappa alpha letter 1 F76, mu eta tau rho alpha sigma iota, lambda epsilon gamma epsilon iota, sigma epsilon nu epsilon rho chi epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, theta epsilon gamma alpha tau rho alpha sigma iota, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, upsilon letter 1 F31, omicron letter 1 FD6, sigma diog. L Roman 7 188. A church father has caught the point better. Epsilon letter 1 F36, pi omicron nu letter 1 F45 tau iota, tau letter 1 FF7 letter 1 F30, delta iota letter 1 FF3, lambda omicron gamma letter 1 FF3, theta epsilon gamma alpha tau rho alpha sigma iota, mu iota gamma nu epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, letter 1 F00 delta iota alpha phi omicron rho omicron nu, letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota. Epsilon letter 1 F30, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, mu letter 1 F74, chi rho letter 1 F74 letter 1 F10 nu, tau alpha letter 1 FD6, sigma kappa alpha theta epsilon sigma tau meg sigma alpha iota sigma, pi omicron lambda iota tau epsilon iota alpha iota sigma, tau letter 1 F78, tau omicron iota omicron letter 1 Fe6, tau omicron, nu pi omicron iota epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu origin cont. Cells. Roman 445, Arnim Roman 3 743, for the Persian view see Diog, L Prol, 8. Arnim I 256. Origin, as above. See below, section 478. See above, section 254. Arnim I 253. Ib I 254. Diog, L Roman 7 121. Arnim Roman 3 748. Arnim Roman 3 752. For the same view in earlier times see Gompers, Greek thinkers, IP 403. I 45 108. Ille divinus animus egressurus hominum, quo receptaculum suum conferetur, ignis allud exurate in terra conteget, inferi distrahent, non magis ad si eudicet pertiner quam secundas ad editum infantum sen, ep. 92:34, but you will be cast out unburied. If the corpse is I shall be cast out, but if I am different from the corpse, speak more properly, epict. Disc, Roman 4:7-31. For a plain statement to this effect, we have to look to Philo. Letter 1F04 nu theta rho omega pi omicron sigma, gamma letter 1F70, rho letter 1F10 kappa, phi upsilon sigma epsilon omega sigma, delta omicron letter 1F6, lambda omicron sigma omicron letter 1F50, delta epsilon iota sigma, sept et fest. D. P. 283 Arnim Roman 3 352. Est genus Aeneas de servitudis, cum haesunt alterius, qui sui possunt esse sic. Rep Roman 3:25-37. Servis ut placit Chrysipo perpetuus mercenarius est sen ben. Roman 3:22-1. Non male precipiant, qui ita iubent iudi ut mercenariis, operam exigendum iusta prebenda sic. Off I 13:41. Potus der beneficium domino, sia domino in iurium accipper, sen ben. Roman 3:22-3. Quod si natura homines sapientiae capex est, oportuit et apophis et rusticos et mulieres dosri, ut sapient, populumque ex omni lingua et condition et sexu et edate confleri. Censurunt hoc idio stoici, qui et servis et mulieribus philosophandum esse dixerunt, lact div. Inst. Roman 3:25, Arnim Roman 3 253. See above, section 110. Schmeckelphil, D. Mittelren Stoa pp. 63-69. Earum nullum ipsum per se separatum probo, antiponoque singulis allud, quod conflatum furit ex omnibus. Sed si unum ac simplex probandum sit, regium probum ac imprimis laudum sic. Rep I 35-54. Optimus civitatis status sub rege justo est, sen ben Roman 2:22. Memonaram percip t cum penidio discurrer solitum coram polybio, optimum lunge statum civitatis esse eum, quem maiores nostri nobis reliquiscent, sic. Rep I 21:34. See below ch. Roman 16. Arnim Roman 3 354. Diog, L Roman 7 121. Tau epsilon lambda omicron sigma, letter 1F10, sigma tau letter 1F76, nu omicron letter 1F57, letter 1F15 nu epsilon kappa alpha, pi alpha nu tau alpha, pi rho alpha tau epsilon tau alpha iota, kappa alpha theta eta kappa omicron nu tau omega sigma. Alpha letter 1F50, tau letter 1F78, delta letter 1F72, pi rho alpha tau epsilon tau alpha iota, omicron letter 1F50, delta epsilon nu letter 1F78, sigma letter 1F15 nu epsilon kappa alpha stab. Roman 2:7, 3b. Virtus nihil aliud est quam animus quadmodo si habens, sen ep. 113-2, virtus est adfectio animi constans conveniensque, sic. Tusc disp. Roman 4:15-34. In numerous variations. For the present it is sufficient to quote Cicero's phrase, convenienter naturae viver fin, Roman 3:9-31 etc. and from Seneca virtus secundum naturam est, vitia inimica et infesta sunt ep. 58, cf. Also, we ought to go to be instructed, in order that we may maintain our minds in harmony with the things that happen epict. Disc. I 12:17. Habit allud in animo vetus preceptum, diem sequer sen, dial, Roman 7:15-5. Ipsa virtus brevisime recta ratio disipodist, sic. Tusc, disp, Roman 4:15-34. Virtutis definitio est, habitus consentiens viti, com. In Lucan, Roman 2:380, Arnim Roman 3:199. Perfecta virtus equalitas ac tenor viti per omnia consonans sibi, sen ep. 31, 8. Ante omnia hoc cura, ut consts tibi ib, 35, 4. Virtus convenientia constat, omnia opera ius cum ipsa concordant et congruent, ib, 74, 30. Semper incipit viver, quam foeda hominum levitas caudati nova vidi fundamenta ponentium, novus spes in exitu incohantium, quid est terpius quam senex viver incipiens, ib, 13, 16, and 17. Zeno is erat qui, id appellerit honestum, quod esset simplex quadam et solum et unum bonum sic, AC, I 10:36. So Seneca, quid est sapientia, semper idem vel atque idem nol sen ep. 25. See above, section 81. Whether by Zeno Diog, L. Roman 787, or by Cleanth Staub, Roman 2:7, 6a, Arnim I 552, is a matter of no importance. See above, section 108. The emphasis on individual nature is sometimes still greater. Letter 1 F21, letter 1 F00, rho epsilon tau, letter 1 F74, tau epsilon lambda epsilon iota omicron tau eta sigma, letter 1 F10, sigma tau, letter 1 F76, tau, letter 1 FC6, sigma, letter 1 F11 cap alpha sigma tau omicron upsilon, phi upsilon sigma epsilon omega sigma, Galen plaque, hip. Et plat. V5, P 468K from Chrysippus. Diog, L. Roman 787 and 88. Staub, Roman 27, 6ac also above, section 258. Staub, Roman 27, 6a. See below, section 320. Pi alpha nu alpha iota tau iota omicron sigma, tau letter 1 F78, zeta letter 1 FC6, nu kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70, tau letter 1 F70, sigma delta epsilon delta omicron mu epsilon nu alpha sigma, letter 1 F21, mu letter 1 FD6, nu letter 1 F10 kappa, phi epsilon sigma epsilon omega sigma, letter 1 F00, phi omicron rho mu letter 1 F70 sigma. Tau epsilon lambda omicron sigma, letter 1 F00 pi epsilon phi eta nu alpha tau omicron clem. Al. Strom, Roman 221, 129. Sic est faciendum, ut contra universum naturem nihil contendimus, e tamen conservata, proprium naturem sequemur off. I 31, 110. Viver et hibentum scientiam iram rerum, qui natura evenerant, fin. Roman 4 6, 14. Huc et alud excedet, ut perfecta virtus sit equalitas ac tenor vidi per omnia consonans sibi, quod non potest esse nisi rerum scientia contingit et ars, per quam humana ac divina nascanter. Hoc est summum bonum sen ep. 31, 8. See above, section 98. Non pero dio, sedit sentir, ex animo illum non quia nessus est, sequer sen ep. 96, 2. Dio para libertas est dial, Roman 7 15, 7. Epict disc, Roman 4 1, 89 and 90. Ib, Roman 2 10, 5. Ib, Roman 3 7, 7. Xenon 8, excedet ad republicam sapiens, nisi si quid impedirit sen. Dial, Roman 8 3, 2. Pi omicron lambda iota tau epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, phi alpha sigma iota, tau letter 1 F78 nu sigma omicron phi omicron nu, letter 1 F65 sigma phi eta sigma iota, chi rho upsilon sigma iota pi omicron sigma diog. L. Roman 7 121. See section 306, note 26. Sic off I 412. Tau letter 1 F74, nu letter 1 F00. Rho epsilon tau letter 1 F74, nu delta iota alpha theta epsilon sigma iota nu, epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota phi alpha sigma iota, psi upsilon chi letter 1 FC6, sigma upsilon mu phi omega nu omicron nu alpha letter 1 F51 tau letter 1 FC7, pi epsilon rho letter 1 F76, letter 1 F45 lambda omicron nu, tau letter 1 F78, nu beta iota omicron nu. Staub, Roman 27, 5b1. Pi letter 1 FB6, sigma alpha nu letter 1 F00, rho epsilon tau letter 1 F74 nu sigma omicron phi iota alpha nu, epsilon letter 1 F36 nu alpha iota zen. Mem. Roman 3 9, 5. See also above, section 48, 52. Delta iota delta alpha kappa tau eta nu, tau epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota tau letter 1 F74 nu letter 1 F00. Rho epsilon tau, letter 1 F74, nu kappa alpha letter 1 F76, chi rho upsilon sigma iota pi omicron sigma, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, kappa lambda epsilon alpha nu theta sigma, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, pi omicron sigma epsilon iota delta omega nu iota omicron sigma diog. L. Romans 791. They are thieves and robbers, you may say. What do you mean by thieves and robbers? They are mistaken about good and evil. Show them their errors, and you will see how they desist from their errors. Epict. Disc. I 18, 3 and 4. See above, section 177, note 28. If you would be a good reader, read. If a writer, write. Generally, if you would make anything a habit, do it. If you would not make it a habit, do not do it. Epict. Disc. Roman 2:18, 2 and 4. Nihil est quod non humana mens vincat, et in familiaritatem educat adsidua meditatio sen, dial. Roman 4:12, 3. Letter 1 F67 U, kappa alpha tau, omicron rho theta omicron, letter 1 Fe6, sigma iota nu. Letter 1 F21, letter 1 F40, rho theta letter 1 F74, kappa rho iota sigma, letter 1 F10, xi eta gamma epsilon letter 1 FD6, tau alpha iota mu epsilon tau letter 1 F70 tau letter 1 FC6, sigma kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70, tau letter 1 F74, nu psi upsilon chi letter 1 F74 nu epsilon letter 1 F50, tau omicron nu iota alpha sigma cries. App. Galen Plaque. H. Roman 4:6, p. 403, k. Arnim Roman 3 473. Virtutum convenis, pro muris stantum, pulverulentam, coloratam calosis habentum manus, sen dial. Roman 7 3. Saturnalia Athenes agitabimus hilar porsum et modest, non ut dissiter. Remittance animum, nam remitter, inquit musonius animum quaes amator est. Gellius, N.A. Roman 18:2, 1. Eastum ac tenesum propositi verum non civium ardor prava ubentium, non vultus instantes tyranny, ment quatit solida, horse c. Roman 3 1 4. Hanc stabilum animi sedum Greci epsilon letter 1 F50 theta upsilon mu iota alpha nu vocant, ego tranquillitatem voco, sen dial. Roman 9 3. Sic tusk disp, Roman 4:10, 23. Ut enim corporis temperatio, cum e congruent inter si ex quibus constamus, sanitas, sic animi dissiter, cum ius iudicia opinion est concordant, ec animi est virtus. Ib. 13:30. Roga bonum mentum, bonum valetudinem animi, deigned tunc corporis sen. Ep. 10:4. Orandum est, ut sit mens sana in corpor sano, Jov. Sat. X 356. Beta est vita conveniens naturi sui, qui non aliter continger potest, quam si primum sana mens est et in perpetua possession sanitatis sui, deigned fortis et vehemens, tum pulcherima ac patiens, apta temporibus, corporis sui pertinentium ad id curiosa non anxi, sen, dial. Roman 7:3. Actio recta non erit, nisi furit recta voluntas sen ep. 95:57. Gratis potest esse homo voluntate, ben Roman 2:31, 1, sic timer sic marer sic in libidine esse peccatum est, etiam sine effectu sic. Fin, Roman 3:9-32. The being of the good is a certain kind of will, pyro omicron alpha iota rho epsilon sigma iota sigma. The being of the bad is a certain kind of will. What then are externals? Material for the will epict. Disc, I-29, 1 and 2. See below, section 383. Arnim I-250. Diog, L. Roman 7:33. Placet stoicis, su quamque rem nomen appeller. Sic enim disserunt, nihil esse obscenum, nihil terp dictu sic. Fam, Roman 9:22, 1, see further below, section 344. Postia tus illiponulus, causam non obtinens repugnante natura, verba verser coepit et primum rebus iis, quas non bonas dissimus, concessit ut haberenter estimables, et ad naturam accommodata fin. Roman 4:20-56. The stricter Stoic theory of the good was modified by the admission of pyro omicroneta gamma mu epsilon u alpha, Zeller, Stoics, p. 290. The true note is struck by Rendall, in Trod. P. Roman 45. The course of Stoic ethics is, in fact, the progressive enlargement and clarification of the Cynic ideal of conduct, under the stress of that larger conception of nature, which was inherent in Stoic monism. The full content and interpretation of the formula was only gradually realized. Its deeper implications unfolded themselves through life even more than through thought, and find their fullest exposition in the pages of the Roman Stoics. Stob, Roman 275a. Estimatio, qui letter 1f00 xi iota alpha dicitor, sic. Fin, Roman 310, 34. Posidonius seems to have practically substituted letter 1f00 xi iota alpha nu, letter 1f14 chi omicron nu tau alpha for pyro omicron eta gamma mu epsilon nu alpha, but in strict usage the latter term is narrower and includes only such things as have measurable worth. Inter la, qui nihil valorant ad beat miserev vivendum, aliquid tamen quo different esse valorunt, ut essent earum alia estimabilia, alia contra, alia neutrum, ib. 1550. Tau letter 1f6, nu delta letter 1f72, letter 1f00 xi iota alpha nu, letter 1f10 chi omicron nu tau mega nu, tau letter 1f70, mu letter 1f72, nu letter 1f14 chi epsilon iota nu, pi omicron, lambda letter 1f74, nu letter 1f00 xi iota alpha nu. Tau letter 1f70 delta letter 1f72, beta rho alpha chi, epsilon letter 1f d6 alpha nu. Letter 1f41 mu omicron iota meg sigma delta letter 1f72, kappa alpha letter 1f76, tau letter 1f6, nu letter 1f00 pi alpha xi iota alpha nu, letter 1f10 chi omicron nu tau mega nu, letter 1f03, mu letter 1f72, nu letter 1f14 chi epsilon iota nu, pi omicron lambda letter 1f74, nu letter 1f00 pi alpha xi iota alpha nu. Letter 1f03 delta letter 1f72, beta rho alpha chi epsilon letter 1f d6 alpha nu stob. Roman 27, 7g, qui essent sumenda ex iis alia pluris esse estimanda, alia minoris, sic. AC. I10, 37. Stob, Roman 277. Arnim Roman 3, 122. Plut sto, Rep 23, 6. Cetera autumn, etsi nec bona nec mala essent, tamen alia secundum naturem disbet, alia naturi esse contraria. His ipsis alia interricta et media numerabat, sic. AC. I10, 36. Tau letter 1f78, pyro omicron eta gamma mu epsilon nu omicron nu, sigma epsilon nu epsilon gamma iota zeta epsilon iota nu, pi omega sigma, tau letter 1fc7 tau letter 1ff6, nu letter 1f00, gamma alpha theta letter 1ff6, nu phi epsilon sigma epsilon iota stob. Roman 27, 7g. Zeno pyro omicron eta gamma mu epsilon nu omicron nu nominavit, cum uteretur in lingua copiosa factis tamen nominibus ac novis. Udanim, inquit, nemo dicit in regia regem ipsum quaes et productum esse ad dignitatem, idanim est pyro omicron eta gamma mu epsilon nu omicron nu, sed ius qui in aliquo honor sint, quorum ordo proxem excedit, ut secundus sit, ad regiam principatum, sic. Fin. Roman 3:15, 51. Qui pluris, e preposita appellabat, reacta autem, qui minoris ac. I10, 37. Qui appellimus vel promota et remota, vel, ut dudum diximus, preposita vel precipua, et ilariacta fin. Roman 3:16, 52. Quis poro sapientum, nostrorum dico, quibus unum est bonum verdis, neget etiam hic, qui indifferentia vocemus, haber in si aliquid pretae et alia aliis esse podera. Quibustum ex iis tributor aliquid honoris, quibustum multum sendile. Romans 7:22, 4. Id ac commodivo center, et et nostra lingua laquar, producta, ep. 74:17. See above, section 82. Bonum appello quidquid secundum naturam est, quod contra malum nec ego solus sed tu etiam, crisip in foro domi, in scola desinis sic. Fin. V29, 89, cf. Arnim Roman 3, 137. Sunt animi bona, sunt corporis, sunt fortuni, illa animi bona astulto ac malo submoventer sen ben. V13, 1. Dainceps explicatur differentia rerum, quam si non ullum est diceremus, et confunderetur omnis vita, ut ob Aristone, nec ullum sapientiae munus aut opus invenierter, cum inter reses qui ad vitam degendam pertinerent, nihil omnino interesset, nec ullum delectum haberi oporterit, sic. Fin. Roman 3:15, 50. Virtutis hoc proprium, irum rerum qui secundum naturem sint, haber delectum ib. 4:12. Relinquiter ut summum bonum sit viver scientium et hibentum irum rerum qui natura evenient, seligentum qui secundum naturam, et si qui contra naturam sunt, reicentum. Id est, convenienter congruenter naturi viver, ib. 9:31 after Posidonius. Ut si hoc fingemus esse quasi finum et ultimum, ida iasir talum, ut rectus assistat, qui ida talis erit iactus, ut cadet rectus, prepositum quidem habit ad finum, qui aliter contra. Nec tamen alla prepositio ad eum quem dixi finum pertinbit. Sic qui sunt preposita, referenter alla quidem ad finum, sed ad ius vim naturam nihil pertinent, ib. 1654. Compare also 6:22. Non est terp non consequi de modo sequaris sen ben. V5 3. Alpha letter 1 F50, tau alpha rho kappa eta tau epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha letter 1 F50, tau letter 1 F74, nu pi rho letter 1 F78, sigma epsilon letter 1 F50, delta alpha mu omicron nu alpha nu diag. L Roman 7 127. A xenon hoc magnifice tanquem ex orculo editor. Virtus ad bene vivendum si ipsa contenta est, sic. Fin. V27 79, cf. Pearson Fragments p19. Testator sipe Chrysippus tres solas esse sententias, qui defendi possent, de finibus bonorum, aut enim honestatum esse finum aut voluptatum aut utrumc, sic. AC. Roman 245, 138. Crescere bonorum finum non putemus sic. Fin. Roman 3:14, 48. Honestum nullum accessionum recipit sen ep. 66 9. Summum bonum nec infringitur nec augitur, in suo modo permanet ut cunc si fortuna gessit. Utrum maiorum and minorum circulum scribas, ad spatium ius pertinet, non ad formam, ib. 74, 26 and 27. See above, section 110. See above, section 313. Cum sit is, qui id solum bonum eudicit, quod honestum sit sic. Off. Roman 3 12. Solbet nerer Pompeius si, cum rodum venisset discedens ex Syria, audir voluus Posidonium, sed cum audiviset eum graviter esse egrum, quod vehementer ius artis laborerant, voluus tamen nobilissimum philosophum vicer. Idec eum graviter et copios de hoc ipso, nihil esse bonum, nisi quod honestum esset, cubantum disputavis, cum quasi faces idolaris admoverenter sipe dixis, nihil agis dolor, quamvis sis molestis, nunquam t es confitber malum, tusc, disp. Roman 2:25, 61, cf. Sen ep. 87:35. See above, section 114. Diog, L Roman 7 128. Sapientum nulla re eger, et tamen multis irebus opus esse sen ep. 9:14. Ipsa pretium sui dial, Roman 7 9 4. Rect factorum veris fructus fessus clem. I1 1. Virtutum omnium pretium in ipsis est ep. 81 20. Sapienti non noster apoppertate, non adolor, non ob aliis tempestatibus vidi. Ips semper in actu est, in effectu tunc maximus, cum illi fortuna si ob possut, ib. 85:37. Virtutum nemo unquam Dio acceptem recellit, eudicium hoc omnium mortalium est, fortunam a Dio petendum, a si ipso sumendum est sapientium, sic. Nd Roman 3:36, 86 and 88, equum me animum ips parabo hor. Ep. I18 112. Monstro quod ips tibi possis dare, juv sat. X 363. See note 129. Do you seek a reward for a good man greater than doing what is good and just? Does it seem to you so small and worthless a thing to be good and happy? Epict. Disc. Roman 3:24, 51 and 52. What does not make the man himself worse, does not make his life worse either, nor injure him, without or within, to himself. Roman 4:8. Nec summum bonum habit sinceritatem suum, si aliquid in si vidrit dissimili meleri sen dial. Roman 7:15, 1. No man is able to make progress when he is wavering between opposite things. But if you have preferred this one thing to all things, if you choose to attend to this only, to work out this only, give up everything else. Epict. Disc. Roman 4:2, 4. Chrysippus wrote a book pi epsilon rho letter 1 F76, tau omicron letter 1 Fe6, pi omicron iota letter 1 F70, sigma epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota tau letter 1 F70, sigma letter 1F00 rho epsilon tau alpha sigma. See Arnim Roman 3 256. See below, section 330 5350. Diog, L Roman 792. Tau letter 1F70, sigma letter 1F00, rho epsilon tau letter 1F70, sigma lambda epsilon gamma omicron epsilon sigma iota nu, letter 1F00, nu tau alpha kappa omicron lambda omicron upsilon theta epsilon letter 1FD6, nu letter 1F00 lambda 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 alpha iota sigma. Kappa alpha letter 1F76 tau letter 1F78 nu mu iota alpha nu letter 1F14 chi omicron nu tau alpha pi alpha sigma letter 1F14 chi epsilon iota nu diog. L Roman 7 125. Quicquid honest fit, una virtus facit sed ex concilii sententia sen ep. 67:10. Virtutibus inter si concordia, clem. I5 3. Vidmus esse quidem quod rect factum appellimus, id autem est perfectum officium, sic. Fin, Roman 3:18 59. Rectum, quod kappa alpha tau omicron rho theta omega mu alpha dispes, ib, Roman 4:6 15. Quamquam negant nec virtuts nec vitia crescere. Attamen utrumque aerum fundi quadmodo, et quaes dilatari putant, ib, Roman 3:15 48. See above, section 153, note 66. Sit neminum nascae sapientum sed feri, sen dial, Roman 4:10 6. Non dat natura virtutum, ars est bonum feri ep. 90 44. Zeno probably took over the term pyro omicron kappa omicron pieta from the Peripatetics, see Diog. L Roman 7 127, its implications he adapted to Stoic principles. See Plut, Prof. Vert. 12. Hoc autem ipsum bonum non accession nec crescendo outcome ceteris comparando, sed propria Roman 6 sua et sentimus et appellemus bonum, sic. Fin, Roman 3:10 34. Stab, Roman 2:7 11g, Diog, L Roman 7 127. Tau letter 1F74, nu letter 1F00, rho epsilon tau letter 1F74, nu chi rho epsilon sigma iota pi omicron sigma, letter 1F00 pi omicron beta lambda tau eta nu. Delta iota letter 1F70, mu epsilon theta eta nu, kappa alpha letter 1F76, mu epsilon lambda alpha gamma chi omicron lambda iota alpha nu ib. See above, section 289. Semel traditi nobis boni perpetua possessio est, non dedicitur virtus. Contraria enim mala in alieno herent, ideo depelli et extrabari possunt sen ep. 58. Just in the same spirit we say that a new language or, say, the art of swimming, if once learnt, is learnt for good. Aliquis ver bonus nobis allegendus est, ac semper ante oculos habendus, ut sic tanquam illo spectante vivamus, et omnia tanquam illo vident faciamus, sen ep. 11:8, quoting however from Epicurus. Heracles was the model whom and the other cynics held up for imitation, the patron saint, so to speak, of the school. Antisthenes wrote a dialogue entitled Heracles, and, with this for guidance, his followers delighted to tell again the story of the hero's laborious and militant life, identifying, by ingenious allegories, the foul monsters which he vanquished with the vices and lusts that beset the souls of men, Gompers, Greek thinkers, Roman 2p 151. The more generous cynics aver that the great Heracles also, as he became the author of other blessings, so also left to mankind the chief pattern of this, cynic life Julian, or Roman 6p 187, 3 Mayor on Jove. Sat. X 361. So also in Buddhism. Besides the ideal king, the personification of power and justice, another ideal has played an important part in the formation of early Buddhist ideas regarding their master. It was the ideal of a perfectly wise man, the personification of wisdom, the Buddha, Rhys Davids, Hibbert Lectures, p. 141. Herculem illum, quem hominum fama, beneficiarum memor, in concilio caelestium collicavit sic. Off, Roman 3:5 25. Hercules nihil sibi visit, orbum terrarum transiet non concupiscendo sed vindicando, quid vinceret, malorum hostis, benorum vindex, terrarum marisque peccator sen ben. I13, 3 see also the brilliant descriptions in Epict. Disc, Roman 3:24. Ulixin et Herculem, Stoici nostri sapiens pronunciaverunt, invictos laboribus, contemptors voluptatis et victors omnium terrarum sen. Dial, Roman 2:2-1. Yet there is something to be said on the other side. Ulysses felt a desire for his wife and wept as he sat on a rock. If Ulysses did weep and lament, he was not a good man epict. Disc. Roman 3:24-18. So Horace, quite in the Stoic spirit, versus quid virtus et quid patientia possit, util proposut nobis exemplar ulixen hor. Ep. I2, 17 and 18. Diog, L. Roman 6:1-2. By acting thus Heraclitus and those like him were deservedly divine, and were so called epict. Manual 15. Proclara est equabilitas in omni vita, et idem semper vultus idem frans, ut de Socrate excepimus sic. Off, I-2690. Socrates violated nothing which was becoming to a good man, neither in making his defense nor by fixing a penalty on himself, nor even in the former part of his life when he was a senator or when he was a soldier epict. Disc. Roman 3:24-61. See above, section 17. Si quis de felicitate Diogenes dubitat, potest idem dubiter et de deorum immortalium statu sen dial. Roman 9:8-5. By acting thus Diogenes was deservedly divine and was so called epict. Manual 15. See above, section 306, note 25. Delt epsilon upsilon tau epsilon rho omicron sigma, letter 1F21, rho alpha, kappa lambda, letter 1FC6, sigma, letter 1F41, kappa lambda epsilon alpha nu theta to sigma, letter 1F10, kappa alpha lambda epsilon, letter 1FD6, tau omicron diog. L. Romans 7:170. Learn how those live who are genuine philosophers, how Socrates lived, who had a wife and children, how Diogenes lived, and how Cleanthes, who attended to the school and drew water epict. Disc. Roman 3:26-23. Aut Cato illecit aut Scipio aut Laelius sen ep. 25:6. Elige remisserus animi verum Laelium ib. 11:10. Nam cum esset ille ver exemplum, ut citus, innocentiae cumc allo nemo nec integrior esset in civitate nec sanctior, non modo supplex eudicibus esse noluit, sed ni ornadius quaedam aut liberius causam disisuem, quam simplex ratio veritatis ferabat sic, de or. I-53, 229, cf. Sen dial. I-3, 4 and 7, and see further, section 430. Catenum certius exemplar sapientes, viri nobis dios, immortals dedis quam ulixen, et Herculem prioribus seculis, sen dial. Roman 2:2-1. Ego t verisime dixerum pecer nihil, sic, mer, 2960. Catenus nobel letum hor. See I-12, 35 and 36, and see below, section 430. Nobis quoque militandum est sen ep. 51:6. This is the true athlete. Great is the combat, divine is the work epict. Disc. Roman 2:18-28. See also below, section 402. Euseb, Pr. Ev. Roman 6:8-13. Alex, APH. Defato 28, p. 199, 16b. Plet Sto. Rep 31-5. Qui sapiens sit out furit, ni ipsi quaedam solent dicer sic. AC. Roman 2:47, 145. Thus Panidius made no reference to the wise man, whilst Posidonius only defended his possible existence in the future. Schmeckel, pp. 213, 278. Sext, Math, Roman 9:133. See above, section 214. Even if Cicero is not the creator of the conception of an ideal character, nowhere else can we find its meaning so clearly expressed, so of the wise man. Ist ver altus et excellens, magno animo, vir fortis, infra si omnia humana ducens, is in quem efficere volumus quem querum assert, et confidir sibi debit, et sui vidi et acti et consequenti, et beni de si eudicare fin. Roman 3:8-29. Non est quod dicas hunc sapientum nostrum nusquam inveniri, sen dial. Roman 2:7-1. Ille alter fortes tanquam phoenix semel anno quingentissimo nascitur, ep. 42:1 cf. Alex, Affer, p. 34 n2, sit paucissimos omni evo sapiens evadir sen dial. Roman 4:10-6. See above, section 126. Socrates in this way became perfect, in all things improving himself, attending to nothing except to reason. But you, though you are not yet a Socrates, ought to live as one who wishes to be a Socrates epict. Manual 50. Epictetus did not, however, ignore failures. We say one thing, but we do another. We talk of the things which are beautiful, but we do what is base. Disc. Roman 3:7-18. See above, section 42. See above, section 98. This is again a Socratic paradox. Beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon letter 1 fd6, sigma delta letter 1 f72, kappa alpha letter 1 f76, letter 1 f040 chi omicron u tau alpha sigma, omicron letter 1 f50, tau omicron letter 1 f7a, sigma tau letter 1 f70, sigma kappa letter 1 fc6, pi tau rho alpha letter 1 f14 chi omicron u tau alpha sigma, letter 1 f14 phi eta, epsilon letter 1 f36, nu alpha iota. Letter 1 f00, lambda lambda letter 1 f70, tau omicron letter 1 f7a, sigma letter 1 f10 pi iota sigma tau alpha mu epsilon nu omicron epsilon sigma, letter 1 f040 chi epsilon iota nu zen. Mem, Roman 3:9-10. Sic fin, Roman 3:22, 75 and 76. Earum qui dolorum in mollis non habent, ratio cert cogit, iudi in omnibus tormentis conservator beta vita sapienti, ib. Roman 3:13, 42 Arnhem Roman 3:585, 586. Show me a man who is sick and happy, in danger and happy, in exile and happy, in disgrace and happy. Show him, I desire by the gods to see a Stoic epict. Disc. Roman 2:19-24. See below, section 431, 439. Bonus tempor tantum adeo differt sendile. I1, 5. Sapiens accepta mortalitate similes dio, ib. Roman 2:8-2, and see above, section 274. Chapter 13. Daily duties. Equals 330. Equals, as in our study of the Stoic philosophy, we turn aside from the supreme problems of the universe, such as gather round the questions of the divine purpose, the existence of evil and unfettered choice, our way becomes easier. Our new problems, dealing with the constitution of the human soul and the ideals of human life in the state and in the individual, are perhaps not simpler in themselves, but they are of narrower range, and in finding our way over the first rough ground we learn to tread with some assurance, so that we now feel ourselves, as it were, on a downward path. For all that, the problems of the universal law and the perfect man must still be compared to mountain tops, if not to the highest peaks of all. But from this point on, we steadily descend towards the plains, to that common and practical life by which the worth of philosophy is tested. We no longer gaze on the same bright sunlight or breathe the same invigorating air. Philosophy enters a region of mists and shadows, and even learns to adapt her language to new neighbors. But her meaning is the same as before, and the pathway to the heights is not closed behind her. Equals 331. Equals the region we have now reached is that of daily duties, by which phrase we propose to translate here the Greek kappa alpha theta eta kappa omicron u tau alpha and the Latin officia. This word is defined by Zeno as meaning that which it comes in one's way to do, and its quiet sound at once brings it into contrast with the proud claims of virtue. The contrast is in fact great. Virtue displaying itself in right action is only possible for reasoning beings, that is, for gods and men, and within our view it is only attained, if at all, by the wise man. But daily duty is common to the wise and the unwise. It not only extends to children, but also to the unreasoning animals and to plants. Virtue always contemplates the universal law. For daily duty, it is sufficient to follow the individual nature. Virtue cannot even be understood except by the trained philosopher, whilst the principles of daily duty may be explained to the simple. To use a comparison from mathematics, daily duty is the projection of virtue upon the plane of ordinary life. Between the two there always remains an assured correspondence. Each right action which virtue achieves is at the same time the performance of a daily duty, and that in the most complete manner. Each daily duty performed by the unwise is a step by which he may in the end climb to wisdom. Equals 332. Equals the subject of daily duties was treated both by Zeno and by Cleanthes, and is implied in the theory of Stoic ethics as a whole. It has also a special relation to the doctrine of advantages and disadvantages. Nevertheless, the Stoics do not directly say that daily duty consists in the seeking of advantages, but that it is based upon primary ends which nature sets up. Pi rho letter 1 ff6, tau alpha kappa alpha, tau letter 1 f70, phi upsilon sigma iota nu, principia naturae. This phrase indicates the source of this part of the Stoic philosophy. It marks teaching common to the Peripatetic school and the Academy, and accepted by Zeno from his teacher Polemo. We are not informed how Zeno and Cleanthes elaborated this subject, and when we find it taken up in earnest, the spirit of the Academy is firmly established. Thus the Stoic demand for certain knowledge is here set aside, and we are told that the standard of daily duty is that which when done can reasonably be defended, which definition closely corresponds with the definition of the supreme good by Diogenes of Babylon, to take a reasonable course in the choice of things according to nature. Thus strong will and assured conviction are no longer required. The door is thrown open for convention, opportunism, and respectability. The daring moral theories and bold paradoxes of the founders of Stoicism tend to disappear from sight and are replaced by shrewd good sense and worldly wisdom. In short, by the doctrine of making the best of both worlds. The subject was therefore congenial to Panidius, who was both a practical statesman and an admirer of Plato and Aristotle. And it was from this standpoint that Stoicism so rapidly won its way with the Roman nobility of the last century of the Republic. Panidius, book pi epsilon rho letter 1 f76 kappa alpha theta eta kappa omicron u tau omega nu, was the basis of Cicero's work De Officiis, which is the only systematic treatise which we possess on Stoic ethics, and therefore generally the most convenient source of information. As however this work leans very strongly towards peripatetic views, it will frequently be necessary to refer to other authorities, amongst which Cicero, S. de Finibus best represents the older Stoics, and Seneca and Epictetus the Stoics of the Roman Principate. 333. It is no departure from the fundamental principles of Stoicism when we learn that the first lessons of nature are those which are imprinted upon every animal at its birth. Zeno himself had sought for the natural law of marriage by a like method. The first natural lesson is that each animal seeks, not indeed pleasure as the Epicureans hold, but its own preservation and the maintenance of its life in its completeness. At a later stage is imparted the desire of sexual union for procreation's sake, and with it, some kind of affection for each one's offspring. But nature's best lessons are reserved for man, as to look into the future and regard life as a whole, to interest himself in his fellows, to attend public festivities, and to procure the amenities of a civilized life for himself and those dependent upon him. In spare hours, to acquire information on points of historical or philosophical interest, in riper life to claim freedom, and to refuse to submit to any arbitrary commands. And finally, to perceive in all things harmony and beauty, and to avoid any disturbance of it by willful action. Such, says Cicero, is the picture of a beautiful life, and could we see it with our eyes, as Plato says, great would be our desire to possess wisdom for a bride. 334. In this general sketch, we miss a clear ethical standard. The first lessons of nature may easily be perverted, so far as they are common to men and animals, for they point towards the acts of eating, drinking, and sexual union, all of which are associated by the ordinary man with pleasure in a vicious sense. Hence arises a danger, from which many Stoics do not keep clear, that we may fall into the terrible error of the Epicureans and hold that pleasure itself is a first law of nature. It is therefore necessary to lay it down that man should aim specially at those results which are characteristic of human nature, that is, at the development of powers which he does not share with the lower animals. So far the Academy and the Porch might travel together. But the only higher capacities recognized by the Stoics are reason and the political sense, which is an aspect of the universal reason. Such matters as antiquarian interests and the appreciation of beauty could only be introduced under academic influence. The last, however, as we shall see, is to become with Panidius the predominant consideration. 335. From the enunciation of general principles, we pass on to the separate virtues. Virtue in the strict sense can only be possessed by the wise man, he therefore alone can practice the virtues. Nevertheless, we may use this and like terms in a secondary sense to describe those adumbrations or reflections of virtue which fall within the reach of the ordinary man. The classification of the virtues varies. Panidius divided virtue into two parts, theoretical and practical, and Seneca follows him on this point. It was perhaps Chrysippus who distinguished between virtues that are arts, tau epsilon chi nu alpha iota, and which are based on theoretical principles, and those which are acquirements, delta epsilon nu alpha mu epsilon iota sigma, being attained by practice. But generally speaking, the division of virtue into the four cardinal virtues of wisdom, justice, courage, and soberness is accepted as sufficient. By subdivision, the number of virtues may be increased to any extent, and in scholastic classifications of virtue, we find lists which have multiplicity for their direct aim. 336. Wisdom, Phairo omicron u eta sigma iota sigma, prudentia is considered by Zeno not only as the first of the virtues, but as the foundation of all, so that courage is wisdom in suffering, justice is wisdom in distribution, and soberness is wisdom in enjoyment. His successors treated science, letter 1f10 pi iota sigma tau eta mu eta, scientia, as the parent virtue, thus placing wisdom side by side with the other cardinal virtues, yet losing the point of Zeno's genealogy. The writers of the later periods desired to recognize separately contemplative wisdom, and therefore introduced as a subdivision of the first cardinal virtue, speculation, sigma omicron phi, iota alpha, sapientia. But the Stoics generally held that all wisdom must justify itself by practical results. The study of the so-called liberal arts has a value for children, for it prepares the way for virtuous training. Logic is needed to protect us against fallacious reasoning, and physics that we may rightly understand the universe and its providential government, upon which the conception of duty depends. In this sense, we may speak of logic and physics as virtues, that is, as subdivisions of the virtue of wisdom. The study of physics is also admirable because it elevates the soul. Geometry, law, and astrology are useful in the several professions. But study when carried to excess, as by antiquarians, bookworms, and other learned time-wasters, is nothing but folly. 337. The second cardinal virtue is justice, delta iota kappa alpha iota omicron sigma epsilon nu eta, iestitia, of which Chrysippus drew a striking allegorical picture. She is a virgin form, to show that she is incorruptible and does not give way to bad men, of firm and fierce aspect, inspiring fear in the wicked, confidence in the good. Her eyes are keen-sighted, her bearing is at once sad and awe-inspiring. Cicero distinguishes justice in the narrower sense from beneficence. Justice proper is a political virtue, and consists in respect for the rights and property of individuals. By nature, indeed, all things are common, but since they have become private property by occupation, conquest, law, contract, and so forth, individuals may keep their own, provided they do not forget that they have always the duty of contributing to the common good, and that even slaves have reasonable claims upon them. Beneficence needs the guidance of principle, and must be determined by considerations of person and occasion. The claims of persons upon us depend on propinquity. Country, parents, wife, and children must be first considered, then other relatives, then fellow citizens, lastly men in general. The consideration of the degrees of propinquity, sigma chi epsilon iota sigma, was a favorite subject with Epictetus, and a useful defense against those who maintained that the Stoic sage was lacking in natural affection. The virtue of justice appealed specially to the statesman in both its applications, and is dealt with fully by Panidius and by Cicero after him. 338. The third cardinal virtue is courage, letter 1f00 nu delta rho epsilon iota alpha, fortitudo, which retains the tradition of the strength and force of Socrates. This again, according to Cicero, has two parts, one passive, which consists in despising fortune and its buffets, and is in harmony with the picture of the wise man as usually drawn. The other part, which we may call greatness of soul, mu epsilon gamma alpha lambda omicron psi epsilon chi iota alpha, magnitudo animi, is shown in the undertaking of great enterprises. The virtue of courage is characteristically Stoic, and may be considered, like its counterpart wisdom, as the foundation and source of all the virtues. The knowledge of good and evil can only be attained by the soul that is duly strung to vigorous resolution. The Stoics of the Principate perhaps insist most of all on this virtue, which alone makes men independent of all that it lies with fortune to give and to take away. The man of courage will therefore detach himself from fortune's gifts. He will treat them as household furniture lent to him, which may be at any moment recalled. 339. Courage appears in its highest development in the face of tyranny and death. It is the tyrant's boast that he has men in his power, but the brave man is an exception. His rank and his property may be taken away, he may be subjected to the torture, his life may be forfeited, but the soul, that is the man himself, is beyond the tyrant's reach. To pain he answers, "If I can bear it, it will be light. If I cannot bear it, it cannot be long." Amidst all the extremities of fire and rack, men have been found who never groaned, never begged for mercy, never answered a question, and indeed laughed heartily. Of death the Stoic has no fear. Not only is it no evil, but it is to be welcomed as part of the course of nature. It is the best of friends, for it offers a release from all troubles, and in particular from the oppression of the tyrant. We do not indeed deny that normally life is an advantage, that nature's first lesson is self-preservation, and that death in itself is a thing terrible to contemplate. But life is not the more desirable for its length. And when old age begins to shatter the powers of the mind, and to degrade the man to the life of a vegetable, nature is calling him to quit his mortal body. At no period is life worth purchasing at the cost of the loss of honor, without which it loses its savor. The philosopher, therefore, will not merely see with calm confidence the approach of death. He will go forward to meet it of his own free will, if only he is assured that reasonable choice points that way. 340. The doctrine of reasonable departure. Epsilon letter 1F54, lambda omicron gamma, omicron sigma letter 1F10 xi alpha gamma omega gamma eta, rationalis e vita excessus, plays a prominent part in the Stoic ethics. It cannot rightly be described as the recommendation of suicide, for the Stoics do not permit a man to pass sentence of death upon himself, but only to cooperate in carrying out the decree of a higher power. The doctrine is intended in the first instance to justify death gloriously met in fighting for one's country or one's friends. Next, when intolerable pain or incurable disease plainly indicates the will of the deity. In the development of Roman history, a third reason was found in the loss of political freedom. These reasons are not added to, but only systematized, when we are told that it is an ordinary duty to quit life when a man's natural advantages, tau letter 1F70 kappa alpha, tau letter 1F70 phi upsilon sigma iota, are outweighed by the corresponding disadvantages. For amongst natural advantages are included in this connection all those considerations of which an honorable man will rightly take account. And the calculation may equally lead him to the conclusion that, in spite of old age and suffering, and though he has never attained to true wisdom, his simple duty is to wait quietly in life. 341. The practice of reasonable departure was largely recommended to the Stoics by the examples of Socrates, whose death they regarded as voluntary, and of Cato. And it was at first no small matter of pride to them to find that these examples found imitators, and that their system thus showed its power over the greatest of the terrors that beset humanity. But under the Roman Principate, free departure soon became so common that it was a reproach rather than a glory to its advocates, a social disease pointing to morbidity of soul rather than to healthy resolution. Hence the philosophers turned from recommendation to reproof. A brave and wise man must not flee from life, but quit it, says Seneca. Nothing is more disgraceful than to long for death. Friends, says Epictetus, wait for God. When he shall give you the signal, then go to him. 342. The free departure is the most striking illustration of passive courage. But even before it was abused, Cicero at least had perceived the attraction which this attitude of soul possesses, and its opposition to the spirit of active enterprise, which he calls greatness of soul, and which he advocates perhaps more on academic than on Stoic lines. Still, the Stoics had already defined courage as virtue fighting in the front rank in defense of justice. A good man must indeed regard power and wealth as things indifferent, but he is to be blamed if he makes this an excuse for avoiding public life and leaving to others magistracies at home or commands in the wars. In the Old World, the love of glory and praise on the one hand, angry feeling against enemies on the other, has led men to seek these positions. But now they should seek them at home, that they may have a wide field for the exercise of their virtues, and in the wars in order that all war may be brought to an end. By the older Stoics, this great-heartedness was advocated by precept and example. Zeno had said that the wise man should take part in public life, and his hearers Persius and Philonides had taken service under Antigonus Gonatas, and Spherus with Cleomenes Roman III, king of Sparta. We shall see later how large was the part played in Roman political life by men who were Stoics or inclined to Stoicism, in an age in which there was a strong current of fashion in favor of a quiet life. We must therefore recognize in courage, fully as much as in wisdom or justice, a political as well as a private virtue. 343. The fourth cardinal virtue is soberness, sigma omega phi-rho omicron sigma upsilon nu eta, temperantia. Of this there are various definitions, and amongst them that it is the principle which regulates our natural appetites so that they are neither in excess nor in defect. From Cicero's point of view, soberness embraces all the virtues, for it is in the due regulation of the impulses that virtue consists. The standard to be attained is a healthy state of the soul, and this is to be judged, upon the analogy of the body, by the canon of that which is beautiful, symmetrical, and becoming, phi-rho epsilon pi omicron u, decorum. Just as bodily beauty is symmetry established between the limbs mutually, and also between each and the whole body, so beauty of the soul is symmetry between the reasoning power and its parts, and mutually between each of those parts. Although this is in principle a doctrine accepted by the whole Stoic school, yet in its application we may easily find an entirely new departure. That is, if the appeal is made to an artistic standard, which depends upon the taste of the individual. The door is then thrown open to an abandonment of the Cynico-Stoic theory of life, according to reason, and to the acceptance of the standard of good feeling, which may easily be so stretched as to include existing prejudices and conventions. This danger is realized in Cicero's treatment of the virtue of decorum, which, in its distinctive sense, is defined as having the element of gentlemanliness in itself. It begins with respect for the feelings and opinions of others. It avoids all rough games and obscene jests. It makes choice of a profession adapted to the natural character of the individual. It observes, as the actor does, the proprieties of youth and age, rich and poor, citizen and foreigner. It prescribes dignity as fitting for men, gracefulness for women. In particular, decorum is displayed in modesty, verecundia. This is shown by keeping out of sight those parts of the body which nature, though she could not dispense with them, has concealed and covered, in attending to their functions with the utmost secrecy, and in referring both to these parts of the body and to their uses by words that do not properly describe them. 344. Cicero's treatment of decorum is so full of good sense that his De Officiis was the most widely known textbook of Greco-Roman ethics in medieval schools, and has retained its importance in the classical public schools of the present day. But its logical justification on Stoic principles is far from easy. We are therefore not surprised to find that, just as Zeno and the main body of his followers had proclaimed in advance that such doctrine was false in principle and ridiculous in detail, so conversely, the followers of Panidius found it necessary expressly to repudiate the teaching of a large number of Stoics. We have in fact here a sharp conflict between the cultured and Platonizing Stoics on the one side and the general feeling of the school on the other. Cicero elsewhere treats it as an accepted Stoic doctrine that the wise man will blurt things straight out, and the theory of gentlemanly professions can never have appealed to any large social circle. In the period of the Principate, we find the theory of decorum, as a whole, abandoned. Seneca, personally as sensitive as Cicero himself, recognizes the absurdity of wasting time in hinting at a plain meaning, nor does he limit his choice of illustration even when addressing a lady of high social position. We must look then in some other direction than the De Officiis for a duly proportioned exposition of the Stoic virtue of soberness. 345. Reverting to the definitions of this virtue, we find amongst those that are generally accepted, first, that it is the science of things that are to be sought or avoided or neither. Secondly, that it is concerned with the human appetites. Now the term appetite or impulse, letter 1F41 Romuita, appetitus, includes in the Stoic philosophy all those first movements of the soul which draw us on towards some object, and which are adumbrations of right conduct requiring revision and control by reason. But it seems clear that soberness has little to do with those higher impulses that are characteristic of man, such as the love of knowledge or of society, since other virtues are concerned with these. It remains that soberness is the virtue which is concerned with the appetites common to men and the lower animals, which we may shortly call the lower appetites. They are, as we have already stated, the desires of eating, drinking, and sexual union. It is just in this sphere that pleasure arises, in the sense in which it is condemned by the cynics and popular moralists. We may therefore shortly define soberness as a right disposition of soul in relation to pleasure. Its peculiar characteristic is that it is in the main a negative virtue, displaying itself in abstinence from indulgence. 346. In order then rightly to understand the virtue of soberness, we need a clear idea of the attitude of the Stoics towards pleasure. Zeno, as we have seen, whilst definitely placing pleasure in the category of things indifferent, had nevertheless allowed it to be understood that it might be an advantage, pyro omicron eta gamma mu epsilon nu omicron u, and the seeking after it natural, kappa alpha tau letter 1F70 phi upsilon sigma iota nu. And this is stated to have been the express teaching of Hecato, Apollodorus, and Chrysippus. To other Stoics, this appeared to be a disastrous concession to Epicurean views. Cleanthes, who had scornfully described the ideal of Epicurus by the picture of pleasure enthroned as queen, with the virtues submissively attending as her handmaidens, interpreted the word indifferent more strictly. He refused to admit that pleasure was natural or possessed any worth. In this view, he was supported by a great many Stoics, and practically by Archetimus, when he said that pleasure was natural but valueless, like the hairs under the armpit. Hence followed the acceptable conclusion that no sensible man would pay much attention to so trivial a matter. Thus the one word, indifferent, came to include two views which were substantially opposed, the one inclining to the academic standpoint and the other to cynism. 347. From this contradiction an escape was sought by making a distinction. In one sense pleasure is an affection of the body, namely a tickling, titillatio of organs of sense, most readily illustrated in the eating of dainties. This kind of pleasure, even if it is not an advantage naturally sought, yet has some likeness to one, though it is not directly to be aimed at, yet it may be welcomed when nature grants it to us as an extra. This new view practically coincides with that of Aristotle, who calls pleasure an aftergrowth, letter 1F10 pi o de gamma epsilon nu nu eta mu alpha, excessio, which of itself follows on virtuous action and is attached to it as the scent to a flower. But much more commonly, in ethical discussions, pleasure denotes the excitement which is more strictly termed hilarity, letter 1F14 pi alpha rho sigma iota sigma, sublatio animi, and is the unhealthy condition of the soul when it is unduly attracted to an object of choice. For this mischief Cicero suggests the Latin term letitia, which is perhaps not altogether adequate. This pleasure may be unreservedly condemned as not merely indifferent, but actually contrary to nature. Whilst the virtuous and natural disposition is that of the man who not only contemplates toil and pain with calm mind, but actually welcomes them as possible stepping stones towards his own true advantage. 348. Although the prevailing tendency in Stoic teaching is to consider soberness as a negative virtue, and as opposed to the perturbation of hilarity, there is not wanting some recognition of its positive side. For soberness also demands that there shall be a healthy activity of the soul in matters such as eating, drinking, and the relations of sex. Abstinence is not in itself an end, and if pursued out of season is both a folly and a fault. But this point of view is not adequately treated by any Stoic writer. Panidius, in discussing daily duties, omitted to consider the proper care of the body, as was afterwards noticed by Antipater of Tyre. And Cicero gets little further than a general recommendation of common sense and self-restraint in all the circumstances of life. The Romans of the Principate were disposed to leave the matter to the physician, suggesting only that food should suffice to allay hunger, drink to put an end to thirst, and clothing to keep away cold. But it is probable that popular moral discourses stopped short of this and favored some amount of endurance as a discipline for the soul. 349. With regard to the relations of sex, the Socratic tradition was favorable to a more positive treatment. Accordingly, the Stoics, not without some feeling that they are adopting a paradoxical position, assert that love, letter 1F14 megasigma, amor, is an essential, both for the maintenance of the state and for the character of the good man. Zeno had laid it down that the wise man will love. We must, however, make a sharp distinction between love as the desire of sexual union and the higher love, letter 1F10, rho omega tau, iota kappa, letter 1F74, letter 1F00, rho epsilon tau eta, which is defined anew as an effort to make friends suggested by a beautiful object. Upon this impulse, which is natural in the widest sense, is based friendship in the young and the more lasting tie between husband and wife. By imposing self-restraint on the man and inviting the woman to share the lessons of philosophy, the Stoics introduced a new relation between husband and wife based upon equality and comradeship. A notable precedent was furnished by the Cynic community when the witty and learned Hipparchia joined Crates in the life of the beggar preacher. And Roman Stoicism supplies us with numerous instances of the same companionship. Under such conditions, marriage is no longer a matter of free choice. It is a civic duty incumbent on the young Stoic. The Stoics of the Roman Principate well perceived the danger that threatened the society in which they lived through the growing practice of celibacy. 350. The Stoic attitude towards marriage is well illustrated by the following extract from a discourse by Antipater of Tarsus. A youth of good family and noble soul, who has a sense of social duty, will feel that no life and no household is complete without wife and child. He will also bear in mind his duty towards the state, for how can that be maintained unless, as the fathers decay and fall away like the leaves of a fine tree, the sons marry in the flower of their age, and leave behind them fresh shoots to adorn the city, thereby providing for its protection against its enemies. He will look upon marriage also as a duty towards the gods, for if the family dies out, who will perform the accustomed sacrifices? Besides this, he who knows nothing of wife and child has not tasted the truest joys of affection. For other friendships are like platefuls of beans, or other like mixtures of juxtaposition, but the union of man and wife is like the mixing of wine and water, or any other case of penetration. Kappa rho letter 1F B6 sigma iota sigma delta iota, letter 1F45 lambda omega nu. For they are united not only by the ties of substance and soul and the dearest bond of children, but also in body. Other alliances are for occasion. This is bound up with the whole purpose of life, so that the parents on each side gladly allow that the wife should be first in her husband's affection, and the husband in his wife's. But in these days of dissolution and anarchy, all things change for the worse, and marriage is thought a hard thing. And men call the celibate life divine, because it gives opportunity for licentiousness and varied pleasures, and they bar the door against a wife as against an enemy. Others have their fancy taken by beauty or dowry, and no longer look for a wife who is piously brought up and obedient and a good manager. Nor do they trouble to instruct their wives in these matters. But if a man would attend to the warnings of philosophers, of all burdens a lawful wife would be the lightest and sweetest. Such a man would have 4 eyes instead of 2, and 4 hands instead of 2, to supply all his needs. And if he desired leisure to write books or take part in politics, he could hand over the whole business of housekeeping to his partner. 351. The 4 cardinal virtues, however widely they are interpreted, do not exhaust the field of daily duties. All objects that are advantages, pyro omicron eta gamma mu epsilon nu alpha, are prima facie such that the good man aims at securing them, although if sufficient reason appears, he will entirely forego them. The advantages of the soul, good natural disposition, art, and progress are discussed elsewhere in this chapter. As advantages of the body are reckoned life, health, strength, good digestion, good proportions, and beauty, whilst external advantages are wealth, reputation, noble birth, and the like. In all the details, there is a lack of exactitude and of agreement amongst the teachers. According to Seneca, men may reasonably wish for tallness, and there is a kind of beauty, not dependent on youth, of which women may be proud without blame. Fine clothes make no one the better man, but a certain degree of neatness and cleanliness in dress is an advantage. For nobility, the Stoics have little regard. All men are derived through an equal number of degrees from the same divine origin. Virtue is the true nobility. Good name, delta omicron psi alpha, Gloria, is commonly reckoned amongst advantages. But Chrysippus and Diogenes are said to have taught that a good man need not move a finger for the sake of reputation, unless some advantage can be obtained by it. Later teachers, influenced, as we are told, by the criticisms of Carneades, made it absolutely plain that they reckoned good name, apart from anything attainable by it, as an advantage, and they even considered it natural that a man should think of posthumous reputation. The general feeling of the school seems to be that the approval of others is too uncertain to be a fitting aim. Its place is taken by the approval of conscience. This term, which originally expressed the burden of a guilty secret, became in the Roman period modified in meaning, and could thus express the approval awarded to a man by his inner and personal consciousness, even when all the world disapproves his acts. This self-approval is closely akin to peace of mind. 352. On no subject would it be easier to find apparently contradictory views among Stoic writers than on that of wealth. To decry wealth and praise poverty is to some extent a commonplace with all the philosophical schools, and with Seneca in particular, this was so frequent a practice that his hearers found some inconsistency between his words and his deeds. For he was, as is well known, a rich man, but the position of the school is clear. Riches are not a good is a Stoic paradox, emphasized in 100 forms and by every teacher, but nevertheless they are an advantage, and thus are rightly aimed at by the good man. To the wealthy Stoics generally, and to the Romans of the Republican period especially, the maintenance of the family property, res familiaris, was a duty of high importance, and the wasting of it in wholesale largesse a serious misdeed. The Stoic view was sufficiently summed up in a proverb borrowed from Epicurus or one of his followers: "He who feels the need of wealth least can make the best use of it." Although Panidius did not write a special chapter on the acquisition and use of wealth, yet his views on the latter point are made sufficiently plain in his treatment of the virtue of justice. The justification of wealth lies in the intention to use it well, and this was a favorite subject with Hecato of Rhodes. As to its acquisition and investment, Cicero is content to refer us to the high-principled men who conduct the financial affairs of the capital. 353. Amongst those popular terms which hold an ambiguous place in the Stoic philosophy, we must reckon liberty. Letter 1 F10 lambda epsilon upsilon theta epsilon rho oda alpha, libertas. In one sense, liberty is a condition of soul such as characterizes the freeborn citizen in contrast to the slave. This liberty differs but little from the virtue of greatness of soul already described, and in its full meaning is a good, which the wise man alone can possess. But in another sense, liberty is an external advantage, sometimes defined as the power of living as you wish, and as such eagerly desired by the slave. More often perhaps it is conceived as the right of saying what you please. In this sense, liberty is equivalent to the pi alpha letter 1 Fe4, letter 1 Fe5, eta sigma iota alpha, which was the watchword of the democracy of Athens, and was the equally cherished privilege of the nobility of Rome. In a slightly different sense, it was the boast of the Cynic missionary. The Stoics take a middle position. Whilst all recognize that some sort of liberty is a precious privilege, and are prepared on occasion to sacrifice life or position for its sake, there are not wanting voices to remind us that it is unreasonable to speak out one's mind without regard to persons or circumstances, that the wrath of tyrants ought not lightly to be provoked, and that the most terrible of all oppressors is the soul that has lost its self-control. 354. Just as virtue chooses advantages in accordance with natural laws, so it refuses disadvantages in accordance with a disinclination. Letter 1 F14 kappa kappa lambda iota sigma, alienatio, which is equally natural and right so long as it is controlled by reason. Since to every advantage there is opposed a corresponding disadvantage, To choose the one is necessarily to refuse the other. And the doctrine of reasonable refusal is that of reasonable choice in its negative form. It will therefore be sufficient to give a formal statement of the theory. Disadvantages, or things that have negative value, letter 1F00 pi alpha xi iota alpha, may be subdivided according as they are disadvantages in themselves as an ungainly figure, or as they bring about other disadvantages as shortness of ready money, or for both reasons as bad memory or ill health. They may also be subdivided into 3 classes, according as they affect the soul, the body, or things external. Disadvantages of the soul are such things as inborn vulgarity or dullness of wit, of the body, ill health and dullness of the organs of sensation, of external things, poverty, loss of children, and the contempt of our neighbors. Equals 355. Equals since the virtues are permanent dispositions, delta iota alpha theta epsilon iota sigma, of the soul, rooted in firm principles in which the wise man never wavers, but to which none else can attain, some other name is required to describe those more passing, but yet wholesome moods which stand in contrast with the evil affections or perturbations of the soul, which will be discussed in our next chapter. A beginning is made in this direction with the 3 good affections, epsilon letter 1F50, pi alpha theta epsilon iota alpha iota, constantui sapientes affections. Here a new use of terms is introduced. Strictly speaking, an affection is an evil state of soul. But as we have no corresponding word for a good and calm condition, the use of the word affection is extended in this direction. Each of these good affections is introduced to us in contrast with a perturbation to which it bears a superficial resemblance. Thus contrasted with fear is caution, epsilon letter 1F50, lambda alpha beta epsilon iota alpha, cautio, which is right avoidance, and is entirely consistent with courage rightly understood. Subdivisions of caution are I, shame, alpha letter 1F30 delta omega sigma, verecundia, the avoidance of deserved blame, and Roman 2, sanctity, letter 1F01 gamma nu epsilon iota alpha, the avoidance of offenses against the gods. Contrasted with greed is readiness, beta omicron epsilon lambda sigma iota sigma, voluntas, the reasonable stretching out after future advantages. Contrasted with hilarity is joy, chi alpha rho alpha, gaudium, the reasonable appreciation of present advantages. Both readiness and joy are entirely consistent with soberness rightly understood. To the perturbation of grief, no good affection is named as bearing any resemblance. But we need not for that reason question, but that the wise man may entertain some quiet form of sympathy for the troubles of others, and of regret for the blows which fortune deals to him in political disappointment or personal bereavement. The good affections are possessed by the wise man only, but not all wise men possess them, nor any at all times. On the other hand, it is a daily duty to approximate to them, so that on this ground the good citizen enters into competition with the wise man on not altogether uneven terms. The whole doctrine of good affections may be conceived as an answer to those who accuse the Stoic of lack of feeling. For the much derided apathy of the school is substituted the doctrine of eupathy. Wisdom is not to be compared to the surface of a frozen sea, but to that of a rippling river. The lectures of Musonius and Epictetus bring out on every point the meaning of eupathy in its various applications. Equals 356. Equals we have now sketched the Stoic system of daily duties and its main features, and this sketch will be made more complete in many particulars in the course of the next 2 chapters. To the modern reader, the question here suggests itself: what compelling force has this system? What motive is supplied to the ordinary man for thus planning out his life? To this question, the ancient philosophers did not directly address themselves. Nevertheless, their answers are implied in their teaching as a whole. Thus the Stoics would doubtless reply, first, that daily duties are prescribed to us by reason, not perhaps always by reason in its highest sense, to which we must not appeal in every individual action, but at least by the spirit of reasonableness, epsilon letter 1F50, lambda omicron gamma, iota sigma tau iota alpha. Secondly, that the common opinion of mankind, growing daily stronger, recommends them. They are, as we have seen from the beginning, things that it comes in our way to do, that every good citizen and good man will be sure to do. As to future rewards and punishments, though these are not excluded by Stoicism, they are certainly never pressed as motives for right living. But the strongest of all motives is undoubtedly the mental picture of the wise man, the vision of that which is absolutely good. Critics may urge, it is a picture that never has been or will be realized in men's lives, a vision of that which is very far off and which you will never see or touch. This the Stoics hardly care to deny, but the difficulty does not disturb them. The vision attracts by its own beauty, the hope of attainment is cherished by all but the worst. We have spoken of the ordinary man, or, as the Stoics put it, of us who are not wise men. But strictly speaking, there is no room for the ordinary man in the system, but only for the probationer, pyro omicron kappa omicron pi tau omega nu, proficiens. It remains for us to trace the upward path from daily duty to virtue, along which every good man is endeavoring to advance. 357 equals the doctrine of progress, pyro omicron kappa omicron pi eta. Progressio is not peculiar to Stoicism, but it is nevertheless an essential feature of it. Critics may indeed dispute as to whether virtue has ever been in practice attained, but the Stoic must hold fast to the ethical principles that virtue can be taught, and that virtue is an art. Every man has from birth a capacity for acquiring virtue, which varies in degree according to his natural disposition of soul. On this foundation, every man builds by concurrent learning and practice. The child is greatly helped if he possesses the trait of modesty, alpha letter 1F30 delta, omega sigma, verecundia, which is essentially a readiness to defer to others and to learn from those who are older and wiser, though later it may turn to false shame, which is a hindrance. He will then learn to understand and perform his daily duties, and as his character ripens, this performance will daily become easier and more pleasurable to him, more certain and more steady in itself. And now daily duties come near to right actions, which are indeed daily duties perfected. Tau epsilon lambda epsilon iot omicron nu kappa alpha theta letter 1F6 kappa omicron nu perfectum officium, and complete in every point. In order to rise to this higher standard, the good man must first perform his duty in all particulars. He must do so with regularity and in harmony with the order of nature. He will then need only a certain fixity, conviction, and stability to pass into the ranks of the wise. 358 equals the stages of progress are variously expounded by Stoic writers, but on one principle all are agreed. Progress is not a halfway stage between vice and virtue, as the Peripatetics teach. It is a long preparation, to be followed by a change sudden and complete, mu epsilon tau alpha beta omicron lambda eta, conversio. The final step, by which a foolish man becomes in an instant wise, is different in kind to all that have gone before. This position is a necessary consequence of the doctrine that the good is not constituted by addition, and is enforced by various illustrations. The probationer is like a man who has long been under water. Little by little he rises to the surface, but all in a moment he finds himself able to breathe. He is like a puppy in whom the organ of sight has been for days past developing. All at once he gains the power of vision. Just so when progress reaches the end, there dawns upon the eyes of the soul the complete and dazzling vision of the good, of which till now only shadows and reflections have been perceived. For a moment he is wise, but does not even yet realize his own wisdom. Then again, in a moment, he passes on to the complete fruition of happiness. 359 equals thus from the lowlier conception of daily duties, we have again climbed upwards to the supreme ethical end, to absolute goodness, which is virtue in her full royalty, and the universal law, kappa omicron, iota nu letter 1F78 sigma nu omicron sigma, as it appeals to the individual man. In this connection, the ideal is familiar in modern times under the name of duty. The ancient Stoics perhaps never quite reached to any such complete formulation of their ethical theory in a single word, but their general meaning is perfectly expressed by it. Just as the Socratic paradoxes mark the quarrel of philosophy with outworn ideas expressed in conventional language, so its reconciliation with the general opinion is marked by those newly coined terms such as conscience and affection, which are now familiar household words. We cannot indeed demonstrate that duty exists, any more than we can that deity or providence exists, but we may well say that without it ethical discussion would in our own day be hardly possible. The following stanzas from Wordsworth's Ode to Duty based upon a Stoic text, may be a useful reminder, not only of the dominant position of this conception in modern thought, but also of the continued tendency of the human mind to express its supreme convictions in anthropomorphic language. Stern daughter of the voice of God, O duty! If that name thou love who art a light to guide, a rod to check the erring and reprove, thou who art victory and law when empty terrors overawe, from vain temptations dost set free, and calmst the weary strife of frail humanity. Stern lawgiver, yet thou dost wear the Godhead's most benignant grace, nor know we anything so fair as is the smile upon thy face. Flowers laugh before thee on thy beds, and fragrance in thy footing treads. Thou dost preserve the stars from wrong, and the most ancient heavens, through thee, are fresh and strong. To humbler functions, awful power, I call thee. I myself commend unto thy guidance from this hour. O let my weakness have an end. Give unto me, made lowly wise, the spirit of self-sacrifice, the confidence of reason give, and in the light of truth thy bondman let me live. Footnotes. The English term, like so many we have to use, is an imperfect translation. In discussing such questions as marriage and death, we speak instead of ordinary or simple duties. Kappa alpha tau omega nu omicron mu alpha sigma theta alpha iota delta. Omicron, letter 1 F55 tau, omega sigma, letter 1 F51 pi, letter 1 F78, pi rho omega tau omicron upsilon, zeta eta nu omicron sigma, tau letter 1 F78, kappa alpha theta letter 1 FC6, kappa omicron nu. Letter 1 F00, pi letter 1 F78, tau omicron letter 1 FE6, kappa alpha, tau go to nu alpha sigma, letter 1 F25 kappa epsilon iota nu. Tau letter 1 FC6, sigma pi rho omicron mu alpha sigma iota alpha sigma, epsilon letter 1 F30, lambda eta mu epsilon nu eta sigma diog. L Romans 7 108. Est quadam commune officium sapientes et incipientes, sic. Fin, Roman 3 18, 59. Stab, Roman 2 7 8. Diog, L Romans 7 107. Stab, Roman 2 7 8. Tau letter 1 FF6, nu kappa alpha theta to kappa omicron nu tau omega nu, tau letter 1 F70, mu letter 1 F72, nu epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota, phi alpha sigma iota, tau epsilon lambda epsilon iota alpha. Letter 1 F03 delta letter 1 F74, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, kappa alpha tau omicron rho theta omega mu alpha tau alpha, lambda epsilon gamma epsilon sigma theta alpha iota stab. As above, eudicet cum agit, officium allud est sic. Fin, Roman 3:18, 59. See below, section 357, 358. Diog, L Roman 7:4. Ib, 175. Omnia officia eo, ut adipus camer principia naturi sic. Fin, Roman 3:6, 22. Xenonum cum pulmone deceptantum, a quo quia sent principia naturi exceperat, ib. Roman 4:16, 45. Kappa alpha theta letter 1 FC6, kappa omicron, nu phi alpha sigma iota nu, epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota letter 1 F43, pi rho alpha chi theta letter 1 F72, nu epsilon letter 1 F54, lambda omicron gamma omicron, nu tau iota nu, letter 1 F34 sigma chi epsilon iota, letter 1 F00 pi omicron lambda omicron gamma iota sigma mu omicron nu diog. L Roman 7 107. Est autem officium, quod eta factum est, ut ius facti probabilis ratio redi possit, sic. Fin, Roman 3:17, 58. Ratio debit ager quidquam, cuius non possit causam probabilum redier off. I-29 101. Huic respondibimus, nunquam expecter nos certissimam rerum comprehensionum, quoniam in arduo est veri exploratio, sed ire, quod ducit verisimilitudo, omni hac via precedit officium. Sen ben Roman 4:33, 2, and see above, section 159. See above, section 110. Quod secundum naturam est, quod contigit protinus nato, non dico bonum sed inidium boni, sen ep. 124, 7. See above, section 306. Placet his, simul ac natum sit animal, ipsum sibi conciliari et commendari ad si conservandum, et ad suum statum ec, qui conservantia sunt ius status diligenda sic. Fin, Roman 3:5, 16. The maintenance of a complete life is illustrated by the desire to avoid the loss of a limb or deformity, ib. 17. Universally be not deceived, every animal is attached to nothing so much as to its own interest. Epict. Disc. Roman 2:22-15. Commune autem animantium omnium est coniunctionis appetitus percrindi causa, et cura quidem aerum, qui procreata sunt sic. Off, I4:11. Ib 12. Sic off, I4:13. Ib 14. Formam quidem ipsum Mars fili, et tanquam facem honesty vides, qui si oculis cerner retter, mirabiles amores, ut 8 Plato, exiterit sapientiae. Ib 5:14. In principiis autem naturalibus plerique stoici non putant voluptatem esse ponendum. Quibus ego vehementer assentir, nisi voluptatem natura posuis in iis rebus videtur, qui primia petunter, multa terpia sequenter. Fin. Roman 3:5-17. Yet Cicero, still writing as a Stoic, can say, Nihil sentient nisi voluptatem, ad inc ferunter omni impetu. Off. I30:105. See below, section 346, 347. See below, section 343, 344. In iis in quibus sapientia perfecta non est, ipsum illud quidem perfectum honestum nullo modo, similitudines honesty esse possunt. Sic. Off. Roman 3:13. Vivitor cum iis in quibus preclare agitur, si sunt simulacra virtudes. Ib. I15:46. Est autem quidem animi sanitas qui in incipientem etiam cadet, cum curation medicorum turbatio mentis offerter. Tusk. Disp. Roman 4:13-30. Diog. L. Romans 7:92. In duas parts virtus dividitur, in contemplationem veri et actionem, sen ep. 94:45. Tau alpha epsilon tau alpha sigma, mu letter 1 F72, nu omicron letter 1 F56, nu tau letter 1 F70, sigma letter 1 Fe5 eta theta epsilon iota sigma alpha sigma, letter 1 F00, rho epsilon tau letter 1 F70, sigma tau epsilon lambda epsilon iota alpha sigma, leg. Tau epsilon chi nu alpha sigma hers. Roman 2:482. Epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota lambda epsilon gamma omicron epsilon sigma iota, pi epsilon rho letter 1 F76, tau letter 1 F78, nu beta iota omicron u, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, sigma epsilon nu epsilon sigma tau eta kappa epsilon nu alpha iota, letter 1 F10 kappa, theta epsilon omega rho eta mu alpha tau omega nu, letter 1 F04 lambda lambda alpha sigma. Delta letter 1 F72, letter 1 F10 pi iota gamma iota nu epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, tau alpha iota sigma. Omicron letter 1 F50, kappa letter 1 F14 tau iota, tau epsilon chi nu alpha sigma, omicron letter 1 F54 sigma alpha sigma. Letter 1 F00, lambda lambda letter 1 F70, delta epsilon nu alpha mu epsilon iota sigma, tau iota nu alpha sigma. Letter 1 F10 kappa, tau, letter 1 FC6, sigma, letter 1 F00 sigma kappa eta sigma epsilon omega sigma, pi epsilon rho iota gamma nu omicron mu epsilon nu alpha sigma stab. Roman 2:7, 5b4. For the virtues recognized by Chrysippus and others see Arnim Roman 3:262-293, we find a sufficiently long list in Seneca. Fortitudo, fides, temperantia, humanitas, simplicitas, modestia ac moderatio, frugalitas et parsimmonia, clementia, ep. 88, 29 and 30. Plet vert more 2 de fort, 2 sto, rep Roman 7:1. Thus phi rho omicron u eta sigma iota sigma, became letter 1 F10 pi iota sigma tau eta mu eta, letter 1 F67 u, pi omicron iota eta tau epsilon omicron u, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, omicron letter 1 F50, pi omicron iota eta tau epsilon omicron u, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, omicron letter 1 F50, delta epsilon tau epsilon rho omega nu stab. Roman 275b1, cf. Alex. APH. Defato 37, Arnim Roman 3:283. Omnes cogitatio modusc animi aut in conciliis capiendis de rebus honestis, aut in studiis scientiae cognitionisque versitur. Sic. Off, I6:19. Natura nos ad utrum genuit, et contemplationi rerum et actioni sen dial. Roman 8:5-1. Quid ergo, nihil nobis liberalia conferunt studia, ad alium multum, ad virtutum nihil. Quare ergo liberalibus studiis filios eridimus, quia animum ad accipiendum virtutum preparent, ep. 88-20. Sine hac art sc, dialectica quemvis arbitranter of viro obduci falic posse, sic. Fin, Roman 3:21-72. Qui convenienter naturi victuris sit, I proficissendum est ab omni mundo ac ob ius procuration, ib. 22-73. Ad eis virtuts dialecticam etiam adiungunt et physicam, isc ambas virtutum nomen appellant, ib. 21-72. Ad hoc nobis prodrit in spicer rerum naturam. Primo dissedemus assorditis, deigned animum ipsum, quo summo magnoque opus est, seducemus a corpor, deigned in occultes exercitata subtilitas non erit in aperta deterior, sen nq Roman 3 pref. 18. Qui omnes arts in veri investigation versenter, cuia studio auribus gerendis obduci contra officium est, sic. Off. I6 19. Est vidium quod quidem nimis magnum studium, in res conferant non necessarias, ib. 6 18. A Gellius, N.A. Roman 14:4-4. Sic off, I7 21 and 22. Ib. 1341. Principe sint patria ac parents, proximi liberi, todac domus, qui spectat in nos solos, deigned beni convenience propinqui sic off. I 58. I ought not to be free from affections, letter 1 F00 pi alpha theta to sigma, like a statue, but I ought to maintain the relations, sigma chi epsilon sigma epsilon iota sigma, natural and acquired, as a pious man, as a son, as a father, as a citizen epict. Disc. Roman 3:2-4. Duties are usually measured by relations, tau alpha letter 1 FD6 sigma chi epsilon sigma iota. Is a man a father? The precept is to take care of him, to yield to him in all things. Does a brother wrong you? Maintain then your own position towards him, Manual 30. All the duties of relationship on the one side imply corresponding duties on the other side. In visum ista, quantum exigunt, priestant, et perm desiderant regulam, qui, ut 8 hecaton difficiles est. Sen ben Roman 2:18, 2. Scientia est distingdi, quid sit malum et quid non sit ep. 85-28, quamodo igitur chrysippus, fortitudo est, inquit, scientia rerum perferendarum, vel affectio animi in patiendo ac perferendo, summi legi parens sine timor sic. Tusk, disp. Roman 4:24-53. Quicquid est hoc Marcia, quad circa nos ex adventitio fulgit, liberi honors ops, ampla atriat exclusorum clientium turba referta vestibula, clara nobilis aut formosa caniunc ceterac ex inserta et mobili sort pendentia, alieni commoditicid paradis sunt, nihil horum dono datur. Colataceis et ad dominos redituris instrumentis sina adornator sen dial. Roman 6:10-1. Victrix fortuni sapientia, Jov sat. Roman 13:20. Cum potens et imperio editi noser intendent, citra sapientium omnis aerum impetus deficient, sen dial. Roman 2:4-1. Levis est, si fair possum, brevis est, si fair non possum ep. 24:14. Inter hic tamen aliquis non gemuit, parum est non rogavit, parum est non respondit, parum est, rissit et quidem ex animo, ib. 78:19. Mors optimum inventum naturi dial. Roman 6:20-1. Fortum pos animum, mortis terror carentum, qui spatium vidi extremum inter munera ponet naturi, Jov. Sat. X 357-9. Carum T vita beneficio mortis habeo sen dial. Roman 6:23. Nullo nos in vita tanto armavit natura bono, quam ianua mortis quad patet silius pun. Xi 186-8. Adio mors timenda non est, ut beneficio ius nihil timendum sit, sen ep. 24:11. Quin habet aliquid in si terribile, ut et animos nostros, quos in amorum sui natura formavit, offendet, nemo dubitat, ib. 36:8. So Heraclitus had said, unius dies par omni est, ib. 12:7. Ut prorogter tibi dies mortis, nihil proficiter ad felicidatum, quoniam mora non fit beat your vita, sed longior ben. V 17:6. Si coeperit concutermentum, si parts ius conveller, si mihi non videm reliquerit sed animam, prosilium ex edificio putri ac runti, ep. 58:35. Melius nos, Zeninus precepta docent, nec enim omnia, quidem pro vita faciam deputant, Jov. Sat. Roman 15 106 to 108. Diog. L. Roman 7 130. Ingenious members of the school found 5 good reasons for voluntarily quitting life, resembling the causes for breaking up a banquet. As the guests part because of a sudden need, such as the arrival of a friend, Roman 2, revelers breaking in and using violent language, Roman 3, the food turning bad, Roman 4, the food being eaten up, or v, the company being drunk. So the wise man will depart because of a call to sacrifice himself for his country, Roman 2, tyrants doing him violence, Roman 3, disease hindering the use of the body, Roman 4, poverty, v, madness, which is the drunkenness of the soul. See Arnim Roman 3 768. Notably in the case of Cato. In quo plura sunt, qui secundum naturem sunt, huius officium est in vita manner, in quo autem aut sunt plura contraria, aut for videnter, huius officium est e vita excedier, sic. Fin. Roman 3:18, 60. Perspicuum est etiam stultorum, qui eodem miseri sint, officium est manner in vita, si sint in maior part irum rerum, quas secundum naturem esse decimus. Ib. Roman 3:18, 61. He might easily have obtained acquittal by a judicious defense. Zen mem, Roman 4:4. Catoni gladium adsertorum libertatis extorque, magnam partem detraxeris gloriae, sen ep. 13:14. Ille ad fectus multos occupavit libido moriendi ib. 24:25. Quid ergo, non multos spectavi abrumpens vitam? Ego viro vidi, sed plus momenti apud me habent qui ad mortem veniunt sine odio vidi, et admittunt elam, non attrahunt ib. 30:15. Ib. 24:25. Ib. 117:22. Epict disc, I9:16. Probe definitor a stoicis fortitudo, cum eam virtutum esse dicunt propugnantem pro equitate sic. Off, I19:62. Ib. 21:71. Ib. 26:92. Ib. 23:80. Xenon 8, excedit ad republicam, nisi si quid impedirit sen dial, Roman 8:32. See above, section 89-90. See above, section 91. Efficiendum autem est, ut appetitus rationi obedient, eamc nec precurrent, nec propter pigratium aut ignavium deserrent, sinc tranquilli ac omni perturbation animi carient, sic. Off, I29:102. Hoc loco contenter id, quod disi Latin decorum potest, Greece enim pyro epsilon pi omicron udicitor, huius vis est, ut ob anisto non quit separari, ib. I27:93. Stab, Roman 2:7, 5b4. Ut corporis est quidem apta figura membrorum cum coloris quadam suavitate, e qui dicitor pulchritudo. Sic in animo opinionem eudiciramque equabilitas et constantia, cum firmitate quadam et stabilitate, pulchritudo vocatur, tusc. Disp. Roman 4:13-31. Id decorum s, quod ida naturi consentinium sit, ut in eo moderatio et temperantia apparit, cum specie quadam liberali off. I27:96. Et hibenda est igitur quidem reverentia adversus homines, et optimi cuiusque et reliquorum, ib. 28:99. To order myself lowly and reverently to all my betters, English Church Catechism. Sic off, I29:104. Id enim maxime quemque disset, quod est cuiusque maxime suum quisque igitur nascat ingenium, ib. 31:113-4. Retail trading and all the arts that subserve luxury are illiberal. Agriculture is the most truly liberal. Ib. 42:150-151. Ib. 34:122-24. Venestatum mulibrum ducere debimus, dignitatem virilum, ib. 36:130. In the same spirit Epictetus says, we ought not to confound the distinctions of the sexes, disc. I16:14. Sic off, I35:127. Nec viro audiendi sunt sinici, aut si qui furunt stoici pene sinici, qui reprehendent et irrident, quadi quire terpia non sint, verbis flagitiosa ducemus. Illa autem qui terpia sint, nominibus appellimus sues ib. I35:128. Sinacorum autem rationem ac vitam alii cadir in sapientum dicunt, si quis ius modi forte casus inciderit, ut id faciendum sit, alii nullo modo fin. Roman 3:20, 68. Habe scalem stoicam, letter 1 F41 sigma omicron phi letter 1 F78 sigma epsilon letter 1 F50, theta upsilon letter 1 Fe4 letter 1 Fe5 eta mu omicron nu eta sigma epsilon iota. Ego servo et servabo sic enim id suvi Platonus vericundium. Idac tectis verbis e ad t scripsi, qui apertissimus agunt stoici fam. Roman 9:22-5. See also above, section 318. Rem ineptissimum facero, si nunc verba quisero, quemid modum dicem alum matelum sumpsis sen ben. Roman 3:26-2. Dial, Roman 6:23. Sigma megaphyro omicron sigma upsilon nu delta. Epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota letter 1 F10 pi iota sigma tau eta mu eta nu, alpha letter 1 F31, rho epsilon tau letter 1 FF6 nu kappa alpha letter 1 F76, phi epsilon upsilon kappa tau letter 1 FF6 nu kappa alpha letter 1 F76 omicron letter 1 F50, delta epsilon tau epsilon rho omega nu stab. Roman 27, 5b1. Tau letter 1 F74 nu delta letter 1 F72, sigma omega phi rho omicron sigma upsilon nu eta nu, pi epsilon rho letter 1 F76, tau letter 1 F70, sigma letter 1 F41, rho mu letter 1 F70, sigma tau omicron letter 1 Fe6, letter 1 F00 nu theta rho omega pi omicron upsilon ib. 7, 5b2. Mu alpha nu epsilon iota eta nu mu letter 1 FB6, lambda omicron nu letter 1 F22 letter 1 F21 sigma theta epsilon iota eta nu was the expression of antisthenes, see Diog. L Roman 6:3. Voluptas est, res humiles, membrorum terpium aut vilium ministerio veniens, sen ben. Roman 7:2-2. Intelligitur appetitus omnes, contrahendos sedendosc esse, sic, off. I-29, 103. See above, section 319. It does not seem possible to accept Pearson's view on ZFR. 128, that Zeno intended pi omicron nu omicron sigma to be the pi rho omicron eta gamma mu epsilon nu omicron nu, and letter 1 F21 delta omicron nu eta, the letter 1 F00 pi omicron pi rho omicron eta gamma mu epsilon nu omicron nu. But both he and his successors undoubtedly recognized the value of pi omicron nu omicron sigma, toil, as a discipline. The following remarks communicated to the writer by Mr. Pearson throw much light on a really difficult question. Even the cynics are forced to admit that not all pleasure is to be condemned. The evidence is in Zeller's Socratics p. 308, but the only form of it which deserves consideration is that which is the result and after effect of pi omicron nu omicron sigma. In other words, it may be argued that true pleasure is the cessation of pain, Platt. Phileb, 44b. The glorification of Heracles the toilsome here corresponds, but pleasure as understood by the vulgar is unhesitatingly to be rejected. Zeno was the inheritor of all this, and if he ever said that letter 1 F21 delta omicron nu eta was pi rho omicron eta gamma mu epsilon nu omicron nu, his remark can only have applied to the letter 1 F00 pi omicron nu iota alpha letter 1 F21 delta omicron nu eta, and such certainly was the view of Chrysippus, Plut. Sto. Rep 30, 2. In the passage here referred to from Plutarch, letter 1 F00 pi omicron iota alpha takes the place of letter 1 F21 delta omicron nu eta as a pi rho omicron eta gamma mu epsilon nu omicron nu, so also in Stab. Roman 2:7, 7e and sic. Fin. Roman 3:15, 51. See further section 347, 371. Letter 1 F21 delta omicron nu eta as an advantage is contrasted with pi omicron nu omicron sigma, suffering, as a disadvantage in the list attributed to these writers in Diog. L Roman 7 102. Sic fin, Roman 2:21, 69. Kappa lambda epsilon alpha nu cd to sigma, mu eta tau epsilon, kappa alpha tau, letter 1 F70, phi upsilon sigma iota nu alpha letter 1 F50, tau letter 1 F74, nu epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota mu eta tau, letter 1 F00 xi iota alpha nu, letter 1 F14 chi epsilon iota nu, letter 1 F10 nu tau, letter 1 FF7 beta iota letter 1 FF3 sext. Math. Xi 74, Arnim Roman 3 155. Arnim Roman 3 136, 155. Sit impudens, si plurus esse contendet dulcidinum corporis, et titillationem, ex eve natum laetitium, quam gravitatem animi sic. Fin. Roman 3:1-1, quis mortalium per diem noctem titillari velit, sen dial. Roman 7:5-4, quidni ista bene penset cum minutis et frivolis et non perseverantibus corpusculi modibus. Ib. 4:4. Voluptas habet quidem simili naturali bono sic. Leg. I11:31, condimenti fortis non nihil, utilitatis cert nihil habet off. Roman 3:33-120. Voluptatem natura necessariis rebus admiscuit, non ut elam pederemus, sed ut sine quibus non possumus viver, gradira nobis Elias facerit excessio sen ep. 116:3. Non prestat sed et hanc, nec huic laborat sed labor ius, quam vis aliud pedet, hoc quoque id sequeter dial. Roman 7:9-1, that this view was held by Chrysippus appears from Diog. L. Roman 7:86, cf. Arnim Roman 3:229, see also above, notes 92 and 93. Eth. Annex 7. Letter 1 F21 delta omicron, new letter 1 F74 delta epsilon, letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota nu, letter 1 F04 lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma, letter 1 F14 pi alpha rho sigma iota sigma, letter 1 F10 phi. Alpha letter 1 F31, rho epsilon tau, letter 1 FF7 delta omicron kappa omicron letter 1 FE6, nu tau iota, letter 1 F51 pi alpha rho chi epsilon iota nu diog. L. Roman 7 114 of Chrysippus. Hoc interest, quad voluptas dissiter etiam in animo vidiosa res, ut stoici putant qui eam sic definiant, sublationem animi sine ration opinantes si magno bono frui sic. Fin. Roman 2:4-13. Vidium esse voluptatem credimus, sen ep. 59:1. Quam stoici letter 1 F21 delta omicron uida nu appellant, ego malo lidicium appeller, quasi gestiontes animi elationem voluptarium, sic. Fin. Roman 3:10-35. Sometimes Cicero translates with more fullness by Lidicia gestions or nimia, tusk, disp. Roman 4:6-13. Pi alpha nu alpha iota tau iota omicron sigma, delta letter 1 F72, tau iota nu alpha mu letter 1 F72, nu kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70, phi epsilon sigma iota nu letter 1 F51 pi alpha rho chi epsilon iota nu, tau iota nu letter 1 F70 delta letter 1 F72, pi alpha rho letter 1 F70, phi epsilon sigma iota nu sext. Math. Xi 73, Arnim Roman 3 155. See below, section 371, 402, 403. On the whole subject see further Hicks, Stoic and Epicurean pp. 110-112. Antipater Tyrius, Stoicus, qui Athenes nuper est mortus, praederit senset a penidio validudinis curationum. Valitudo sustentator notitia sui corporis et observation, qui res aut protus solent aut obes, et continentia invictu omni ac cultu corporis tuendi causa, postremo art aerum, quorum ad scientiam hic pertinent, sic. Off. Roman 2:24-86. Hanc sanam et salubrum formam vidi tenit, ut corpori tantum indulgites, quantum boni validudini satis est. Sibus famum sedit, podio situm extinguat, vestes arsit frigus, domus munimentum sit adversus infesta corporis, sen ep. 8:5, and so Musonius below, section 381. Epict disc, Roman 3:22 and 26. See above, section 304. Diog, L. Roman 7 129, Stoici sapientum amaturum esse dicunt sic, tusk, disp, Roman 4:34-72. Letter 1 F10, pi iota beta omicron lambda, letter 1 F74, nu phi iota lambda omicron, pi omicron iota letter 390, alpha sigma delta iota letter 1 F70, cap alpha lambda lambda omicron sigma, letter 1 F10 mu phi alpha iota nu omicron mu epsilon nu omicron nu diog. L. Roman 7 130. Amorum ipsum canatum emisici faciendi ex pulchritudinis specie definiant, sic. As above. The letter 1 F10 pi iota beta omicron lambda eta, or canatus, is a variety of the letter 1 F41 rho mu eta, or appetitio. Herzl p. 390. Not of course new in any absolute sense. In the country, at least such relations must always have been common. Diog, L. Roman 6 96-98. See above, section 300 and section 306, note 29. and below section 431, 439, 444, and 446. In consensu vidui calibatus nemo uxorum duxit, nisi qui abjuxit sen. Ben, I9 4. Stab, Roman 4:22, 25, and see further, section 406, 407. Diog, L. Roman 7 106. Non contemnat si sapiens, etiam zi furit minimi staturi, est tamen si prosrum volet, sen dial. Roman 7:22 2. Unicum tibi ornamentum pulcherima et nulli obnoxia etati forma ib. Roman 12:16, 4. Contra naturaam est, facils odis mundicias sen ep. 5 4. Non splendit toga ni sordit quidem ib. 5 3. Unius omnium parens mundus est, ad hunc prima cuiusque origo purgiciter ben. Roman 3:28 2. Stemma non inspicit. Animus facit nobilum, ep. 44 1 and 5. Diog, L. Roman 7 106, sic, fin, Roman 3:15 51. De bona autem fama, Chrysippus quidem et Diogenes, detracta utilitate, ni digitum quidem ius causa perigendum esse dispent. Qui autem post ius furunt, cum carnidum sustener non passent, hanc quam dixi bonum famum propter si prepositum et sumendum esse dixerunt, ib. 1757. Cicero and Seneca were both keenly sensitive to the judgment of posterity. Possus natus est, qui populum aetatis sui cogitat, multa honorum milia, multa populorum supervenient, ad alla respice. Etiam zi omnibus tecum viventibus silentium liver indixerit, venient qui sine offensa sine gratia iudicent, sen ep. 79 17. Pacem demus animo quam dabit, intenta mens ad unius honesty cupididatum. Conscientui satis fiat, nil infamam laboremus dial, v. 41 2. Multis ad philosophandum obstitur divici, paupertas expedita est, secura est, ep. 17 3. Transimus ad patrimonia, maximam humanarum aramnarum materiam, dial, Roman 9:8 1. Posidonius sic interrogandum 8, qui nec magnitudinem animo dant nec fiduciam nec securitatem, non sunt bona. Divitui autem, nihil horum faciunt, ergo non sunt, ep. 87 35. Divicias nego bonum esse, nam si assent, bonos facerent. Ceterum et habendas esse et utils et magna commoda vitiid ferentes fader dial. Roman 7:24 5. Non amat divicias, sed mavult. Mearum virtudi sui materiam subministrari vult, ib. 21 4. Largidio qui fit ex re familiari, fontem ipsum benignitatis exorit sic. Off. Roman 2:15 52. Mentitor prodigus liberalum, cum plurimum intersit utrum quis dare siet and server nesciat, sen ep. 128. Is maxime diviteas fruiter, qui minim diviteas indigit, ib. 14 17. Sic off. Roman 2:24 86. See above, section 337. Hecatonum quidem rhodium, discipulum panidi, video in iis libris, quos deficiis scripsit q tuberoni, dicer sapientis esse, nihil contra mores legs instituta facientum, haber rationum re familiaris, nec enim solum nobis divites esse volumus, sed liberis propinquis amicis, maxime republici. Singulorum enim facultates et copii divitii sunt civitatis. Sic. Off. Roman 3:15 63. Toto hoc degener dequerenda decollicanda pecunia, commodius e quibustum optimus viris, ad eanum medium sedentibus, quam ob ullis philosophis ulla in schola disputeter, ib. Roman 2:25 90, and see further, section 408. See above, section 342. Tau letter 1F7 4, nu mu letter 1F7 2, nu cap alpha tau, letter 1F00 lambda eta theta epsilon ode alpha nu, letter 1F10 lambda epsilon epsilon theta epsilon rho ode alpha nu, letter 1F00 gamma alpha theta omicron nu. Delta iota, letter 1F43 delta letter 1F74, kappa alpha letter 1F76, tau letter 1F78, nu sigma pi omicron upsilon delta alpha letter 1FD6 omicron, nu epsilon letter 1F36, nu alpha iota mu omicron nu, letter 1F10 lambda epsilon epsilon theta epsilon rho omicron nu stab. Roman 2:7, 11I. Quid est enim libertas, potestas vivendi ut velis sic, par. 534. Esperitas agrestes volt libertas dissimera hor. Ep. I 18, 6 and 8. Jove, Sat. I 150, 153. Non potest gratis constare libertas, hanc si magno estimas, omnia parvo estimanda sunt, sen ep. 104, 34, where the reference is to libertas in both senses. Nec civis erat, qui libera possit verba animi profera, et vitam impendir viro Jove. Sat. Roman 490 and 91. Omicron letter 1F50, gamma letter 1F70, rho letter 1F00, epsilon letter 1F76, kappa alpha letter 1F76, pi alpha nu tau alpha chi omicron letter 1Fe6, kappa alpha letter 1F76, pi rho letter 1F78, sigma letter 1F41, nu tau iota nu omicron letter 1Fe6, nu lambda epsilon kappa tau epsilon omicron nu, letter 1F03. Phi rho omicron nu omicron letter 1Fe6 mu epsilon nu musin. Apud stab. Roman 340, 9 hence, p 754, 6. Sapiens nunquam potentiam eras provocabit, immo declinabit, non aliter quam in navigando procelam, sen ep. 14, 7. Can we abolish the acropolis that is in us, and cast out the tyrant within us, whom we have daily over us? Epict. Disc. Roman 4:1, 86. Chi rho upsilon sigma iota pi omicron sigma, phi sigma iota, mu alpha iota nu epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, tau omicron letter 1F7a sigma. Tau letter 1F74, nu letter 1F00 pi omicron nu iota alpha nu, letter 1F10 nu, mu eta delta epsilon, nu letter 1F76, pi omicron iota omicron upsilon mu epsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma plut. Sto. Rep 32. In aliae satis esse causi quam obrum quibustum antiponrenter, ut in doloris vacuitate sic, fin. Roman 3:15, 51. Stab, Roman 2:7, 7b, sic, fin. Roman 3:17, 56. Stab, as above. For a similar change in the meaning of the word conscience, see above, section 351. The new use of this word as of the word affection is that now commonly understood in ethical discussion. Diog, L. Roman 7 116, declinatio si cum ration fiat, caudio appellator, ec intelligator in solo esse sapient sic. Tusk. Disp, Roman 4 6, 13. Ius modi appetitionum stoici beta omicron upsilon lambda sigma iota nu appellant, nos appellemus voluntatem. Quam sic definiunt, voluntas est, qui quid cum ration desiderat, ib. 6, 12. Cum ration animus movetur placid ac constanter, tum alud gaudium dicitur, ib. 6, 13. See below, section 374, 379. Scio gaudium nisi sapienti non continger. Est enim animi elatio suis bonus verisque fidentes, sen ep. 59, 1 and 2. Sola virtus prestat gaudium perpetuum, ib. 27, 3. Chi alpha rho letter 1F70, nu delta letter 1F72, kappa alpha letter 1F76, epsilon letter 1F50. Phi rho omicron sigma upsilon nu eta nu kappa alpha letter 1F76, phi rho omicron nu iota mu omicron nu, pi epsilon rho iota pi alpha tau eta sigma iota nu omicron letter 1F54 tau, epsilon pi letter 1Fb6, sigma iota tau omicron letter 1Fd6, sigma phi rho omicron nu iota mu omicron iota sigma. Letter 1F51 pi alpha rho chi epsilon iota nu, omicron letter 1F54 tau, epsilon alpha letter 1F30, epsilon iota stab. Roman 2:7, 5c. In huius gaudii possession set volo sen ep. 23, 4. Letter 1F00 nu alpha lambda gamma sigma iota alpha, enim ac letter 1F00 pi alpha theta epsilon iota alpha, quarundum etium, ex idem porticu prudenterum hominum, sicut iudicio panite, in probata abactac est. A. Gellius and A. Roman 12, 5, 10. Tau letter 1F78, lambda omicron gamma iota kappa letter 1F78, nu zeta letter 1F7, omicron nu letter 1F00. Kappa omicron, lambda omicron upsilon theta eta tau iota kappa letter 1F78, nu phi upsilon sigma epsilon iota, letter 1F10 sigma tau iota, tau letter 1F7, lambda omicron gamma letter 1F3, kappa alpha letter 1F76, kappa alpha tau, letter 1F70 tau, letter 1F78 nu. Lambda omicron gam omicron nu letter 1 f61 sigma, letter 1 f02 nu, letter 1 f21 gam epsilon mu omicron nu alpha, pi rho alpha kappa tau o to cap omicron nu, Galen plaque. Hip. Et plat. Roman 42, p 368k. Neget Platonum, si sapiens non sit, idem esse in causa, quaterninum Dionysium. Huic mori optimum esse propter desperationum sapientui, illi propter spem viver sic. Fin. Roman 420-56. See above, section 289, 324. For the Socratic paradox, virtue can be taught, see above, section 46, also Diog. L. Roman 791, nemo est caju bonus. Descenda virtus est, sen, ep. 123-16. Arnim Roman 3 214. Omnibus natura fundamenta dedit seminc virtutum, sen ep. 108-8. The emphasis occasionally laid on epsilon letter 1f50, phi upsilon letter 390 alpha bona indoles, reflects aristocratic and Platonic influences, see Pearson pp. 205-206. Those who have a good natural disposition, omicron letter 1f31 epsilon letter 1f50 phi upsilon epsilon letter 1f d6 sigma, even if you try to turn them aside, cling still more to reason epict. Disc. Roman 3-6-9. Modest actions preserve the modest man, and immodest actions destroy him. Actions of fidelity preserve the faithful man, and the contrary actions destroy him. Ib. Roman 2:9-11. What then is progress? If any of you, withdrawing himself from externals, turns to his own will, pi rho omicron alpha iota rho epsilon sigma iota sigma, to exercise it and to improve it by labor. Ib. I 4:18. Sic deroff. I 2899, section 343 above, vericundium bonum in adolescent signum sen ep. 11:1. Vericundia qui multorum proftus silentio pressit dial, Roman 624-2, cf. ep. 40:14. Paulatum voluptatis sunt qui necessitate coeperent dial, I 4:15. Staub, Roman 2:7, 8:8a and 11 a sic. Off, I 3:8 and Roman 3:3:14. Letter 1f41 delta, letter 1f10 pi, letter 1f04 kappa rho omicron u, phi eta sigma letter 1f76. Pi rho omicron cap omicron pi tau omega nu, letter 1f05 pi alpha nu tau alpha, pi alpha nu tau omega sigma, letter 1f00 pi omicron delta omega sigma iota, tau letter 1f70 cap alpha theta eta cap omicron nu tau alpha, kappa alpha letter 1f76, omicron letter 1f50, delta letter 1f72, nu pi alpha rho alpha lambda epsilon iota pi epsilon iota stab. Roman 4, floor. 103, 22m, Arnim Roman 3 510. Primum est officium, ut si conservit in naturi statu, dainceps ut e tenit, qui secundum naturam sint, deigned e perpetua tum ad extremum constans consenting ac naturi, in qua primum ines incipit et intelligi, quid sit, quod vir bonum possit dissa, sic. Fin, Roman 3 20. Letter 1 f10 pi iota gamma nu epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, tau, letter 1 f74, nu epsilon letter 1 f50. Delta alpha iota mu omicron, nu jota alpha nu letter 1 f45 tau alpha nu, alpha letter 1 f31, mu epsilon sigma alpha iota, pi rho alpha xi epsilon iota sigma, alpha letter 1 f57 tau alpha iota, pi rho omicron sigma lambda alpha beta omega sigma iota, tau, letter 1 f78, beta epsilon beta alpha iota omicron u. Kappa alpha letter 1 f76, letter 1 f11 kappa tau, iota kappa letter 1 f78, nu kappa alpha letter 1 f76, letter 1 f30 delta iota alpha nu, pi letter 1 fc6, xi iota nu tau iota nu alpha lambda alpha beta omega sigma iota stab as above. Illud, quad ultimum venet, ut fidem tibi habeas et recta irti via credas sen dial. Roman 9:2-2. Epictetus uses the technical term letter 1 f00 mu epsilon tau alpha pi tau omega sigma iota alpha, unchangeable firmness of mind disc. Roman 3:2-8. See especially Seneca, ep. 75 and 95. Diog, L. Roman 7 127. Tau letter 1 f74, nu delta letter 1 f72, mu epsilon tau alpha sigma tau rho omicron phi letter 1 f74, nu tau letter 1 f74, nu letter 1 f10, pi letter 1 f76, tau letter 1 f70, theta epsilon letter 1 fd6, alpha omicron letter 1 f31, mu letter 1 f72, nu sigma tau omega iota kappa omicron letter 1 f76, letter 1F10 kappa. Mu epsilon tau, alpha beta omicron lambda letter 1FC6, sigma phi alpha sigma letter 1F76, gamma iota nu epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, mu epsilon tau alpha beta alpha lambda lambda omicron epsilon sigma eta sigma, tau letter 1FC6, sigma psi upsilon chi letter 1FC6, sigma epsilon letter 1F30, sigma sigma omicron phi iota alpha nu clem. Al. Strom. Roman 4:6, 28 Arnim Roman 3 221. Sic fin, Roman 3:14 45, and see above, section 322. Ut qui demersi sunt in aqua, nihilo magis respirare possunt, si non lunge absunt assumo, ut eam iamque possunt emerger, quam si etiam tum essent in profundo, nec catulus alle, qui eam appropinquat ut videt, plus cernit quam is qui modo est natus. Item, qui processit aliquantum ad virtutis ad item, nihil omnis in miseria est, quam alle qui nihil processit sic. Fin. Roman 3:14 48. As to the man who is wise without knowing it, delta iota alpha lambda epsilon lambda eta theta letter 1F7c sigma sigma omicron phi omicron sigma, see Arnim Roman 3 539 to 542, and Plut. Sto. Rep 19, 3 and 4. Eam non concilio bonus, sed more eo perductus, ut non tantum rect facere possit, sed nisi rect facere non possit, sen ep. 120:10. Written in 1805. Chapter 14. Sin and Weakness. Equals 360. Equals the Stoic view of the universe is colored by optimism. All comes from God, all works towards good. Nonetheless, the Stoic morals are stern. Men in the mass are both foolish and wicked, they defy God's will and thwart his purpose. The world is full of sin, and all sins, to use the Socratic paradox, are equal. What then is sin? It is a missing of the mark at which virtue aims, letter 1F01 mu alpha rho tau eta mu alpha. It is a stumbling on the road peccatum. It is a transgressing of the boundary line. It is the child of ignorance, the outward expression of ill health of the soul. Everywhere and in every man it weakens, hampers, and delays the work of virtue. It cannot, however, finally triumph, for it is at war with itself. The Persians were wrong when they conceived an evil power, a concentration of all the powers of mischief in one personality. This cannot be, for sin lacks essential unity. It destroys but does not build, it scatters but it does not sow. It is an earth-born giant whose unwieldy limbs will in the end be prostrated by a combatant, small to the outward view, but inspired with divine forcefulness. If we understand what sin is, we shall see its repulsiveness. If we learn how it spreads, we shall seek protection against its infecting poison. If we attack it in detail, in individual men and in their daily acts, we shall in the end lay it low. Philosophy then proceeds to arm itself for its task. Equals 361. Equals sin is ignorance. More accurately, it is that which appears to be knowledge but is not knowledge, it is false judgment. If we follow the process by which knowledge is attained, we find that there is no error in the mind picture, visum, whether it is sensory or partly sensory and partly rational. This is an adumbration automatically presented to the mind. But assent is in our power. It is both an intellectual and a moral act. A too hasty assent to that which appears to be but is not is both an error and an offense, and most particularly so when it lies in the application of the general conceptions, pyro omicron lambda psi epsilon iota sigma, of good and evil to particular cases. In this way we quickly reach four sinful conditions, which come about by mistaking things in different, that is, advantages and disadvantages, for things good or evil. These are: I fear, phi omicron beta omicron sigma, metis, in which a future disadvantage is mistaken for a future evil. Roman 2, greed, letter 1F10 pi iota theta epsilon mu iota alpha, libido, in which a future advantage is mistaken for a future good. Roman 3, grief, lambda epsilon pi eta, egritudo, in which a present disadvantage is mistaken for a present evil. Roman 4, hilarity, letter 1F21 delta omicron u eta, litisha, in which a present advantage is mistaken for a present good. In the case of the last two evils, the title presents difficulty in all languages. Thus, for grief, we might substitute any term such as discontent, vexation, worry, or fretfulness. It is a lack of courage in bearing pain or disappointment. Again, for hilarity, we might substitute elation, exaltation, excitement. It is a lack of soberness in the moment of pleasure. Equals 362. Equals from another point of view, all sin is due to a lack of moral force, a want of tone in the moral sinews, an unhealthy condition of the soul. Ultimately, this point of view agrees with that just described, for it is the lack of health and strength which leads to hasty and ill-judged assent. But for practical purposes, we may use this distinction to lead up to a difference of grade. Thus, we may associate ignorance with that rooted perversity of mind which is the exact opposite of virtue, and which is therefore in the strictest sense vice, kappa iota alpha vidium, and want of tone with a passing condition which we cannot deny to be an evil, but may nevertheless describe by the gentler terms perturbation and affection. Such an evil is a disturbance of the soul's calm, an infection of its health. It may exist in 3 grades to be hereafter described as a ruffling, a disturbance, a disease, and in both the latter forms it must be rooted out, for in both grades it is an evil, and in the last it is a vice which threatens to poison the man's whole nature. Hence we reach the Stoic paradox that the affections must be extirpated. But although this is our only ethical standard, we are not debarred from suggesting remedies which may alleviate the malady in particular persons and under special circumstances. Equals 363. Equals the evil of fear, phi omicron beta omicron sigma, formido, metis is practically opposed to the virtue of courage. Here philosophy builds upon the foundations of common opinion, and its task is the easier. The youth who is brought up not to regard suffering, poverty, exile, or death as evils will never be afraid. Since it is death that most alarms mankind by its grim aspect, he who can face this giant without trembling will not know fear, or at the most will only feel a slight ruffling of the soul. In asserting that fear should be rooted out, the Stoics cross no general sentiment. The tradition of the heroic age is the same. Equals 364. Equals the treatment of greed, letter 1F10 pi, ode theta upsilon myode alpha, libido, is similar. This fault is opposed to the soberness with which men should aim at advantages, and when we have determined the standard of soberness, every transgression of it reveals greed. But under this heading, the Stoics include the vices of anger and cruelty, for which the heroic age had no condemnation. In regard to the former, they come into conflict with the Peripatetics also, who maintain that anger serves useful ends and should be controlled, not extirpated. The consideration of this condition of mind will therefore bring out the divergence between the two schools. Equals 365. Equals the Peripatetics assign anger to the passionate part of the soul tau letter 1F78 letter 1F10 pi o, ethethopsilon mu eta tau o, cap omicron u. They admit that it needs to be restrained by reason, but hold that within proper limits it is both natural and necessary. In war it is essential to heroic action. He who is filled with it despises danger and rushes on to great achievements. It is no less necessary in peace, in order that the wicked may not go unpunished. Aristotle says compendiously that anger is the spur of virtue, the armor of the man of high soul. To this point of view, the Stoics are opposed alike on the ground of principle and of experience. We do not need disease as a means to health, or armor which sways instead of being swayed. A good man will face danger unmoved, from the sense of duty, and will face it more firmly and more perseveringly than he whose passions are excited. He will punish wrongdoers either for their amendment or for the protection of others, without being angry with them. Fabius, the delayer, conquered his own spirit before he overcame Hannibal, and the very gladiators strike, not when their feelings move them, but when the opportunity has come. Equals 366. Equals anger is technically defined as the greedy desire of avenging an injury, or, more precisely, as the greedy desire to punish one whom you deem to have injured you unjustly. That it is a temporary madness has always been held by the wise, and this is indicated by the appearance of the angry, the threatening look, the heightened color, the gnashing teeth, the stamp of the foot, also by the fact that children are specially prone to anger, even for frivolous causes, and that anger is often directed against harmless persons or objects. Nevertheless, anger does not consist of a merely instinctive feeling, but implies the assent of the will, so that we can always trace the 3 stages: first, the appearance of an injury done, species oblata iniurii; Secondly, the assent, animus id sentit ac ad probat. Thirdly, the outbreak of anger, sequitur era. To check anger, the first necessity is time. Reflection will often show us that we have not been injured at all, or not so much as we supposed. Then it is well to put ourselves in the place of the offender and try to look at the offense from his point of view. Where anger has become a disease, iracundia, more violent remedies must be used. Some have been cured by looking at themselves in a mirror. Others must apply the contrary twist and learn when struck to turn quietly away. 367. Anger is an evil that has many varieties, and the precisians exercise their ingenuity in distinguishing the bitter-humored, amorous, the fiery, stomachosis, the fierce, rabiosus, the man who is hard to get on with difficiles, and many other shades of character. But one variety deserves special notice, because the evil disposition exists though its expression is checked. The angry man of this type does not allow himself to go beyond complaint and criticism, but he nurses his feeling in the depths of his heart. He would on no account express himself in loud outcries, but his displeasure is easily excited and persistent. This evil we call moroseness. It is a feeling characteristic of a decadent society, and like all other kinds of anger, it calls for unsparing repression. 368. Cruelty, a tendency to excess in punishment, is an evil constantly attendant upon the possession of power, and directly opposed to the virtue of clemency. Roman history has exhibited many examples of it, beginning with Sulla, who ordered 7,000 Roman citizens to be slain on one day, continuing with the many masters who are hated for cruelty to their slaves. It cuts at the root of the ties of humanity and degrades man to the level of the beast. In its extreme form, it becomes a madness, when the slaying of a man is in itself a pleasure. As a remedy for cruelty in its milder forms, it is well to consider the true objects of punishment. First, to reform the offender. Secondly, to make others better by a warning. Thirdly, to give a sense of safety to the community by removing offenders. All these objects are better effected if punishment is moderate and rare, and appears to be awarded with reluctance. When cruelty has become a disease, it is necessary to remind the tyrant that his manner of life is a pitiable one, and that a complete cure can be worked by putting him to death. 369. In reckoning grief in its countless varieties as an evil the Stoics did not altogether run counter to public opinion. In the heroic age, grief was indeed not forbidden, but it was sharply limited. Women might grieve, men should remember. But in prescribing the total extinction of this state of mind, the Stoics appeared to pass the bounds of human nature. Public feeling revolted against what seemed impossible of attainment. Our position today is not greatly altered, but we may notice that whereas in ordinary social life grief is not only tolerated but approved, yet in battle, earthquake, flood, and pestilence, our ideal of the hero is one which almost entirely excludes the indulgence of this emotion. Grief takes many forms, as fretfulness, disappointment, restlessness, pity, and mourning. We proceed to examine them in order. 370. The simplest form of grief is fretfulness under bodily pain, the effect of depression of the soul and contraction of its sinews. In all ages and under all philosophies, the capacity of bearing pain without flinching is the primary test of virtue, and in the Cynic and Stoic schools alike the dogma, pain is no evil, is of critical importance. In this matter, correct doctrine needs to be strengthened by lifelong discipline. But it is not required by Stoic principles that general principles should be forced upon the acceptance of individual sufferers. Panidius therefore acted quite correctly when, in writing to Quintus Tubero on the subject of the endurance of pain, he abstained from pressing the usual paradox. But all who see this trial awaiting them will do well to consider how much hardship men willingly endure for evil purposes, such as those of lust, money-making, or glory. Cocks and quails will fight to the death for victory. Jugglers will risk their lives swallowing swords, walking on tight ropes, or flying like birds, when in each case a slip means death. If we compose our minds long before to meet suffering, we shall have more courage when the time comes. 371. Still more effective is active training. Happy was the Spartan youth who came to Cleans to ask him whether pain was not a good. His education had taught him that this was a more practical question than that other. whether pain is an evil. Recruits cry out at the slightest wound and are more afraid of the surgeon's touch than of the sword. On the other hand, veterans watch the lifeblood draining away without a sigh. Some men groan at a box on the ear, whilst others smile under the scourge. Inexperience, therefore, is the chief cause for weakness under pain. Familiarity with it brings strength. Equals 372. Equals the grief that gives way to pain of mind has very various forms, but that which is due to disappointed ambition is perhaps the most typical. Even men who had overcome the fear of death were known to shudder at the bitterness of soul, egritudo animi, which accompanies defeat in a contested election, repulsa in a republic, or displacement from the favor of the powerful under a monarchy. For this malady, the complete remedy is found in the paradox that the wise man is king, that virtue can never be unseated from the curule chair. Temporary alleviations may be found, even by philosophers, in biting sarcasms aimed at the incapacity of one's fellow citizens. It may be in the abstract the duty of a good man to take part in politics, but experience shows that the state has yet to be discovered which can tolerate a sage, or which a sage can tolerate. Hence, we find even Stoic teachers relapsing into practical Epicureanism and bidding their followers to let the community go hang and to reserve their energies for some nobler occupation. To these lapses from sound principle, we need not attach any serious importance. The individual Stoic did not always live up to his creed. Equals 373. Equals restlessness is grief of mind without known cause. The unquiet soul rushes hither and thither, vainly seeking to be free from its own company. The lesson that Horace had pressed a century earlier, that disquiet can only be cured by quiet, has not been learnt. In Homer, Achilles tosses on his bed in fever, lying first on his face, then on his back, never long at rest in any position. And so today our wealthy man first travels to luxurious Campania, then to the primitive district of the Bruttii. North and south are tried in turn, and alike disapproved, whilst after all the fault is not in the place, but in the man. In this temper men come to hate leisure and complain that they have nothing to do. This folly reaches an extreme when men trust themselves to the sea, take the chance of death without burial, and place themselves in positions in which human skill may avail nothing. It even leads to great political disasters, as when Xerxes attacks Greece because he is weary of Asia, and Alexander invades India because the known world is too small for him. The times will come when men will seek novelty by traveling through the air or under the sea. They will force their way through the cold of the poles and the damp heat of the forests of Africa. The remedy lies either in humbler submission to the will of the deity, or in a sense of humor which sees the absurdity of taking so much trouble for so little advantage. Equals 374. Equals pity is that weakness of a feeble mind, which causes it to collapse at the sight of another man's troubles, wrongly believing them to be evils. Pity looks at the result, not at the cause, and it is most keenly felt by women of all ages, who are distressed by the tears even of the most abandoned criminals, and would gladly burst open the doors of the jails to release them. The cause of pity lies in a too rapid ascent. We are caught napping by every sight that strikes on our senses. If we see a man weeping, we say, he is undone. If we see a poor man, we say, he is wretched, he has nothing to eat. Now we Stoics have a bad name, as though we recommended to governors a system of harsh punishments, but on the contrary, none value more highly than we the royal virtue of clemency. Only let it be considered that a wise man must keep a calm and untroubled mind, if only that he may be ready to give prompt help to those who need it, a saving hand to the shipwrecked, shelter to the exile, the dead body of her son to a mother's tears. The wise man will not pity, but help. Equals 375. Equals nearly akin to the evil of pity is that sensitiveness to the sufferings of others which leads men, contrary reason, to turn the other way and avoid the sight of them. Of this weakness Epictetus gives us a lively picture. When he was visited by one of the magistrates, Epictetus inquired of him about several particulars and asked if he had children and a wife. The man replied that he had, and Epictetus inquired further how he felt under the circumstances. Miserable, the man said. Then Epictetus asked, in what respect? For men do not marry and beget children in order to be wretched, but rather to be happy. But I, the man replied, am so wretched about my children that lately, when my little daughter was sick and was supposed to be in danger, I could not endure to stay with her, but I left home till a person sent me news that she had recovered. Well then, said Epictetus, do you think that you acted right? I acted naturally, the man replied. This is the case with all or at least most fathers. Let us be careful, said Epictetus, to learn rightly the criterion of things according to nature. Does affection to those of your family appear to you to be according to nature and to be good? Certainly. Is then that which is consistent with reason in contradiction with affection? I think not. Well then, to leave your sick child and to go away is not reasonable, and I suppose that you will not say that it is, but it remains to inquire if it is consistent with affection. Yes, let us consider. Has the mother no affection for her child? Certainly she has. Ought then the mother to have left her, or ought she not? She ought not. And the nurse, does she love her? She does. Ought then she also to have left her? By no means. But if this is so, it results that your behavior was not at all an affectionate act. Seneca draws for us the same picture of sentimental neglect of duty. Of our luxurious rich, he says, no one sits by the side of his dying friend, no one watches the death of his own father, or joins in the last act of respect to the remains of any member of his family. Equals 376. Equals another form of the evil of grief is that of undue sensitiveness to criticism and abuse. This mental weakness is illustrated by the case of Fidus Cornelius, who burst into tears because someone in the Senate called him a plucked ostrich. And in an earlier period Chrysippus had been acquainted with a man who lost his temper merely because he was called a sea-calf. Others are annoyed by seeing their eccentricities imitated or by reference to their poverty or old age. The remedy for all these things is humor. No one can be laughed at who turns the laugh against himself. Another is to cease thinking about oneself. Equals 377. Equals the hardest to bear of all distresses is the loss of friends by death, and most particularly the loss by parents of their children. To meet this trouble, a special class of literature, called consolations, grew up, not confined to any one school of philosophers. The treatise of Crantor the academic was famous in Cicero's time, and in the letter of Servius Sulpicius to Cicero upon his daughter's death, we have an admirable example of the consolation in private correspondence. Sulpicius bids Cicero think of all the grief and trouble in the world, the loss of political liberty at Rome, the destruction of so many famous cities of antiquity, until he feels that man is born to sorrow, and that his own loss is but a drop in the ocean of the world's suffering. He also calls on the mourner to think of his own character and to set an example of firmness to his household. Cicero found his real comfort in none of these things, but in industrious authorship. We have unfortunately no example of a consolation by Musonius. Seneca has left us two treatises in this style, one a formal document addressed to the minister Polybius on the death of his brother, the other a more personal appeal to Marcia, a lady of an old Roman family, on the death of a son. Besides the arguments already used by Sulpicius, he recommends to Polybius attention to the public service and the reading of Homer and Virgil. Both to him and to Marcia, he pictures the happiness of the soul now admitted to the company of the blessed, or at any rate at peace and freed from all the pains of life. In writing to Marcia, he recalls with effect the examples of Octavia the sister and Livia the wife of Augustus, each of whom lost a promising son in early manhood. Octavia gave herself up to her grief, never allowed her dead son to be mentioned in her presence, and wore mourning to the day of her death, though she was surrounded by her children and grandchildren. Livia, after paying the last tokens of respect, laid aside her grief, recalled with pleasure her son's achievements, and advised so to act by her philosopher Arius, devoted herself to her social duties, refusing to make all Rome sad because one mother had lost a son. Equals 378. Equals the consolations of Epictetus include less philosophical speculation and more religious resignation. To begin with, preparation should be made for the loss of children. Parental affection should not pass the bounds of reason. Every time that a father embraces his child, he should reflect, this child is only lent to me. This child is mortal. If the child dies, his first thought should be, he who has given takes away. To others he will say, I have restored the child. His abiding mood will be that of resignation to the divine will. He will realize that in the course of a long life, many and various things must happen, and that it is impossible to live to old age without seeing the death of many whom we love. Equals 379. Equals all consolations aim at diminishing the grief of mourners, nature being inclined rather to excess than to defect in this matter. But the Stoics could not altogether avoid the direct issue whether or not grief is a sin, and weeping a weakness. The plain teaching of the school was that death is no evil, and therefore that grief for the dead is against reason. And to this view the teachers give from time to time formal adhesion as being the better cause. But in individual cases, they find that to a certain extent there is not only excuse, but justification, for grief and tears, and thus they come into touch with the common feelings of humanity, whilst the plea of natural necessity serves to ward off the criticism of sterner philosophers. From this concession emerges in the Roman period the definite precept of a time limit for grief, and its undue continuance is sternly denounced as due to love of ostentation and the morbid enjoyment of sorrow by an ill-balanced mind. Grief in this shape is a dangerous disease. There must be no trifling with it, but it must be totally destroyed. Equals 380. Equals lastly, we include under the heading of grief a weakness which often develops into serious disease, that general discontent, which is voiced in complaints as to the wickedness of the age and the degeneracy of young Rome. Such discontent has always been characteristic of the old, but under the Principate it has developed into a special evil, the hatred of the human race, odium generis humani. Of this fault even philosophers may be suspected, for it must be admitted that men are bad, have been bad, and always will be bad. In short, that the whole human race is made up of madmen. But wise men will bear with this fact quietly and with a smile. It is futile to bring accusations against the whole race, and a delusion to think our own times worse than those of our predecessors. The old Romans, to whom we look up as models of virtue, made just the same complaints of their own times. And as a matter of fact, the standard of general morality never varies greatly from its average, either in an upward or a downward direction. Equals 381. Equals the fault of hilarity, letter 1F04 lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma, letter 1F14 pi alpha rho sigma iota sigma. Elatio animi is a departure from soberness and cheerful joy with regard to the things that appeal to our appetites, and this in the direction of excess. With regard to food, it corresponds to greediness in modern speech. The matter is but little discussed, but we have two interesting lectures by Musonius, which are chiefly concerned with this vice, from which we take the following extracts. Greediness is an unpleasant fault, making men to resemble pigs and dogs. But on the other hand, healthy eating requires much supervision and practice. Letter 1F10 pi o, mu epsilon lambda epsilon iota alpha, kappa alpha, letter 1F76, letter 1F04 sigma kappa eta sigma iota sigma. Of all pleasures that tempt men, greediness is the hardest to contend against, for it assails us twice every day. To eat too much is wrong, to eat too fast is wrong, so it is also to take too much pleasure in food, to prefer the sweet to the wholesome, or not to give your companions a fair share. Another fault is to let meals interfere with business. In all these points we should look chiefly to health. Now we observe that those who use the simplest foods are generally the strongest. Servants are stronger than their masters, countryfolk than townsmen, the poor than the rich. There is therefore good reason to prefer cheap food to that which is costly, and that which is ready to hand to that which is only obtained with great trouble. Further, some foods are more congenial than others to men's nature, as those which grow from the earth or can be obtained from animals without killing them. Food that requires no cooking has an advantage, as ripe fruit, some vegetables, milk, cheese, and honey. Flesh food is for many reasons objectionable. It is heavy and impedes thought. The exhalations from it are turbid and overshadow the soul. Men should imitate the gods, who feed on the light exhalations of earth and water. But today we have even worse corruptions. Many men are dainty and cannot eat food without vinegar or some other seasoning. Also, we call in art and machinery to aid our pleasures and actually have books written on cookery. All this may serve to titillate the palate, but is mischievous to health. The sarcasms of Seneca are aimed not so much against excess in quantity or fastidiousness in quality, as against the collection of dainties from all parts of the world. Equals 382. Equals as to drinking, the Stoic period marks a great change in feeling. In the times of Zeno, hard drinking had almost the honor of a religious ceremony, and the banquet, sigma upsilon mu pi omicron sigma iod omicron u, was the occasion of many a philosophical discussion. Zeno began by laying it down as a principle that the wise man will not be drunken, and Chrysippus went so far as to name drunkenness as causing the loss of virtue. But the prohibition was carefully guarded. The earlier teachers permitted wininess, and Seneca justifies this means of banishing care, pointing out many instances of public men of drinking habits who discharge their duties admirably. Yet on the whole, he inclines to a stricter view, finding that drunkenness is a voluntary madness, and that it removes that sense of shame which most hinders men from wrongdoing. Meanwhile, a change in public taste, and perhaps the continual example of Cynic missionaries, had produced a tide of feeling in favor of simple living. The philosophical discussions sketched by Cicero take place at all times of the day, but most usually in the morning hours. They are never associated with riotous banqueting, but if necessary, the meal is cut short to make room for the talk. Under the Principate, the fare is of the simplest. Seneca himself was a vegetarian in his youth. His teacher Attalus was well content with porridge and water and found an audience ready to approve his taste. 383. A similar but more profound change had taken place at the same time in regard to sexual relations. In the time of Socrates, courtesans and boy favorites played a large part in social life. Associated with the banquet, they formed part of the accepted ideal of cultured enjoyment. Even moralists approved of them as providing a satisfaction to natural desires and indirectly protecting the sanctity of the home. The same attitude of mind is shown by Seneca under similar circumstances, when he recommends that princes be indulged with mistresses in order to make their character more gentle. But little by little, a more severe standard prevailed. From the first, the Stoics set themselves against the pursuit of other men's wives. With regard to other relations, they did not feel called upon to condemn them in other men. They were indeed, in themselves, matters of indifference. But they found it contrary to reason that a man's thoughts should be occupied with matters so low, or that he should bring himself into subjection to irregular habits and become a slave to a woman. As the courtesan was gradually excluded by this rule, the general opinion fell back on the slave as the most accessible and least dangerous object of indulgence. But the philosophers of the Principate, following Zeno, who in these matters took the pyro epsilon pi omicron nu, decorum, as his rule, find it in a high degree unfitting that the master, who should in all things be a model of self-control in his own household, should display so grave a weakness to his slaves. 384. Thus little by little there emerged the ideal of a strict chastity, to the principle of which not even the marriage relation should form an exception. Every falling off from this ideal is sin or transgression, and it is especially true in this matter that each act of weakness leaves its trace on the character, and that he who yields becomes a feebler man. The Socratic paradox, that the wise man will be a lover, is consistently maintained by the Stoics. But the practical limitations of this doctrine are well illustrated by the following striking passage from the lectures of the Stoic Musonius. Men who do not wish to be licentious and bad should consider that sexual relations are only lawful in marriage, and for the begetting of children, such as aim at mere pleasure are lawless, even in marriage. Even apart from adultery and unnatural relations, all sexual connections are disgraceful. For what sober-minded man would think of consorting with a courtesan or with a free woman outside marriage? And least of all would he do so with his own slave. The lawlessness and foulness of such connections is a disgrace to all who form them, as we may see that any man who is capable of a blush does his utmost to conceal them. Yet one argues, in this case, a man does no injustice. He does not wrong his neighbor or deprive him of the hope of lawful issue. I might reply that everyone who sins injures himself, for he makes himself a worse and less honorable man. But at any rate, he who gives way to foul pleasure and enjoys himself like a hog is an intemperate man, and not least he who consorts with his own slave girl, a thing for which some people find excuse. To all this, there is a simple answer. How would such a man approve of a mistress consorting with her own manservant? Yet I presume he does not think men inferior to women or less able to restrain their desires. If then men claim the supremacy over women, they must show themselves superior in self-control. To conclude, sexual connection between a master and his female slave is nothing but licentiousness. Equals 385. Equals thus our detailed study of the four perturbations has led us to lay little stress on fear and greed, the weaknesses of the heroic period when men's minds were actively turned to the future, and to concentrate our attention on grief and hilarity, the two moods in which life's troubles and temptations are wrongly met with as they arrive. As we follow the history of Stoic philosophy through the times of the Roman Principate, we find that this tendency to lay stress on the training of the passive character increases, till Epictetus tells us that of all the vices far the worst are lack of endurance, intolerantia, which is the developed form of grief, and lack of restraint, incontinentia, which is the persistent inclination towards hilarity. Hence the cure for vice is summed up by him in the golden word, bear and forbear. That is, practice courage and cast off grief, practice soberness and keep hilarity far from you. A good rule, a peripatetic would reply, for women and slaves. Equals 386. Equals this negative attitude is most strongly marked in Epictetus in connection with the dangers of sexual passion. Thus his short advice to all young men with regard to the attractions of women is flee at once. And even in this, his advice was countenanced in advance by the more tolerant Seneca. It would appear from both writers that the battle between the sexes had become unequal at this period. So often is the picture drawn of the promising and well-educated youth literally and hopelessly enslaved by a mistress presumably without birth, education, or honor. It causes us some surprise to find that the distinction between heavenly and earthly love is not brought in as a corrective of the latter. Only in a general way, the suggestion is made that seductive attractions should be driven out by virtuous ideals. Do not be hurried away by the appearance, but say, "Appearances, wait for me a little. Let me see who you are and what you are about. Let me put you to the test." And do not allow the appearance to lead you on and draw lively pictures of the things which will follow, for if you do, it will carry you off wherever it pleases. But rather bring in to oppose it some other beautiful and noble appearance and cast out this base appearance. And if you are accustomed to be exercised in this way, you will see what shoulders, what sinews, what strength you have. This is the true athlete. Stay, wretch, do not be carried away. Great is the combat, divine is the work. It is for kingship, for freedom, for happiness. Remember God, call on him as a helper and protector. Equals 387. Equals from the study of the separate evils we revert to the general theory of vice. And here we must recall the point that so far as vice is weakness or ill health of the soul, it admits of gradations, which may conveniently be stated as three, namely rufflings of the soul. Roman 2, commotions, infections, or illnesses. Roman 3, diseases or vices proper. It is not quite easy to classify the rufflings or first slight disturbances of the soul, prima agitatio animi, under the four perturbations, but the bodily indications of them seem to be more marked in the weaknesses of the active or heroic character, namely fear and greed. Thus in the direction of fear we meet with hair standing on end, pallor of complexion, trembling limbs, palpitation, and dizziness, all of which are bodily indications that fear is not far off. In the direction of anger, a form of greed, we meet with heightened color, flashing eyes, and gnashing teeth. In the direction of grief, we meet with tears and sighs, and in that of hilarity, the automatic sexual movements, amongst which we must perhaps include blushing. Equals 388. Equals it does not appear that the early Stoic masters occupied themselves much with the gradations of vice, although a text can be taken from Zeno for a discourse on this subject. Neither does the earnest and cynically minded Epictetus care to dwell on such details. On the other hand, Seneca lays the greatest possible stress on the doctrine that rufflings are not inconsistent with virtue. For this, two arguments are available, which are perhaps not quite consistent. First, the bodily indications are beyond the control of the mind. They are necessary consequences of the union of body and soul, that is, of our mortal condition. Secondly, the rufflings correspond to the mind pictures presented to the soul in thought, and therefore are neither moral nor immoral until the soul has given its assent to them. From either point of view, we arrive at a result congenial to this philosopher. The wise man is, in fact, subject to slight touches of such feelings as grief and fear. He is a man, not a stone. Secondly, the sovereignty of the will remains unimpaired. Give the mind but time to collect its forces, and it will restrain these feelings within their proper limits. The doctrine is in reality, though not in form, a concession to the peripatetic standpoint. It provides also a convenient means of defense against the mockers who observe that professors of philosophy often exhibit the outward signs of moral weakness. 389. If the soul gives way to any unreasoning impulse, it makes a false judgment and suffers relaxation of its tone. There takes place a commotion or perturbation, pi alpha theta omicron sigma, affectus perturbatio, which is a moral evil. The Greek word pi alpha theta omicron sigma admits of two interpretations. It may mean a passive state or a disease. We here use it in the milder sense. By an emotion, we mean that the soul is uprooted from its foundation and begins as it were to toss on the sea. By affection, that it is seized or infected by some unwholesome condition. By perturbation, that it has ceased to be an orderly whole and is falling into confusion. When we regard these words in their true sense and shake off the associations they carry with them in English, it is clear that all of them denote moral evils. Nevertheless, they cannot rightly be called diseases of the soul. The evils and weaknesses which have been discussed are commonly displayed in commotions or perturbations, and are normally equivalent to them. 390. The soul, by giving way to perturbations, becomes worse. It acquires habits of weakness in particular directions. This weakness from a passing disposition, letter 1F15 xi iota sigma, changes into a permanent disposition or habit, delta iota alpha theta epsilon sigma iota sigma, and this is in the full sense a disease of the soul. These diseases or vices are, strictly speaking, 4 in number, but the Stoics run into great detail as regards their titles and subdivisions. Diseases in the ordinary sense, letter 1F00, rho omega sigma tau eta mu alpha tau alpha, display restlessness and want of self-control. Such are ambition, avarice, greediness, drunkenness, running after women, passionate temper, obstinacy, and anxiety. An opposite class of maladies consists of unreasonable dislikes. Kappa alpha tau, letter 1F70, pi rho omicron sigma kappa omicron pi letter 1F74, nu gamma iota nu omicron mu epsilon nu alpha. Offensions. Such are inhospitality, misogynism, and quarreling with the world in general. 391. The study of vice in its various forms and gradations leaves untouched the main positions of Stoic ethics, including the Socratic paradoxes. Men are of 2 classes only, the wise and the foolish, the good and the bad. This bold dualism the Stoics hold in common with the Persians, and though it is on the one hand tempered so as to meet the common opinion that most men are of middling character, and on the other hand subordinated to the monistic principle that good shall in the end prevail, it remains the keystone of this department of philosophy. Virtue is a right state of mind. Everything that falls short of it is therefore a wrong state of mind. Virtue and vice lie in the inward disposition, not in the outward act, and one who has crossed the line is equally out of bounds whatever the distance to which he has traveled on the far side. Each man has therefore an all-important choice to make. The great Stoic teachers were filled with a yearning after righteousness and reconciliation with the divine purpose, and a disgust and horror of the condition of the man who is at variance with his Creator, his neighbor, and himself. These convictions they encased as usual in paradoxes and syllogisms. 392. That the affections must be extirpated ceases to be a paradox, as soon as we have defined affections as states of mind contrary to reason, and have made room for the reasonable affections of caution, goodwill, and joy. That all sins are equal remains still, as of old, a stumbling block. Yet this Socratic paradox has a simple interpretation. It is a protest against the lightheartedness which tolerates petty acts of wrongdoing and is indifferent to the evil habits of mind thus acquired. 2 of the Stoic teachers of the transition period, Heraclides of Tarsus and Athenodorus, are said to have abandoned the paradox, and all Stoics were ready to admit that sins are unlike. But as usual, the main body held firmly to a doctrine in which they had discovered a real practical value. Just the same principle is expressed by other paradoxes, as that, he who has one vice has all, though he may not be equally inclined to all. And again that, he who is not wise is a fool and a madman. Equals 393. Equals, in spite of the parallelism of virtue and vice, the latter is destined to subordination, not only in the history of the universe, but also in the individual man. Even if sins are equal, vice as ill health of the soul has degrees. The first rufflings of the soul are, as we have seen, not to be reckoned as real evils. Its perturbations give the hope of a coming calm, and grievous though its diseases are, we have no suggestion of incurable sin or of the hopeless offender. Even he who has most fallen retains the germs of virtue, and these may again ripen under a proper discipline. Equals 394. Equals the attitude of the Stoic school towards sin and weakness exposed it, as we have seen, to constant criticism and ridicule. To some extent, this was due to the profession of philosophy in itself. For every such profession implied some claim to clearer knowledge and more consistent action than that of the crowd. But the Stoics also sought to be austere with regard to social pleasures, and thus it seemed that they neither offered others a share in their own happiness nor sympathetically partook in that of others, whilst at the same time they claimed exemption from the weaknesses and failings of their neighbors. We have seen both Seneca and Epictetus anxious to meet criticism on these points by laying stress on those touches of natural feeling in which wise and foolish alike share. But in addressing the members of the sect their tone is very different. They hold out, as a prize worth the winning, the prospect of attaining to that calm and unchanging disposition of mind which has forever left behind the flutterings of fear and greed, of grief and hilarity, and which is attuned to reason alone. Epictetus indeed often expresses elation and pride upon this theme. I will show the sinews of a philosopher. What are these? A desire, letter 1F440 epsilon psi iota sigma, never disappointed, an aversion, letter 1F14 kappa kappa lambda iota sigma, which never meets with that which it would avoid, a proper pursuit, letter 1F41 rho mu eta, a diligent purpose, pyro omicron theta epsilon sigma iota sigma, an assent which is not rash. These you shall see. Men, if you will attend to me, wherever you are, whatever you are doing, you will not feel sorrow, nor anger, nor compulsion, nor hindrance, but you will pass your time without perturbations and free from everything. When a man has this peace, not proclaimed by Caesar, for how should he be able to proclaim it? But by God through reason, is he not content when he reflects, now no evil can happen to me? Footnotes. Est pecer tanquam transilire lineas, sic, par, Roman 3:20. Who among us does not speak of good and bad, of useful and not useful? Adapt the preconception properly to the particular things, epict. Disc. Roman 2:17, 10 and 11. Omnis sunt gener quatuor, partibus plurs, egritudo, formido, libido, quamque stoici communi nomen corporis et animi letter 1F21 delta omicron uidinu appellant, ego malo lidicium appeller, quasi gestiontis animi elationum voluptarium, sic. Fin. Roman 3:10-35. Est igiter egritudo opinio recens mali presentis, lidicia opinio recens boni presentis, metis opinio impendentes mali, libido opinio venturi boni tusc. Disp. Roman 4:7-14. Hinc metuant cupiunt dolent gaudent verg, een, Roman 6:733. See also Diog. L. Roman 7:110 and Stab. Roman 2:7-10b. Chi rho upsilon sigma iota pi omicron sigma, letter 1F00 pi omicron delta epsilon iota kappa nu epsilon nu alpha iota, pi epsilon iota rho letter 1FB6 tau alpha iota. Kappa rho iota sigma kappa epsilon nu letter 1F70, sigma epsilon letter 1F36, nu alpha iota tau omicron letter 1FE6, lambda omicron gamma iota sigma tau, iota kappa omicron letter 1FE6 tau, letter 1F70 pi alpha theta eta. Zeta eta nu omega nu delta letter 1F72, omicron letter 1F50, tau letter 1F70, sigma kappa rho iota sigma epsilon iota sigma, alpha letter 1F50, tau alpha sigma. Letter 1F00, lambda lambda letter 1F70, tau letter 1F70, sigma letter 1F10 pi iota gamma nu omicron mu epsilon nu alpha sigma, alpha letter 1F50, tau alpha letter 1FD6, sigma sigma upsilon sigma tau omicron lambda letter 1F70, sigma kappa alpha letter 1 F76, chi upsilon sigma epsilon iota sigma. Letter 1 F10 pi alpha rho sigma epsilon iota sigma, tau epsilon kappa alpha letter 1 F76 pi tau meg sigma epsilon iota sigma, tau eta sigma, psi upsilon chi letter 1 FC6, sigma letter 1 F10 nu omicron mu iota zeta epsilon nu, epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota tau letter 1 F70 pi alpha theta eta Galen hip. Et plat. VI P 429K, CF. Ib. Roman 4 P 387, K, Arnhem I 461. In this sense, there are four vices, each the precise opposite of one of the virtues. They are letter 1 F00 phi rho omicron sigma epsilon nu eta, incipientia, letter 1 F00 delta iota kappa iota alpha, iniestitia, delta epsilon iota lambda iota alpha, ignavia, and letter 1 F00 kappa omicron lambda alpha sigma iota alpha, intemperantia. And each of these is rooted in a fixed perverse judgment, so that he who has one vice has all stob. Roman 2:7, 11K P 106, 7 Watchmuth. This view is summed up in the phrase that the perturbations are kappa alpha, but not kappa alpha iota. Stob. Roman 2:7, 5b, which accords with the principle that only vice and what is akin to vice is evil. The Roman writers realized the difficulty in the use of words. More by autumn et egrotations parts sunt vidiositatis, sed perturbations sintni iustum parts quistio est. Viscia enim adfections sunt manents, perturbations autumn movents, ut non possent adfectionem manentium parts esse, sic, tusc, disp. Roman 4:13, 29 and 30. Utrum satia sit modicos haberid fectus and nullos, seep quisitum est, nostri allos expellant, peripatitis temperant sen ep. 116:1. Vacandum omni est animi perturbation, tum cupiditate et medu, tum etiam egratudine et voluptate nimia et iracundia sic. Off I-2069. Contra adfectus impetu, non subtilitate pugnandum est, sen dial. X10, 1. Letter 1 F40, rho gamma letter 1 F74, mu letter 1 F72, nu omicron letter 1 F56, nu letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota nu, letter 1 F10 pi iota theta epsilon mu iota alpha, tau omicron letter 1 Fe6, tau go to mu megaro eta sigma alpha sigma theta alpha iota, tau letter 1 F78, nu delta omicron kappa omicron letter 1 Fe6, nu tau alpha, letter 1 F20 delta iota kappa eta kappa epsilon nu alpha iota stop. Roman 2:7, 10c, letter 1 F51 pi letter 1 F78, tau letter 1 F74, nu letter 1 F10 pi iota the, upsilon mu iota alpha nu, letter 1 F51 pi alpha gamma epsilon tau alpha iota, letter 1 F40 rho gamma eta ib. 10b. Here Panidius is faithful to the Stoic view. Ira procul obsit, cum qua nihil rect feri, nihil considerat potest, sic. Off, I-38, 136. Extolit animos et insidat, nec quicquam sine alla magnificum in bello fortitudo gerit, sen dial. Roman 3:7, 1. Non potest inquit feri theophrastus, ut non ver bonus erascatur mollis, ib. 14:1, quid ergo. Inquit ver bonus non erasiter, si quidi patrum suum vidrit si rapi matrum, ib. 12:1. Stat Aristotle's Fr. 80 rows defensor iriet vedet elam nobis ex secari, calcar 8 esse virtudes sen dial, v3, 1. Abominandum remedii genus est sanitatum deber morbo, ib. Roman 3:12, 6. Hic arma qui Aristotle's virtudi dat, ipsa per se pugnant, non expectant manum, et habent non habenter, ib. 17, 1. Adfecta cedo cadit, equalis est ratio, ib. 17, 5. Corrigendus est qui pecet meliorque faciendus, non sine castigation, sed sine ira, ib. 15, 1. Iram antivisit quam Hannibalum, ib. 11, 5. Nec cum ira suadit feriunt, sed cum Cassio, ira enim perturbat artem, ib. Roman 4:14, 2 and 3. Letter 1 F40, rho gamma letter 1 F74, mu letter 1 F72, nu omicron letter 1 F56, nu letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota nu, letter 1 F10 pi iota theta epsilon mu iota alpha, tau go to mu megaro eta sigma alpha sigma theta alpha iota, tau letter 1 F78, nu delta omicron kappa omicron letter 1 Fe6, nu tau alpha letter 1 F20 delta iota kappa eta kappa epsilon nu alpha iota, pi alpha rho letter 1 F70. Tau letter 1 F78 pi rho omicron sigma letter 1 FC6 kappa omicron nu stob. Roman 2:7, 10c. Ira est Cupiditas ulcissandi in iuri, out, ut 8 Posidonius, Cupiditas puniendi ius, a quo t anique puts lisum sen dial. Roman 3:2, 4. Ira furor brevis est hor. Ep. I2, 62. Quidem ex sapientibus viris aram dixerunt brevum insanium sen dial. Roman 3:1, 2. Ib. 4. Non pietas aram, sed infirmitas movit, sicut puris, qui tam parentibus emissus flebunt quam nusibus, ib. 12:4. Nec inni tantum, qui destinavit, sed in occurrentia obiter furit, ib. v1, 3. Nobis placit nihil per si audir, sed animo id probant, ib. Roman 4:1, 4. Nunquam impetus sine id sensu animi est, ib. 3, 4. Ib. 3:5. Maximum remedium iri mora est, ib. 29, 1. Keep quiet and count the days on which you have not been angry epict. Disc. Roman 2:18, 12. Plerac earum, propter qui erassimer, offendant nos magis quam ledunt sen dial. v28, 4. Contempt is that which putteth an edge upon anger, as much or more than the hurt itself. Bacon, Essay 57. Io nos loco constituamus, quoela est qui erassimer sen dial, 12, 3. Quibustum, ut 8 sextius, iratis perfuit id spexus speculum, ib. Roman 4:36, 1. See below, section 403. Percussit t, recede. Referiendo enim et occasionum sepius feriendi dabis et excusationum, ib. 34, 5. Quidem ultra querellas et adversations non exeunt. Quidem alti gravesque sunt et intrasius versi, ib. Roman 3:4, 3. Inter hos morasum ponas licet, delicatum iracundii genus. Quidem enim sunt iri, qui intra clamorum concident, quidem non minus pertinices quam frequens, sen dial. 2 and 3. Defined as atrocitas animi in exigendis ponis, or inclinatio animi ad asperiora sen clem. Roman 2:4, 1 and 3. Ib. I12, 1. Domini crudels tota civitate commonstranter invisic et detestabiles sunt, ib. 18, 3. Farina ista rabies est sanguine gaudir et vulneribus, ib. 24, 3. Tunc ille duris animi morbis ad insanium pervenit ultimam, cum crudelitas versa est, in voluptatem et iam occidir hominum iuvat. Ib. 25, 3. Ib. 22, 1. Putitudem esse crudelitatem, quale ius regnum est. Ib. 26, 2. Optimum est aberi, qui ad si nunquam ridicerus est. Ben Roman 7:23. Lambda upsilon pieden u, epsilon letter 1 f36, nu alpha iota sigma upsilon sigma tau omicron, lambda letter 1 f74, nu psi upsilon chi letter 1 fc6 sigma letter 1 f00 pi epsilon iota theta letter 1 fc6, lambda omicron gamma letter 1 ff3 stab. Roman 2:7, 10b. Est gratuito opinio recens mali percentis, in quo dimiti contrahic animo rectum esse videtur sic. Tusk. Disp. Roman 4:7, 14. See above, section 114. Musin, App, Stab, Roman 3:29, 75. Nemo non fortius ad id, QEC diu composserat, excessit et duris quoque, si premeditata erant, obstitit sen ep. 107, 4, and see further, section 339. Id in quoque solitissimum est quod exercit. Ad contemnendum malorum potentium animus patientia pervenit, sen dial. I4, 13. Stab, Roman 2:31, 125, Watchsmouth, p. 242, 30. The point is however complicated by the ambiguity of the Greek word pi omicron nu omicron sigma, which corresponds equally to dolor and labor in Latin, see sic. Tusk. Disp. Roman 2:15, 35. Tyrans leviter socii tamen vociferanter, et manus medicorum magis quam ferrum horrent, et veterani, quam vis confassi, patienter ac sine gemitu velet aliena corpora exaneri patienter, ib. Roman 12:3, 1. Scio alios inter flagella writer, alios gemur sub calafo, ep. 13:5. Magna autem pars apud imperitos mali navitas, hoc ut sias, equi putiverant aspera, fortius, cum id suvir patienter, ib. 76:34. Qui maxima credis esse mala, exiguum sensum terpemque repulsum hor, ep. I1 43. Virtus repulsi nescia sordidi, intaminades fulgit honoribus, nec sumit aut ponit secures arbitrio popularis ori hor. See Roman 3:2, 17-20. Chrysippus, when asked why he took no part in politics, replied, "Because, if a man is a bad politician, he is hateful to the gods, if a good politician, to his fellow citizens stab." Roman 4:4, 29. Si percensor singulas valuro, nullum invenium, qui sapientum outquam sapiens pati possit, sen dial. Roman 8:8, 3. Si pots subducti istis occupationibus, C-eripe ep 19:1. Mobilis et inquieta homini mens data est. Nunquam si tenet, vagar et quietis impatiens, et novitate rerum lidissima, ib. Roman 12:6, 6. Ratio et prudentia curas offert, coelum non animum mutant qui transmere current hor. Ep. I11, 25-27. Sen dial, Roman 9:12-15. Indo aled fectus odium suum didistantium querentium, nihil ipsos haber quod agent, ib. 2:10. Insertum fortunam experimer, vim tempestatum nulla humana op superabulum, mortem sine spe sepulchuri. Non erat tanti, NQV 18, 6 and 7, non idem est his et illis causa solvendi, sed iusta nulli, ib. 16, quid non potest mihi suaderi, cui persuasum est ut navigarem? Ep 53:1. NQV 18, 10. Magis ridebis, cum cogitaveris vidi periri, in qui vita consumitur, sen NQ 16. Misericordiam videbunt, est enim vidium pusili animi, ad specim alienorum malorum succidentes, clem. Roman 2:5, 1. Anus et mulerculi sunt, qui lacrimis nocentissimorum moventur, qui, si licerit, carcerum effringerint, ib. Epict disc, Roman 3:3, 17. Cum dicas esse pairs res ferta latriciniis, et magnis parva minoris fals recicerum simili t, si tibi rignum permittent homines hor. Sat. I3, 121-124. Sio male audior apud imperitos sectem stoicorum tanquem nimis, durum et minim principibus regibusque bonum daceram concilium, sed nulla secta benignir lenirc est, sen, clem. Roman 2:5, 2 and 3. See below, section 409. Non miserebitur sapiens, sed succurit sen clem. Roman 2:6, 3. Epict disc, I11. Exis nemo morienti amico id sidit, nemo vider mortem patris sui sustinet, quodusquisque funis domesticum ad rogum sequitur. Fratrum propinquorum extrema hora deseritur. Sen NQ Roman 3:18, 6. Dial, Roman 2:17, 1. In pedis suos ips plurima dispet et in fosses concisas. Sic inimicorum et in primis Ciceronis urbanidatum effugerat sen. Dial, Roman 2:17, 3. Nemo rissum prebuit qui ex si sepit, ib. 2. Cum primum t observer desirus, imago ista tristitui desedit, ep. 63, 3. Cicero wrote a treatise de consolation based on this work, but only a few fragments remain. Plutarch's Consolation for Apollonius was drawn from the same source, Schmeckel, p. 150. Sic fam Roman 4:5. Denique noli t obliviscae Ciceronum esse, et eum qui aliis consurus praecipur, et der concilium, ib. 5:5. Maximum ergo solatium est cogiter id sibi accidis, quod ante si passi sunt omnes omnesque pasuri sen dial. Xi 1:4. On the other side, malevoli solitae est turba miserorum, ib. Roman 6:12, 5. Fratribus t tuis exemplo esse deber, ib. Xi 5:4. Ib. 8:2. Ib 9:3. Inter felices currit animas, ib. Roman 6:5, 1. Ib. Xi 9:4. Excepit alum magna et eterna pax, ib. Roman 6:19, 6. See also above, section 298, 299. Sen dial, Roman 6:3-5. Above, section 123. If you are kissing your wife or child, say that it is a human being whom you are kissing, for when the wife or child dies, you will not be disturbed, epict. Manual 3, after Anaxagoras. Disc, Roman 4:1, 101. Never say about anything, I have lost it, but say, I have restored it. Is your child dead? It has been restored. Is your wife dead? She has been restored, Manual 11. Disc, Roman 3:24-27. Elud ut non dolias, vix audibo exiger, et esse melius scio, sed cui ista firmitas animi contingit, sen ep, 63:1. In humanitas est ista non virtus funera suorum istum oculis quibus ipsos viter sen ep, 99:15, cf. Dial, Roman 12:1-2. Cum primus nos nuntius acerbi funeris perculit, lacrimas naturalis necessitas exprimit, ep. 99:18. Nos quod praecipimus honestum est, cum aliquid lacrimarum adfectus effuderit, non esse tridendum animum dolori, ib. 27. Ad enim naturale desiderium suorum est. Quis negat? Sed plus est quod opinio addicit quam quad natura imperivit dial. Roman 6:7-1. Fit infelicis animi prova voluptas dolor ib. 1:7. Non possum moliter id sequi tam durum dolorum, frangendis est, ib. Aberrascens fortuni animis et disseculo querens sen dial. Roman 9:2-11. Difficiles, querulis, laudator temporis acti, si puro, censor castigatorque minorum hor. AP 173, 174. Idem semper de nobis pronunciare debibimus, malos esse nos, malos fuis, invitus additium et futuros esse sen ben. I10, 3. Cupidi omnes et maligni omnes et timidi omnes, ib. V17, 3. Non est quod irascaris, omnes insaniunt, ib. Satius est humana vitia placeta kipper, ib. Roman 9:15, 5. Omnia vulgi vitia non invisa nobis, sed ridicula vidanter, ib. 2. Generi humano venia tribuenda est, ib. Roman 4:10, 2. Hoc maiores nostri questi sunt, hoc nos quorumer, hoc posteri nostri querunter, eversos mores, rignere nequitium, indeterius res humanas et omni nefas labi. Et ista eadem stant loco stabunt, Paulum dumptix et ultra aut citra moda, ben I10, 1. Stab, Roman 3:17, 42 and 18, 37. Ad vos dane transio, quorum profunda et insatiabilis gula hinc Maria scrudeter, hinc terras. Alia homies, alia laques, alia retium variis generibus cum magno labor persequitur. Nullis animalibus nisi ex fastidio pax est, sen ep. 89:22. Another form of luxury is in the eating of food extremely hot or extremely cold. Quemid modum nihil illi satis frigidum, sic nihil satis calidum est, sed ardens balidos demitunt, NQ Roman 4:13, 10. See above, section 83, note 82. See above, section 324, note 155. Kappa alpha letter 1F76 Omicron letter 1F30, nu omega theta eta sigma epsilon sigma theta alpha iota mu letter 1F72 nu, Omicron letter 1F50, mu epsilon sigma theta eta sigma theta alpha iota delta epsilon diog. L Romans 7 118. This was the view of Chrysippus, C.A.C. Pearson in Journ. Phil, XXX pp. 221 SQQ. Non nunquam et usque ad ebrietatem veniendum, non ut merget nos sed ut deprimat. Illuit enim curas et ob imo animum movit sen dial. Roman 9:17, 8, see further ep. 83, 14 and 15. Nihil aliud esse ebrietatem quam voluntarium insanium, ep. 83, 18. Omni vitium ebrietas et incendit et detegit, obstantum mollis canatibus veracundium removit. Plurs enim pudor peccandi quam bona voluntate prohibitus abstinent, ib. 83, 19. See above, section 126. Sen ep. 110, 14 and 18. Zen mem. Roman 2:1, 5. Si pro magno pitet muner artifices seni et scorda et qui feritatem ius emolliant, libens offeram sen ben. Roman 7:23. The furthering of the amour of Nero with acti was a practical application of this theory. Tradit Cluvius, Senecam contra mulibers alessibras subsidium effemina pedivis, emissanc actum libertam, tac. Ann, Roman 14:2, 2. Non est idac quad credas nos plurimum libidini permissis. Longe enim frugalior hic iuventus quam illa est, sen ep. 97, 9. See above, section 306, note 27. As to pleasure with women, abstain as far as you can before marriage, but if you do indulge in it, do it in the way which is conformable to custom. Do not, however, be disagreeable to those who indulge in these pleasures. Epict. Manual 33, 8. Tau letter 1 F78 delta letter 1 F72 letter 1 F10 rho letter 1 FB6 nu alpha letter 1 F50 tau letter 1 F78 mu omicron u letter 1 F00 delta iota alpha phi omicron rho omicron u epsilon letter 1 F36 nu alpha iota stab. Roman 27, 5b9. Cf. Section 317. Eleganter mihi viter penedius respondus adolescentialo quidem querenti, and sapiens amateuris esset. De sapient, inquit, videbimus, mihi et tibi, quid hucca sapient lunge obsumus, non est commitendum ut insidamus in rem commodum, impotentem, alteri emancipatem, vilum sibi, sen. Ep. 116, 5. Did you never love any person, a young girl, slave, or free? Have you never flattered your little slave? Have you never kissed her feet? What then is slavery? Epict. Disc. Roman 4, 1, 15, and 17. Magno puteris impendio dalcta scorda, sen dial. Roman 2, 6, 7. Hor sat, I2, 116, 119. See above, section 318, note 104. Do not admire the beauty of your wife, and you will not be angry with the adulterer. Epict. Disc. I18, 11. Ascetic principles were already practiced in Seneca's time. Vino quidem, alii vener, quidem omni humor interdixer corporibus dial. Roman 4, 12, 4. Lapsa est libido in mulier ignota, peccavit viro nihilaminis, si quidem est pecere tanquam transilire lineas, sic. Par. Roman 3, 1, 20. When you have been overcome in sexual intercourse with a person, do not reckon the single defeat only, but reckon that you have also increased your incontinence. Epict. Disc. Roman 2:18, 6. Kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F10 rho alpha sigma theta eta sigma epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, delta letter 1 F72, tau letter 1 F78, nu sigma omicron, phi letter 1 F78, nu tau letter 1 FF6, nu epsilon omega nu diog. L Roman 7, 129. Stab, Roman 3, 6, 23. Idem alle epictetus solidus dicer est duo esse vicium multo omnium gravissima ac teterima, intolerantium et incontinentium, cum aut in iurias, qui sunt ferendi, non toleramus nec ferimus, aut a quibus rebus voluptatibusque nos tenor debimus, non tenimus a gellius, N.A. Romans 17, 19, 5. Verba hic duo dispet. Letter 1 F00 nu epsilon chi omicron upsilon, et letter 1 F00 pi epsilon chi omicron upsilon ib. 6. At first fly far from that which is stronger than yourself. The contest is unequal between a charming young girl and a beginner in philosophy. Epict. Disc. Roman 3, 12, 12. Id ager debimus, ut in ritimenta viderum quam longus profugiamus, sen ep. 51, 5. I, qui amorum exura canator, evitanda est omnes admonitio dalcti corporis. Ib. 69, 3. Epict. Disc. Roman 4, 1, 1521. See above, section 349. Epict. Disc. Roman 2, 18, 24, 29. The terms ruffling, levis modus, and commotions, emotions, or perturbations are metaphors taken from the disturbance of a calm sea. The remaining terms properly describe bodily ill health. The English words emotions, affections have almost entirely lost their original force and are therefore no longer suitable as translations. The substitution of commotion for emotion has already been adopted by Maudsley, Pathology of the Human Mind. Ad peors nuntios subragunter pili, et ruber ad improba verba subfinditur sequiturque vertigo prarupta cernens, sendile, Roman 4, 2, 1, Erubiscunt pudici etiam loqui de pudicitia, sic. Leg. I 1950. See also the following notes. Si quis pallorem et lacrimas procedentes, et in rotationem humoris obsceni altum suspirium, et oculos subito acriers, aut quid his simile indicium adfectus anemique signum pudet, folliter nec intelligit corporis hos esse pulsus, sendile. Roman 4, 3, 2. Est primus modus non voluntarius quaes, preparatio adfectus et quidem comminatio, ib. 4, 1. Prima alla agitatio animi, quam species in iuri incussit, non magizera est quam ipsa in iuri species, ib. 3, 5. Sentit levum quendam tenumque modum, nam, ut dicit xenon in sapientis quoque nemo, etiam cum vulnus senatum est, cicatrix manet. Sentiat id ac suspicions quastum et umbras adfectuum, ipsis cerbit ib. Roman 3:16, 7. Scio inveniri quastum, qui negent dolaturum est sapientem, hi non videnter mihi unquam in iasmodi casuum insidis ib. Zai 18:5. Nullo inhumana duritia est ib. Roman 12:16, 1. Nec hoc dico non sentit alla, sed vincit, ib. I 2:2. Invicti est possumus in concussi non possumus, NQ Roman 2:59, 3. Adfectus est non ad oblatas rerum species moveri, sed permitter si eliset hunc fortuitum modum prosqui dial. Roman 4:3, 1. Perturbations voluntarias esse putabat opinionisque iudicio suscipi, et omnium perturbationum arbitrabetur matrum esse immoderatum quondam intemperantium, sic. AC. I 10:39. Perturbations autem nulla naturae Roman 6 commoventer, omniac e sunt opinions et iudicia levitatis fin. Roman 3:10-35. Nec enim suppositus est animus et extrinsecus speculator adfectus, sed in adfectum ips mudetur, sen dial. Roman 3:8-2. Perturbations animorum, quas grisae pi alpha theta eta appellant, potrem ego verbum ipsum interpretans morbos appeller, sed non conveniert ad omnia. Quis enim misericordiam aut ipsum iracendium morbum solit dicer, sed illi dicunt pi alpha theta omicron sigma. Sit igitur perturbatio, qui nomen ipso vidiosa declarari vider, sic. Fin. Roman 3:10-35. Letter 1 F45 tau alpha nu, epsilon letter 1 F30, sigma mu omicron nu iota mu omicron nu, letter 1 F00 phi iota cap eta tau alpha iota, delta iota alpha theta epsilon sigma iota nu, letter 1 F21, letter 1 F00 lambda lambda omicron iota meg sigma iota sigma. Letter 1 F40 nu omicron mu alpha zeta epsilon tau alpha iota, nu omicron sigma eta mu alpha gal. Lock. F. I3 P32 K Arnhem Roman 3 429. On the other hand, a nu omicron sigma eta mu alpha is called letter 1 F15 psi iota sigma stab. Roman 7 10 E. Adfectus sunt modus animi improbabiles, subiti et concitati, qui frequens neglectique facere morbum sen ep. 75-12. Morbi sunt inveterata vicia et dura, altius hic animum implicurunt et perpetua ius mala esse coeperunt, ib. 11. For the technical terms see above, section 362, note 6. Sic tusk disp, Roman 4:11, 25. Epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota delta epsilon, tau iota nu alpha, kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70, pi rho omicron sigma kappa omicron pi letter 1 F74, nu gamma iota nu omicron mu epsilon nu alpha. Omicron letter 1 F37 omicron, nu mu iota sigma omicron gamma epsilon nu iota, alpha nu mu iota sigma omicron iota nu iota alpha nu. Mu iota sigma alpha nu theta rho omega pi iota alpha nu stab. Roman 7 10 E. Offensionum autem definitions sunt ius modi, ut in hospitalitas sit opinio vehemens valda fugendum esse hospitem, ec inherens et penitus insita, et mulierum odium, ut hippolyti, et ut timinis generis humani, sic. Tusk. Disp. Roman 4:11, 27. Letter 1 F00 rho epsilon sigma cap epsilon iota, gamma, letter 1 F70, rho tau letter 1 FF7, tau epsilon zd nu omega nu iota, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, tau omicron letter 1 FD6, sigma letter 1 F00 pi. Alpha letter 1 F50, tau omicron letter 1 FE6, sigma tau, omega iota kappa omicron letter 1 FD6, sigma phi iota lambda omicron sigma omicron phi omicron iota sigma. Delta epsilon omicron, gamma epsilon nu eta tau letter 1 FF6, nu letter 1 F00 nu theta omega pi omega nu, epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota. Tau letter 1 F78, mu letter 1 F72, nu tau letter 1 FF6, nu sigma pi omicron epsilon delta alpha iota omega nu. Tau letter 1 F78, delta letter 1 F72, tau letter 1 FF6, nu phi alpha epsilon lambda omega nu stab. Roman 2 11G. See above, section 8. See above, section 317. Cum culpa commissa est, quam longe progredier, cum semel transiris, ad agendum culpam nihil pertinet sic, parid. Roman 3:20. Here we must altogether part company from Bishop Lightfoot, who writes, the Stoic, so long as he was true to the tenets of his school, could have no real consciousness of sin, Philippians, p. 290. It may, however, be admitted that the feelings we ascribe to the Stoics are more forcibly expressed by Cleanthes, Antipater, Musonius, and Epictetus than by Seneca. See above, section 362, note 7. See above, section 355. Letter 1F00 rho epsilon sigma cap epsilon iota, tau epsilon alpha, letter 1F50, tau omicron letter 1F d6, sigma letter 1F34 sigma alpha, letter 1F21 gamma, epsilon letter 1F d6, sigma theta alpha iota tau, letter 1F70, letter 1F01 mu alpha rho tau eta mu alpha tau alpha. Cap alpha theta alpha, phi eta sigma iota, chi rho epsilon sigma iota pi omicron sigma, kappa alpha letter 1F76, pi epsilon rho sigma alpha letter 1F d6 omicron, sigma kappa alpha letter 1F76, zeta eta nu omega nu diog. L Romans 7 120. Omni delictum celis esse nefarium, nec minus delinquere eum qui gallum gallinaceum, cum opus non furit, quam eum qui patrum suffocaverit, sic. Mer. 29:61. Parva ins res est. Et magna culpa, nec enim peccata rerum eventu, sed vidiis hominum mescenda sunt sic. Par. Roman 3:20. Facilius est excludir perniciosa quam regurre sen dial. Roman 3:7-2. Optimum est ipsis repugnare seminibus, ib. 8:1. Si dis aliquid iuris tristitii timori cupiditati ceterisque modibus pravis, non erunt in nostra potstate ep. 85:11. Diog, L Romans 7 121. Letter 1F36 sigma alpha, tau epsilon pi alpha nu tau alpha, lambda epsilon gamma omicron epsilon sigma iota nu, epsilon letter 1F36, nu alpha iota tau, letter 1F70, letter 1F01 mu alpha rho tau eta mu alpha tau alpha. Omicron letter 1F50, kappa epsilon tau iota delta letter 1F45 mu omicron iota alpha stab. Roman 2:7, 11L. Stultus omnia vitia habet, sed non in omnia natura pronus est, alius in avaritium, alius in luxurium, alius in petulantium inclinitur. Sen ben Roman 4:27, 1. Omnis stulti mali sunt, qui autem habet vidium unum, omnia habet, ib. V15, 1. Intellegendum est ea sensus hoc idem, quod a Socrate acceptum diligenter stoici retinuerant, omnes incipients esse non sanos, sic, tusc. Disp. Roman 3:5-10. Pi alpha nu tau alpha sigma, gamma letter 1F70, rho letter 1F00 nu theta rho omega pi omicron epsilon sigma, letter 1F00. Phi omicron rho mu letter 1F70, sigma letter 1F14 chi epsilon iota nu, letter 1F10 kappa, phi epsilon sigma epsilon omega sigma, pi rho letter 1F78, sigma letter 1F00 rho epsilon tau eta nu. Letter 1F45 theta epsilon nu, letter 1F00, tau epsilon lambda epsilon letter 1F d6, sigma mu letter 1F72, nu letter 1F44 nu tau alpha sigma, epsilon letter 1F36, nu alpha iota, phi alpha epsilon lambda omicron epsilon sigma, tau epsilon lambda epsilon iota omega theta epsilon nu tau alpha sigma, delta letter 1F72, sigma pi omicron epsilon delta alpha iota omicron epsilon sigma, clean this app. Stop. Roman 2:7, 5b8. In pessima ob optimus lapsus nessus est etiam in malo vestigia boni tenit. Nunquam tantum virtus extinguitur, ut non certiors animo notas imprimet, quam ut alas erratit ulla mutatio sen, ben. Roman 7:19, 5. Inest interim animus voluntas bona, sed torpit, modo deliciae ac situ, modo officii inscia, ib. V25, 6. Satis ipsum nomen philosophi, etiam zi modus tractator, invidiosum est, ep. 5:2. Alpha letter 1F50, sigma tau eta rho omicron letter 1F7a, sigma delta epsilon, phi alpha sigma iota nu, epsilon letter 1F36, nu alpha iota, pi alpha nu tau alpha sigma, tau omicron letter 1F7a, sigma pi omicron epsilon delta alpha iota omicron epsilon sigma. Tau letter 1F7, mu eta tau epsilon alpha letter 1F50, tau omicron letter 1F7a, sigma pi rho letter 1F78, sigma letter 1F21 delta omicron, nu letter 1F74, nu letter 1F41, mu iota lambda epsilon letter 1F d6, nu mu eta tau epsilon pi alpha rho, letter 1F04 lambda lambda omega nu, tau letter 1F70, pi rho letter 1F78 sigma. Letter 1F21 delta omicron, nu letter 1F74, Nu pyro omicron sigma delta epsilon chi epsilon sigma theta alpha iota diog. L. Romans 7:117. Nec cupit nec timit beneficio rationis, sendile, Romans 7:5:1, erectus litusc est, inde continuo gaudio elatus, ib, Roman 2:9:3. Epict disc, Roman 2:8:29. Ib, Roman 3:13, 11-13. Chapter 15. Counsels of Perfection. Equals 395. Equals we have now set forth the Stoic theory of ethics, both in its high philosophically framework and in its more detailed treatment, in which it prescribes what is to be done and what to be left undone, and how the soul is to be disciplined in health and medicined in sickness. It remains for us to study the application of the system to individual cases, a matter which perhaps lies outside the scope of philosophy as understood at the present day, but is an essential part of the work of churches and social organizations. This department of philosophy was termed by the ancients precepts, or more fully, advice, dissuasion, admonition, exhortation, consolation, warnings, praise, reproof, and so forth. By some philosophers, as for instance by Aristo of Chios, it was held in contempt. By others, less inclined to cynicism, it was considered alone worthy of pursuit. But the steady conviction of the main body of Stoic teachers was that theory and precept must go hand in hand, that moral principles have no strength apart from their daily application, and that practical suggestions apart from a sound and reasoned system are like leaves cut from the bough, without lasting greenness. Since precepts apply directly to individual persons and particular circumstances, they presuppose some relationship between teacher and hearer. The latter must be either a convert to the school or one who has grown up under its influence. In the Roman period, the department of precepts is of increasing importance. We have something to learn from Antipater, Panidius, and Cicero, but we find much more material in the lectures, delta iota alpha tau rho iota beta alpha iota, diatribes, and letters of Musonius, Seneca Epictetus, and other teachers of the period of the Principate. Equals 396. Equals the precepts, which we find illustrated by our various authorities, are not easily systematized, but they have all the more the charm of personal intimacy. Through them, we are admitted to the home life of the Stoics. As Seneca wrote to Lucilius, so every day did Stoic fathers, Stoic teachers, Stoic jurists address those who came within their influence. Believing every man to have the seed of virtue in him, they had confidence that by their words it would often be stirred to life, and that in other cases, in which the promising shoot had become overshadowed by ignorance or evil habits, it would by the same means begin to grow again. But the full benefits of precepts could only be seen where they fell on well-prepared ground, and formed part of a training extending from infancy to the grave, where the instructor could daily ensure their enforcement and observe their effect. This opportunity was necessarily found most often in the teaching of the young, and the Stoic system of precepts, though not restricted to one period of life, was to a large extent a foreshadowing of a theory of education. It was under all circumstances guided by the rule of little by little. Precepts must be few and must be in themselves easy for the individual to carry out, but by steady practice great things will be accomplished. Equals 397. Equals since the value of precepts depends on the personal influence of the instructor, it is clear that his example will be of the greatest importance, and we may first ask what the discipline is to which he himself submits. Here the Cynic teacher seems to have the advantage, for he lives in the sight of all men, and the Indian, who allows himself to be scorched or burnt to show his contempt for pain, makes a still more forcible appeal. The Stoic does not parade himself in this fashion, but neither does he lock the door of his private life against any who wish to examine it. In the early morning he shakes off sleep, rousing himself to do the day's work of a man. Having clothed himself, he turns his mind towards his Maker and sings his praises. He resolves during the coming day to cooperate in his purposes and to bear cheerfully any burden that may be placed upon him. He will then give a short time to gymnastic exercises for the good of his health, after which, if his strength allows it, he will take, winter or summer, a plunge into the cold bath. Next comes the slightest of meals, then a short nap or reverie. From this he is aroused by the stir around him, and he then applies himself to the day's studies, being careful to alternate reading and writing, so that his mind may be neither exhausted by the latter nor relaxed by the former. Later on, he will consider his practical duties towards his relatives, his friends, and society in general. He will order his household and settle the disputes of his dependents. He will visit his friends, saying a word here and there in season, but not like the cynics, to all and sundry. He will encourage those who are making progress in virtue and sharply warn those who are in danger of a fall. He advises a young mother to nurse her child at her own breast, and when he meets with objections, points out the wisdom and propriety of obeying the prescriptions of nature. Returning home, he will again enjoy some slight bodily exercise, joining perhaps in a game of ball. His thoughts, however, will not always turn on success in the game, but he will consider how many principles in physics and ethics may be illustrated by it. Now that evening comes on, he sits down to a meal not over-elaborate in the company of one or two favorite pupils. Afterwards comes the temptation to burn the midnight oil in gathering seeds of wisdom for the morrow from the well-thumbed manuscript of Cleanthes, or, it may be, of Epicurus. Retiring to his chamber, he will examine his conscience, review the events of the past day, and be at peace with himself before he sleeps. 398. With the training of children, the Stoic teacher is perhaps not altogether familiar, but he knows its importance. It must be based on simplicity and austerity. For just at this time, indulgence and luxury are most dangerous stimulants to the passions. The child must learn to eat and drink in a mannerly way, to refrain from loud talking and laughing, to express himself in respectful and graceful words. He must be taught to do right before he can understand the reason why, or else by doing wrong he will make it difficult for himself afterwards to do right. He must be ruled until he can rule himself. For this reason, we give children proverbs, sententiae, or anecdotes, chi rho epsilon letter 1 fd6 alpha iota, to write out and learn, such as honesty is the best policy, or Socrates being asked of what city he was. And these short pithy sayings sink deep. But in the school life of children, no attempt must be made to grapple with the real problems of life, because these are too hard for them, though parents often forget this objection. Games and amusements may be permitted, for though in discussions on high principle the Stoics may be entirely opposed to relaxation of soul, yet in practical life they freely admit its importance. All dealings with children should be gentle. The discipline of the rod has long ago been abandoned by all sensible parents and teachers. 399. Soft living is at all ages to be avoided. It is in these days a danger to the bodily health. For when a man is accustomed to be protected from a draught by glass windows, to have his feet kept warm by foot warmers constantly renewed, and his dining room kept at an even temperature by hot air, the slightest breeze may put him in danger of his life. Those who envy men who live softly forget that their character becomes soft thereby. In particular, clothing should not be such as altogether to protect the body from heat in summer and from cold in winter. It is better to wear one shirt than two, best still to have only a coat. Then again, if you can bear it, it is better to go without shoes, for after all to be shod is not very different from being fettered, and runners do not use shoes. So also avoid luxurious furniture. Of what use is it that couches, tables, and beds should be made of costly woods and adorned with silver and gold? We eat, drink, and sleep better without these things. In all these matters the Spartans set us a good example, for while disease injures the body only, luxury corrupts both body and soul. 400. Boys and girls must be educated alike. This nature teaches us, for we train colts and puppies without any regard for the difference of sex. The true education of children is in the practice of the virtues, and these are the same for men and for women. Women need wisdom to understand the ordering of a household, justice to control the servants, soberness that they may be modest and unselfish. But they also need courage. In spite of the name, manliness, letter 1 F00 nu delta rho epsilon iota alpha, this is not a virtue reserved for men. Without it, women may be led by threats into immodest acts. Females of all kinds fight to defend their young. The Amazons, too, were good fighters, and it is only for want of practice that women cannot do the same today. That men, being the stronger, should do the heavier work, and women the lighter, is an arrangement which is often convenient. But circumstances may require the contrary. Girls, at any rate, must learn equally with boys to bear suffering, not to fear death, not to be in low spirits about anything that happens, to avoid grasping habits, to love equality and benevolence, and to do no harm to man or woman. Equals 401. Equals children should obey their parents, but in the spirit of reason. We do not obey a father who gives orders for the treatment of a sick person contrary to those of the physician, nor one who, being himself ill, demands things that are not good for him, nor one who bids his son steal, or appropriate trust funds, or sacrifice his youthful bloom. We do not even obey him when he tells us to spell a word wrongly or strike a false note on the lyre. If your father forbids you to philosophize, show him by your manner of life, by prompt obedience, by good temper, by unselfishness, how good a thing philosophy is. But after all, the command of the universal Father is more urgent upon you, which is to be just, kind, benevolent, sober, high-souled, above labors and above pleasures, pure from all envy and plotting. You need not assume the outward appearance of a philosopher, for the power of philosophy is in the innermost part of the soul, which the Father can no more reach than the tyrant. Equals 402. Equals the fancy of young men is easily attracted by the vision of virtue, but it is hard for them to persevere. They are like soft cheese which slips away from the hook by which it is taken up. We must therefore put before them an ideal which appeals to them, and in which the advantages of fixed purpose and severe training are apparent to the eye. Such is the training of the athlete, the gladiator, and the soldier. The teachers of wrestling bid the pupil try again after each fall. The trained boxer is eager to challenge the most formidable opponent. The gladiator has learnt the lesson that pain is no evil when he stands up wounded before a sympathetic crowd and makes a sign that it matters nothing. But most of all, the soldier's oath serves as an example when he pledges himself to serve Caesar faithfully all his life. Let the young philosopher pledge himself to serve his God as faithfully, to submit to the changes and chances of human life, and to obey willingly the command to act or to suffer. Without effort, as Hesiod has taught us, no greatness can be attained. Equals 403. Equals in youth, bad habits are apt to acquire some strength before they can be rooted out, and it will be well to anticipate this evil by exercising body and soul in advance in a direction contrary to that of the most common temptations. The teacher will therefore give to his precepts an exaggerated character, reckoning upon human frailty to bring about a proper standard in practice. Thus, since luxury is a chief enemy of virtue, the body should at least occasionally be brought low. A practice approved by the example of eminent men is to mark out from time to time a few days for the exercise of the simple life. During this time, life is to be maintained on coarse bread and water, in rough dress and all the surroundings of poverty. Since cynicism is a short cut to virtue, philosophers may well employ the methods of Diogenes for short periods as a corrective to any tendency to excess. Rich people do as much for love of change. Equals 404. Equals on the question of personal appearance, there is much to be said on both sides. Foppishness is a disagreeable vice, and it is contemptible that a young man should smell of perfumes. On the other hand, a total disregard of appearances is not approved by the Stoics. It is against nature, says Seneca, to be averse to neatness in appearance. In these outward matters, a sensible man will conform to fashion, nor will he wish to make the name of philosopher still more unpopular than it is. The founders of Stoicism laid it down that men and women should wear the same dress, but the later teachers laid stress on the natural distinction of the sexes, and to men the beard should be an object of just pride, for it is more becoming than the cock's comb or the lion's mane. This is to the Stoic a point of honor. He should part with his head more readily than with his beard. But the beard may be trimmed, for, as Zeno has observed, nature provides rather against the too little than against the too much, and reason must come to her help. Women do right to arrange their hair so as to make themselves more beautiful, but for men, any kind of artistic hairdressing is contemptible. Equals 405. Equals the young should train themselves alternately to bear solitude and to profit by society, since the wise man is never dependent on his friends, though none can take better advantage of them. In living alone, a man follows the example of the deity and comes to know his own heart. But solitude must not be a screen for secret vices. A man only uses it rightly when he can without shame picture the whole world watching his hours of privacy. The right choice of friends calls for true wisdom, for the soul cannot but be soiled by bad company. The only true friendship is based on the mutual attraction of good folk, therefore the wise are friends one to another even whilst they are unacquainted. It is well to consider much before choosing a friend, but afterwards to give him implicit trust, for a true friend is a second self. Such friendship can only arise from the desire to love and be loved. Those who seek friends for their own advantage will be abandoned by them in the day of trial. In the companionship of well-chosen friends, there grows up the common sense, which is an instinctive contact with humanity as a whole, making each man a partner in the thoughts and needs of all around him. This feeling is a principal aim of philosophy. But the young philosopher should make no enemies. He should be free from that dislike of others, which so often causes a man to be disliked, and should remember that he who is an enemy today may be a friend tomorrow. 406. As the young Stoic passes from youth to manhood, he will turn his mind towards marriage as a political and social duty. But if he is really touched by the divine flame, he will also find in it that enlargement of his own sympathies and opportunities of which the wise man is always glad. Under the Roman Principate, we observe a rapid development of personal sympathy between husband and wife, and though in society girls who attended philosophers' classes had an ill name as being self-willed and disputatious, yet it is from this very circle that the ideal of a perfect harmony of mind and purpose was developed most fully. Musonius often speaks on this subject. Husband and wife enter upon a treaty to live and to earn together, and to have all things in common, soul, body, and property. Unlike the lower animals, which made at random, man cannot be content without perfect community of thought and mutual affection. Marriage is for health and for sickness alike, and each party will seek to outrun the other in love, not seeking his own advantage, but that of his partner. A man should look for a healthy body, of middle stature, capable of hard work, and offering no attraction to the licentious. But the soul is far more important, for as a crooked stick cannot be fitted with one that is straight, so there can be no true agreement except between the good. Seneca is reticent as to marriage, but we have no reason to doubt that his life with Paulina was typical of the best Stoic marriages. Thus he excuses himself for taking more thought for his health than a philosopher should, by saying that the happiness of Paulina depends upon it. Her life is wrapped up in mine, for its sake I must take care of my own. What can be more delightful than to be so dear to one's wife, that for her sake one becomes dearer to himself? 407. On the question of marriage, Epictetus strikes a contrary note, characteristic of his time, and of his bias towards cynic practice. In the present state of things, which is like that of an army placed in battle order, is it not fit that the cynic should without any distraction be employed only on the ministration of God? To say nothing of other things, a father must have a heating apparatus for bathing the baby, wool for his wife when she is delivered, oil, a bed, a cup, and so the furniture of the house is increased. Where then now is that king who devotes himself to the public interests, the people's guardian, and so full of cares, whose duty it is to look after others, to see who uses his wife well, who uses her badly, who quarrels, who administers his family well, and who does not. Consider what we are bringing the cynic down to, how we are taking his royalty from him. To this very definite conception of a celibate order of philosophers, devoting themselves to the good of humanity, and entitled thereby to become the rulers of society, Musonius makes the following reply in advance from the true Stoic standpoint. Marriage was no hindrance to Pythagoras, Socrates, or Crates, and who were better philosophers than they? Since marriage is natural, philosophers should set the example of it. Why else did the Creator separate the human race into two divisions, making the honorable parts of the body distinct for each, and implanting in each a yearning for the other, but that he wished them to live together and to propagate the race? He who would destroy marriage, destroys the family and the commonwealth. No relationship is so essential or so intimate. Friend does not agree so well with friend, nor does a father feel so keenly separation from his son. And why should a philosopher be different from other men? Only that which is unbecoming is a hindrance to a philosopher, but by doing his daily duty as a man, he will become kindlier in disposition and more social in his thoughts. 408. The head of a household must have a means of living, and therefore the making of money, Chiro eta mu alpha tau iota sigma mu omicron sigma, cura rei familiaris, comes within the range of precepts. The Greek writers recognized three proper means of livelihood. I from kingship, that is, to be either a king or a king's minister or general. Roman 2 from politics, that is, by acting as a magistrate or a judge. Roman 3 from sophistry, that is, by teaching philosophy to those who are wishing to learn. To each profession there are obvious objections. Indeed, the sharp critic of Stoicism can see no reason why a wise man, who lacks nothing, should trouble himself about money-making. Each of the three professions named assumes the existence of men willing to be guided by philosophy, and these are not easily found. If pupils are taken, the question arises whether fees should be paid in advance or not. Now, it is certainly more reasonable that a student should only pay if he profits by his teaching. But on the other hand, no, one can absolutely promise to make a man good in a year, and deferred payments are often found unsatisfactory. Under the Roman Principate, we hear little of the professions connected with public life, but it is clear that the teacher and the physician are held in special regard. Seneca has not the breadth of mind to respect the painter or the sculptor, any more than the wrestler or the stage engineer. Yet Chrysippus had suggested a bolder standpoint when he said that the wise man will turn 3 somersaults for a sufficient fee, and no rule can be laid down except that a man should earn his own living without injuring his neighbor. Agriculture, as a calling favorable both to health of body and to innocence of soul, continued to be praised, but was seldom practiced except as an amusement. 409 equals for every profession philosophy has appropriate precepts, beginning with the king. There came one day to Musonius a king of Syria, for in those times there were kings subject to the Roman Empire. Musonius addressed him thus: "You ought to be a philosopher as much as your wish is to protect and benefit your fellow men. To do that, you must know what is good and what is evil. A king, too, must understand justice, for wars and revolts come about because men quarrel about their rights. Also, he must show soberness and courage, that he may be an example to his subjects." The ancients thought that a king should be a living law, mu omicron sigma, letter 1f1 form psi upsilon chi omicron sigma, and an imitator of Zeus. Only a good man can be a good king. The king was highly pleased and asked him to name any boon he would. "Abide by my words," said Musonius, "that will be the best boon both for me and for you." 2 precepts in particular are addressed to kings. The first, that they should encourage friends who will speak the truth to them. Even Augustus Caesar needed this lesson. Bitterly, as he lamented the deaths of Agrippa and Maecenas, he would not have allowed them to speak frankly had they lived. The second, that they should practice clemency, following the example of Julius Caesar, who destroyed the evidence upon which he might have punished his enemies. None does this virtue better become than kings and rulers. 410 equals to the man of high rank, it is natural to desire to move in the society of the great and the powerful. Epictetus gives us a striking description of the man who desires to be on the list of the Caesaris Amici, which he thinks to be a good, though experience shows that it is not such. Of whom shall we inquire? What more trustworthy witness have we than this very man who has become Caesar's friend? Come forward and tell us, when did you sleep more quietly, now or before you became Caesar's friend? Immediately you hear the answer: "Stop, I entreat you, and do not mock me. You know not what miseries I suffer, and sleep does not come to me. But one comes and says, Caesar is already awake, he is now going forth, then come troubles and cares. Well, and did you sup with more pleasure, now or before?" Hear what he says about this also. He says that if he is not invited, he is pained, and if he is invited, he sups like a slave with his master, all the while being anxious that he does not say or do anything foolish. As befits so great a man, Caesar's friend, he is afraid that he may lose his head. I can swear that no man is so stupid as not to bewail his own misfortunes the nearer he is in friendship to Caesar. It is exactly under these circumstances that a thorough training in philosophy is of really practical value. When you are going into any great personage, remember that another also from above sees what is going on, and that you ought to please him rather than that other. He then who sees from above asks you, "In the schools what used you to say about exile and bonds and death and disgrace? That they are things indifferent. And the end of life, what is it? To follow thee. Do you say this now also?" "I do." Then go into the great personage boldly and remember these things, and you will see what a youth is who has studied these things when he is among men who have not studied them. I imagine that you will have such thoughts as these. Why do we make such great and so many preparations for nothing? Is this the thing which is named power? All this is nothing. Yet a wise man will never challenge the anger of the powerful. He will turn aside from it, as a sailor from a storm. The virtuous affection of caution must be called in to help him, so many are his dangers. An independence of look, a slight raising of the voice, an outspoken expression, an appeal to public opinion, even unsought popularity are enough to excite suspicion. Perhaps after all the poet may be the wisest, who advises good men to stay away from court altogether, for it is a place where there is no room for them. 411. A common cause of moral corruption is the routine of city life. Here fashion dictates a round of occupations which are unnatural, but in which men and women are alike absorbed. Half of the morning is absorbed in sleep. Then follows the visit to the public shows, which are centers of demoralization, and conversation with numerous friends, each one of whom suggests some abandonment of principle. In the clubs, all the most worthless members of society foregather. The baths, which were at one time simply constructed, and for the purpose of cleanliness, are now instruments of luxury, and the water is now so hot as to be better fitted for torture than pleasure. For the evening meal, there must always be some novelty discovered, even if it is only to begin with the dessert and end with the eggs. Even the order of the seasons must be inverted, that roses may adorn the table in winter. Upon the ill-spent day follows a disorderly night, and a heavy headache the next morning. From the temptations of such a life, the adherent of Stoicism will gladly escape. 412. A more real happiness is reserved for the man who gives up town life for that of the country. For it is most natural to win sustenance from the earth, which is our common mother, and liberally gives back many times over what is entrusted to her. And it is more healthy to live in the open than to be always sheltering in the shade. It matters little whether one works on one's own land or on that of another, for many industrious men have prospered on hired land. There is nothing disgraceful or unbecoming in any of the work of the farm. To plant trees, to reap, to tend the vine, to thrash out the corn, are all liberal occupations. Hesiod the poet tended sheep, and this did not hinder him from telling the story of the gods. And pasturage is, says Musonius, perhaps the best of all occupations, for even farm work, if it is exhausting, demands all the energies of the soul as well as of the body, whereas whilst tending sheep a man has some time for philosophizing also. It is true that our young men today are too sensitive and too refined to live a country life, but philosophy would be well rid of these weaklings. A true lover of philosophy could find no better discipline than to live with some wise and kindly man in the country, associating with him in work and in relaxation, at meals and in sleeping, and so learning goodness, as Theognis tells us to do, from the good. 413. Within the household the head of it is a little king, and needs to display the kingly virtues of justice and soberness. In his dealings with the perverse, he must consider how far each man is capable of bearing the truth. Indeed, willingness to listen to reproof is no small virtue. Few words are best, so that the wrongdoer may be left as far as possible to correct his own ways. Punishment must be reserved for extreme cases and is always to be administered with calmness. It is felt more keenly when it comes from a merciful master. Persistent kindness wins over even bad men. It is further the privilege of the head of a household to distribute kindnesses to those below him. His wealth he must regard as given him in trust. He is only the steward of it and must neither hoard nor waste, for he must give both a debit and a credit account of all. But if the right use of money causes the possessor anxious thought, no trace of this should appear to others. Giving should be without hesitation and as a delight. The good citizen will pay his taxes with special pleasure, because in his eyes the welfare of the community stands higher than his own or that of his family. But he will not refuse a kindness even to an enemy who is in need. And in giving a farthing to a beggar, he will imply by his manner that he is only paying what the other is entitled to as his fellow man. In short, he will give as he would like to receive, and with the feeling that the chief pleasure of ownership is to share with another. 414. equals the good householder will associate on easy terms with his slaves, remembering that they too are men, made of flesh and blood as he is himself. It is, however, a difficult matter to decide whether a master should dine with his slave. Men of the old Roman type find this a disgraceful practice, but the philosopher should decide in its favor. We do not need to inquire into a man's social position if his character is attractive. Plato has well said that we cannot find a king who is not descended from a slave, or a slave who is not descended from a king. And in fact, many a Roman slave was far better educated than his master. Even if we do not suppose that Seneca's rule was commonly practiced in great Roman houses, the suggestion itself throws a pleasing light on the position of a Roman slave. But if the master was thus called upon to ignore differences of social position, as much might be expected of the slave. With him, it was doubtless an instinct to prize liberty, the power of living as you like, as the dearest of possessions. Yet many a slave who won this reward by years of faithful service found that liberty delusive and would have been wiser to stay in the home where he was valued. Equals 415. Equals a question of pressing practical importance is that of large families, pi omicron lambda epsilon pi alpha iota delta iota alpha. Statesmen have always considered it best that the homes of citizens should be crowded with children, and for this reason, the laws forbid abortion and the hindrance of conception. They demand fines for childlessness and pay honors to those who bring up large families. Public opinion takes the same view. The father of many children is honored as he goes about the city, and how charming is the sight of a mother surrounded by a swarm of children. No religious procession is so imposing. For such parents, everyone feels sympathy, and everyone is prepared to cooperate with them. But nowadays, even rich parents refuse to rear all their children so that the firstborn may be the richer. But it is better to have many brothers than few, and a brother is a richer legacy than a fortune. A fortune attracts enemies, but a brother helps to repel them. Equals 416. Equals, we have now accompanied the man of mature years in his duties and his temptations. Philosophy has also a word to speak with regard to his trials. It is well indeed if he is convinced that the buffets of fortune are no real evils, but this doctrine can be supplemented by other consolations. Of the most bitter of all sufferings, bereavement by the death of friends and children, we have already spoken. We may now consider two other conditions usually held to be evil, namely poverty and exile. In poverty, the first comfort is in the observation that poor men are usually stronger in body than the rich, and quite as cheerful in mind. Further, the poor are free from many dangers which beset the rich. They can travel safely even when highwaymen are watching the road. Poverty is an aid to philosophy, for a rich man, if he wishes to philosophize, must freely choose the life of the poor. A poor man is not troubled by insincere friends. In short, poverty is only hard for him who kicks against the pricks. Equals 417. Equals the subject of exile has the special interest that in fact so many philosophers endured this evil. To the Stoic, there is in principle no such thing as exile, since the whole world is his country, but he does not for this reason disregard other sources of consolation. Cicero was plainly miserable, not only when he was formally exiled, but also when he was away from Rome in an honorable position. Seneca at least made the attempt to bear exile more bravely. Is it then so hard to be away from one's native place? Rome is crowded with strangers who have come thither for pleasure or profit, study or novelty. True, it is a beautiful town, but there is no place on earth so bare and unsightly, not even this Corsica to which Seneca is banished, but that some men choose it to reside in as a matter of taste. Whole peoples have changed their abode, and we find Greek cities in the midst of barbarism, and the Macedonian language in India. Wherever he conquers, the Roman dwells. The exile has everywhere the company of the same stars above, of the same conscience within him. Even if he is separated from those near and dear to him, it is not for the first time, and he can still live with them in his thoughts and affections. Equals 418. Equals free or slave, rich or poor, powerful or insignificant, wherever a man stands in the order of society, old age comes at last and imperiously stops all ambitions. It is, in the general opinion, a time of sadness. To associate it with pleasure is not scandalous, only because it is paradoxical. Cicero's work De Senectute shows how old age became attractive according to Roman tradition. Seneca is hardly so successful. With the fading of hope, the stimulus to effort dies away in old age. But though philosophy forbids idleness, nature cries out for rest. We cannot then approve when old men follow their professional occupations with undiminished zeal, and we must highly blame those who cannot quit their pleasures. The great boon which old age brings is leisure. For this many great men, amongst them Augustus, have longed in vain. This leisure gives the opportunity of making acquaintance with great men through their books, but better still, that of making acquaintance with our own selves. 419 give me, said one to Musonius, a viaticum for old age. He replied as follows: the rule is the same as for youth, to live methodically and according to nature. Do not grieve because you are cut off from the pleasures of youth, for man is no more born for pleasure than any other animal. Indeed, man alone is an image of the deity and has like excellences. And do not consider the divine excellences as beyond your reach, for we have no other notion of the gods than such as we derive from observing good men, whom therefore we call divine and godlike. He who has acquired in youth sound principles and systematic training will not be found to complain in old age of the loss of pleasures, of weakness of body, or because he is neglected by friends and acquaintance. He will carry about with him a charm against all these evils, namely his own education. But if he has not been rightly educated, he will do well to go to a friend wiser than himself and listen to his teaching and profit by it. And specially he will ponder over death, how it comes in nature's course to all, and therefore is no evil. With such thoughts he will be cheerful and contented, and so he will live a happy life. But let no one say that wealth brings happiness in old age. That it does not bring a contented spirit is witnessed every day by a crowd of rich old men who are in bad temper and low spirits and feel deeply aggrieved. 420. When we see death before us, there remains a last act to be performed. We look at the wealth which no longer belongs to us and consider to whom it can most worthily be entrusted. We stand in the position of a judge who can no longer be bribed, and, with all the wisdom and goodwill that we have, we give this last verdict on those around us. 421. For death the whole of philosophy is a preparation, yet when it is no longer a matter of uncertain fear, but close at hand and sure, some last words are to be said. All this is in the course of nature, is according to the will of the Creator. God opens the door and says to you, Go whither? To nothing terrible, but to the place from which you came, to your friends and kinsmen, to the elements. What there was in you of fire goes to fire, of earth to earth, of air to air, of water to water. There is no Hades, nor Acheron, nor Cocytus, but all is full of gods and demons. God has invited you, be content when he calls others to the feast in your place. The philosopher does not look forward to renewing his personal life, or to meeting again with parent, wife, or child. But death is a release from all his pains and troubles, and he who has striven to live his life well will know how to meet death also at its due time. If it come to him in the shipwreck, he will not scream nor blame God. If in the arena, he will not shrink from his enemy, whether man or beast. In this last short crisis, he will bear witness that he accepts contentedly his mortal lot. Footnotes: Omnia ista monitions, consolations, dissuasions, adhortations, objurgations, laudations, monitionum genera sunt, sen ep. 94:39. Partem philosophi, qui dat propria cuique personi precepta, quidem solem receperunt, sed Ariston Stoicus, e contrario hanc partem levum existimat, ib. 94:1-2. The Cynics gave exhortations, but without having a system for the purpose. See above, section 52. Posidonius non tantum perceptionum, sed etiam suasionum et consolationum et exhortationum necessarium iudicat, ib. 95:65. Cf. Sic. Off. I3:7, sen ep. 94:34. Ipsum de malis bonisque iudicium, confirmatur, officium execution ad quam precepta perjucunt, ib. Quemidmatum folia vira per si non possunt, ramum desiderant. Sic ista precepta, si sola sunt, marcent, in figi volunt secti, sen ep. 95:59. See below, section 397, note 21. Sen ep. 94, 29 and 108, 8. Inest interim animis voluntas bona, sed torpit. Modo deliciis et situ, modo officii insitia, ben v 25, 6. Plus prodis, si pauca precepta sapientiae tenias, sed illa in promptu tibi et in usu sint, quam si multa quidem didisuris, sed illa non habeas ad manum ben. Romans 7:1-3. We ought to exercise ourselves in small things, and beginning with them to proceed to the greater epict. Disc. I 18:18. Debit semper plus esse virium in actor quam in onera. Nesses est operament onera, qui ferent maiora sunt sen dial. Roman 9:6-4. Arnim I 241. Sic cert vivendum est, tanquam in conspectu vivemus, sen ep, 83:1. In the morning, when you feel loth to rise, fall back upon the thought, I am rising for man's work. Why make a grievance of setting about that for which I was born, and for sake of which I have been brought into the world? Is the end of my existence to lie snug in the blankets and keep warm? M. Oral. To himself v1. I obey, I follow, assenting to the words of the commander, praising his acts. For I came when it pleased him, and I will also go away when it pleases him. And while I lived it was my duty to praise God, epict. Disc. Roman 3:26, 29 and 30. See also above, section 258. Minimum exercitatione corporis datum sen ep, 83:3. Ob hac fatigation, magis quam exercitation in frigidum descendi, ib. 5. Panis dane siccus et sine mensa prandium, ib. 6. Brevissimo somno uter et quaes interiungo. Satis est mihi vigilare disius. Aliquando dormis me scio, aliquando suspicer, ib. Nec scriber tantum nec tantum leger debimus, altera res contrastabit, vires exoriat distilo dico, altera solvit ac dilut sen. Ep. 84:2. Nulli enim nisi auditoro dicendum est, ib. 29:1. Libertate promiscua usi sunt et obvios monerant. Hoc, me lucili, non existimo magno viro faciendum, ib. 29:1-3. Audibo illi malasu ostendir, ib. 4. A. Gellius, N.A. Roman 12:1. Favorinus, of whom this is related, was not himself a Stoic. Sen ben Roman 2:17, 3-5 and 32, 1-4. See above, section 125, note 90. Et T nocturnis iuvat impalacir chartes, culter enim iuvenum purgatas in seris horas fruge clinthia pers. Sat. V 62-64. Quid est tamen, quer tu istas epicuri voces puts esse non publicas? Sen ep. 8:8. Qualis illes somnis post recognitionem sui sequitur. Quam tranquillis, quam altus ac liber, dial, v 36:2. Plurimum prodrit puros statum salubriter institui, ib. Roman 4:21-1. Tenuis ante omnia victis et non perdiosa vestis, ib. 11. Nihil magis facit iracundos quam educatio mollis et blanda, ib. 6. If he eats as a modest man, this is the man who truly progresses, epict. Disc. I 4:20 and 21. Veritatis simplex oratio est sen ep. 49:12. Let silence be the general rule, or let only what is necessary be said, and in a few words. Let not your laughter be much epict. Manual 33:2 and 4. Liquendum est pro magnitudine reum pensius et illa addicenda, pluris quam putas obligasti, sen ben Roman 2:24, 4. Imbeciliribus quidem ingeniis nesses est aliquam prier, hoc vidibus, hoc facies, ep. 94:50. Regi ergo debit, dum incipit posse si regir, ib. 51. Facilia singula incident circumscripta, et carminis modo inclusa, ideo puris et sententias, ediscendas damus et has quas grisi crias vocant, ib. 33:6 and 7. He is ridiculous who says that he wishes to begin with the matters of real life, for it is not easy to begin with the more difficult things, and we ought to use this fact as an argument to parents, epict. Disc. I 26:4 and 5. See above, section 316. Lucis quoque prodrunt. Modica enim voluptas laxet animos et temperat, sen dial. Roman 4:23. Danda est animus remissio, ib. Roman 9:17-5. Mens ad iocos divicanda est, ib. 4. Chrysippus had approved of the rod. Quidi decentes, quamlibet receptum sit et chrysippus non improbit, minim velim, quint, inst, or I3:14. But Seneca writes quite otherwise. Uter preceptor dignir, qui excarnificabit discipulos, si memoria illis non considerit, and qui monitionibus et vericundia emender ac doser mallet, Clem. I16, 2 and 3. Fugate delicias, fugate enervatum felicitatum sendile, I4, 9. Quem specularia, semper ob ad flaudu vindicaverunt, cuius pedes inter fomenta, subind mutata tepurunt, cuius senations subditus ac parietibus circumfusus calor temperavit, hunc levis ora non sine periculo stringit, ib. Audier solimus sic quarundum vitam laudari, quibus inviter molitor vivit hoc dicunt, mollis est, ep. 82, 2. Stab, Roman 3:29, 78 from Musonius. Ib. 29:75. Musin apud stab, Roman 2:31, 123. Musin, ib. Roman 4:79, 25. It is not easy to exhort weak young men, for neither is it easy to hold soft cheese with a hook epict. Disc, Roman 3:6, 9. See above, section 326. See what the trainers of boys do. Has the boy fallen? Rise, they say, wrestle again till you are made strong epict. Disc, Roman 4:9, 15. Cura est cum fortissimus quibus confliger sen dial, I2, 3. Respicions ad clamentum populum significat, nihil esse et intercedi non patitor, ib. Roman 2:16, 2. Ad hoc sacramentum adacti sumus, fair mortalia, ib. Roman 7:15, 7 epict. Disc, I14, 15 and 16. See above, section 33, and compare Horace in his Stoic mood. Nil sine magno vita labor dedit mortalibus sat. I9, 59 and 60. Quidem praecipimus ultramatum, ut ad verum et suum redint sen, ben. Roman 7:22, 1. We ought to oppose to this habit a contrary habit, and where there is great slipperiness in the appearances, there to oppose the habit of exercise. I am rather inclined to pleasure. I will incline to the contrary side above measure for the sake of exercise epict. Disc, Roman 3:12, 6 and 7. Interponas aliquot dies, quibus contentus minimo ac velissimo sibo, dura ac horrida vest, dicas tibi hoc est quod timebatter. Grabatus alle veresit et sagam et panis duris ac sordidus, hoc triduo ac quatriduo fur, sen ep. 18, 5 and 7. Quod tibi scripsi magnos viros seep fessis. Ib. 20, 13. Diog, L. Roman 7, 121. Divite sumant quastum dies, quibus humi senent, et remoto oro argentoque fictilibus utentur sen dial. Roman 12:12, 3. Contra naturam est facils odis mundicias sen ep. 5, 4. I would rather that a young man, who is making his first movements towards philosophy, should come to me with his hair carefully trimmed epict. Disc. Roman 4:11, 25. Asperum cultum et intensum caput et negligentium barbam evita, intus omnia dissimilia sint, frans papulo conveniat sen ep. 5, 2. We ought not to confound the distinctions of the sexes. How much more becoming is the beard than the cock's comb and the lion's mane? For this reason, we ought to preserve the signs which God has given epict. Disc. I16, 13 and 14. Come then, Epictetus, shave yourself. If I am a philosopher, I answer, I will not shave myself, but I will take off your head. If that will do you any good, take it off epict. Disc. I2, 29. Stab, Roman 3:6, 24 from Musonius. Miscenda tamen ista ad alternanda, solitudo ac frequentia sen. Dial, Roman 9:17, 3. Ita sapiens si contentus est, non ut velit esse sine amico, sed ut possit ep. 9, 5. Prodrit per si ipsum cessidir, meliors aramis singuli dial, Roman 8:1, 1. A man ought to be prepared in a manner to be able to be sufficient for himself and to be his own companion. For Zeus dwells by himself and is tranquil by himself, epict. Disc. Roman 3:13, 6 and 7. Tunc felicem set iudica, cum potris viver in publico, periets plerum circumdados nobis iudicamus, non ut tudius vivamus sed ut pexemus occultius, sen ep. 43, 3. It is impossible that a man can keep company with one who is covered with soot without being partaker of the soot himself. Epect. Disc. Roman 3:16, 3. Diog. L. Romans 7:124. Stoici sensent sapiens sapientibus etiam ignotis esse amicos, nihil est enim virtute amabilius, sic. Nd I 44, 121, so stab. Roman 2:7-11 Post amicitium credendum est, anti amicitium iudicandum, sen ep 3, 2. Zd to nu omega nu letter 1 f10, rho omega tau eta theta epsilon letter 1 f76, sigma tau iota letter 1 f10 sigma tau iota, phi iota lambda omicron sigma, letter 1 f04 lambda omicron sigma, letter 1 f10 gamma omega, letter 1 f14 phi eta diog. L Romans 7:23. Heketon 8, ego tibi monstrabo amatorium, si vis amari ama sen, ep. 9:6, multos tibi dabo, qui non amico sed amicitia carrunt ib. 6:3. Ib 9:8. Hoc primum philosophia promittit, sensum communum, humanidatum et congregationum, ib. 5:4, nullius boni signs socio iucunda possessio est, ib. 6:4. Monmus, ut ex inimico cogitet feri posse amicum, ib. 95:63. See above, section 349. Ducit uxorum si contentus, et liberos tollit si contentus sen ep. 9:17. If indeed you had, you would be content in sickness, in hunger, and in death. If any among you has been in love with a charming girl, he knows that I say what is true epict. Disc. Roman 3:5, 18 and 19. Letter 1 f00, lambda letter 1 f70, nu letter 1 f74 delta iota alpha. Phi alpha sigma iota, tau iota nu epsilon sigma. Letter 1 f45 tau iota alpha letter 1 f50, theta alpha delta epsilon iota sigma letter 1 f61 sigma, letter 1 f10, pi letter 1 f76, pi omicron lambda letter 1 f7a, kappa alpha letter 1 f76, theta rho alpha sigma epsilon iota alpha sigma, epsilon letter 1 f36, nu alpha iota letter 1 f00 nu alpha gamma kappa eta, tau letter 1 f70, sigma pi rho omicron sigma iota omicron epsilon sigma alpha sigma. Tau omicron letter 1 fd6, sigma phi iota lambda omicron sigma omicron phi omicron iota sigma, gamma upsilon nu alpha letter 1 fd6, kappa alpha sigma muse. Apud stab. Roman 231, 126. Stab, Roman 422, 90. Stab, Roman 422, 104. Nam cum sium spiritum alias in meo verdi, incipio, ut illi consulam, mihi consular. Quid enim iucundius quam uxari tam carum esse, ut propter hoc tibi carrier fias, sen ep. 104, 2 and 5. Home, ill, Roman 225. Epict, disc, Roman 322, 69-75. Stab, Roman 422, 20. Stab, Roman 27, 11m. Plut sto, Rep 2010. Omnium horum apud nos magna caritas, magna reverentia est, sen ben Roman 6:15, 1, ex medico ac preceptor in amicum transunt, ib. 16, 1. Ep 88, 18 and 22. Plut sto, Rep 33. Sic in vita sibi quemque Peter quod pertinit ad usum, non iniquum est, alteri deriper ius non est, sic. Off, Roman 3:10, 42. See below, section 412. So too Epictetus, to whose example should look except yours, disc, Roman 3:4-3. Stab, Roman 4:7, 67. Sen ben Roman 6:32, 4. Dial, Roman 4:23, 4. Nullum tamen clementia ex omnibus magis quam regem aut principum disset clem, I 3:3. Epict, disc, Roman 4:1, 46-50. Ib, I 30, 1-7. Sapiens nunquam potentium eras provocabit, immo declinabit, non aliter quam in navigando procelam, sen ep. 14, 7. Dial, Roman 3:18, 2. Exit alla qui valet esse pius. Virtus et summa potestas non caent, semper medut, quem siva putibunt, lucen fars. Roman 8 493-495. Sen ep. 77, 6 and 95, 20 and 21. Terpes qui alto sol semisomnis iesit, cuius vigilia medio dian sipit, ib. 122 1. Nihil tam damnasum bonus moribus quam in aliquo spectaculo desider, ib. 7 2. Inimica est multorum conversatio. Nemo non aliquad nobis vidium aut commandat, aut imprimit aut nescientibus adlinit, ib. Villissimus quisque tempus in aliquo circulo dial, I5 4. Ep. 86 9 and 10. Ib. 114 9. Ib. 122 8. Oculos hesterna graves crapula, ib. 122 2. Staub, Roman 4 15 18. Seneca gives a more qualified approval to country life. Non est per se magistra innocentiae solitudo, nec frugalitatem docent rura, sed ubi testis et spectator abscessit, vitia subsidunt, quorum monstrari et conspici fructus est, ep. 94 69. De cetero vidi, non tantum and verum sit quod dissus, sed in elec hui dissiter veri patiens sit dial. V 36 4. Mon revel ac possi secunda virtus est, flectendus est possus animus, sui rector optimus ben. V 25 4. Gravir multo pona viter, qui amidi viro constituiter clem. I 22 3. Vincit malos pertinax benitas ben. Roman 7 31 1. Quid tanquem tuo parsis. Procurator ease, in depositi causa sunt, ben Roman 6 3 2. Donabit cum summo concilio dignissimos allegians, ut qui memonerit tam expensorum quam acceptorum rationem es redendum, ib. 23 5. Demus ante omnia libenter, cito, sine alla dubitation ben Roman 2 1 1. Sic off, I 17 57. Non designimus opum fair etiam inimicis, sen dial, Roman 8 1 4. Dabit agenti stipum, non hanc contumeliosum, qua pars meior horum qui si misericords vidri volunt, abicit et fastidit quos adiuvet contingique ob his timit, sed at homo homini ex communi dabit clem. Roman 2 6 2. Sic demis, quamodo velimus acciper, ben Roman 2 1 1. Nullius boni sign socio iucunda possessio est, ep. 6 4. Servi sunt, immo homines, servi sunt, immo humals amici, ib. 47 1. Animas servorum et corpora nostra materia constare pudet paribusque elementes, Jov. Sat. Roman 14 16 and 17. Cognivi familiariter t cum servis tuis viver, hoc eruditionem disset, rideo istos, qui terp putent cum servo seu sener sen ep. 47 1 and 2. Refert cuius animi sit, non cuius status ben, Roman 3:18 2. Ep. 44 4. Magna summa emit servos, unum qui homerum tenerit, unum qui hesiatum. Novum praetor rea lyricis singulos id signavit, magno emis alum non est quad maioris, non invenerat faciendos locavit, ep. 27 6. Epict disc, Roman 4 1 33-40. But here Epictetus on the other side. Are those men greater benefactors to mankind who introduce into the world to occupy their own places 2 or 3 grunting children, or those who superintend as far as they can all mankind? Did Priamus, who begat 50 worthless sons, contribute more to the community than Homer? Disc. Roman 3:22, 77 and 78. Staub, Roman 4:24, 15, from Ausonius. Ib. 27 21. See above, section 399. Compara inter si pauperum et dividum voltus, Sepius pauper et fidelius ridit sen ep. 86. Etiam in obsessa via pauperi pax est, ib. 14 9. Si vis vacere animo, aut pauper sis oportet aut pauperi similes, ib. 17 5. Viros surdosc amicos retinbit, dissedit quisquis non t, sed aliad sequibater. Vel ob hoc unum amanda paupertas quad, a quibus amoris, ostendit, ib. 27. Paupertas nulli malum est nisi repugnanti, ib. 123 16. Dial, Roman 12 6 2. Usc eo commutatio ipsa locorum gravis non est, ut hic quoque locus a patria quastum abjuxerit, ib. 5. Ib. 7 1. Ubicunc visit Romanus habitat, ib. 7 7. Ib. 8 6. Licet in exilium untibus virtut suas secum fair, ib. 8 1. Subunt morbi tristis senectus verg, G. Roman 367 quoted by Sen. Ep. 108:29. Plena est voluptatis, Cielasias Iudi Sen. Ep. 12:4. Nihil magis cavendum est senectudi, quam ni linguori si desidiec dedet sic. Off. I-34, 123. Euvines possumus disir, possumus facilum animum et ad hoc tractabilum ad melira converter, Sen. Ep. 108:27. Adione euvat occupatum mori, Sen. Dial. X-23. He instances an old gentleman of 90 who had consented to resign his official post at that age. But when the time came, he threw his whole household into mourning until he got his work back again. Luxuria cum omni edate terpes, tum senectudi fodissima est, sic, off. I-34, 123. Sen. Dial, X4 1 and 2. Tau letter 1F78, zeta letter 1FC6, nu letter 1F41 delta, letter 1FF7, kappa alpha letter 1F76, kappa alpha tau, letter 1F70, phi upsilon sigma iota letter 1F04 nu theta rho omega pi omicron sigma, mu iota mu eta mu alpha theta, epsilon omicron letter 1Fe6, mu omicron nu, tau letter 1FF6, nu letter 1F10 pi iota gamma epsilon iota omega nu. See on hymn of clean this L. 5, in section 97. Staub floor, 117 8m. Ubi mors interclusit omnia, et ad ferendum sententiam incorruptum, eudicem missit, querimus dignissimos quibus nostra tradimus. Nec quicquam cura sanctir componemus quam quod ad nos non pertinet. Sen. Ben. Roman 4:11, 5. Reverti unde veneris quid grave est, Dial, Roman 9:11, 4. Epict disc, Roman 3:13, 14 and 15, ib, Roman 4:1, 106. Male vivit quisquis nesciet beni mori, Sen. Dial. Roman 9:11, 4, and see above, section 298, 299. Quod tam cito fit timetes diu, Sen. Dial. I6 9, puto forturum eam esse, qui in ipsa mort est quam qui circa mortem. Mors enim ad moda etiam imperitus animum dedit non vitandi inevitabilia. Sic gladiator tota pugna timidissimus, iugulum adversario priestet, et erentum gladium sibi ad temperat, ep. 38. The ship is sinking. What then have I to do? I do the only thing that I can, not to be drowned full of fear, nor screaming nor blaming God, but knowing that what has been produced must also perish. For I am not an immortal being, epict. Disc, Roman 2:5, 11-13. Chapter 16. Stoicism in Roman History and Literature. 422. Although up to this point it has been our main purpose to set forth the doctrines of Stoicism, we have seen incidentally that these came to exercise a wide influence in Roman society, and that the later teachers are far less occupied in the attainment of truth than in the right guidance of disciples who lean upon them. In the present chapter, we propose to describe more particularly the practical influence of Stoicism. Our information, whether drawn from history or from poetry, refers generally to the upper classes of Roman society. As to the influence of the sect amongst the poor, we have no sufficient record. But although it is very generally held that the Stoics made no effort to reach the working classes of Rome, or met with no success in that direction, the evidence points rather to an opposite conclusion, at any rate as regards all that development of the system which was colored by Cynism, the philosophy of the poor. Our actual records are therefore rather of the nature of sidelights upon the system. The mainstream of Stoic influence may well have flowed in courses with which we are imperfectly acquainted, and its workings may perhaps come to light first in a period of history which lies beyond our immediate scope. 423. Individual Romans who professed themselves disciples of the Porch owed their allegiance to the sect to two causes, in varying proportion. On the one hand, they had attended lectures or private instruction given by eminent Stoic teachers, or had immersed themselves in Stoic literature. This influence was in almost all cases the influence of Greek upon Roman, and the friendship between the Stoic Panidius and Scipio Aemilianus was the type of all subsequent discipleship. Scipio himself did not perhaps formally become a Stoic, but he introduced into Roman society the atmosphere of Stoicism, known to the Romans as Humanitas, This included an aversion to war and civil strife, an eagerness to appreciate the art and literature of Greece, and an admiration for the ideals depicted by Xenophon, of the ruler in Cyrus, and of the citizen in Socrates. All the Stoic nobles of the time of the Republic are dominated by these feelings. On the other hand, individuals were often attracted by the existence of a society which proclaimed itself independent of the will of rulers and offered its members mutual support and consolation. Such men were often drawn into Stoicism by the persuasion of friends, without being necessarily well-grounded in philosophical principle. And in this way, small groups or cliques might easily be formed in which social prejudice or political bias outweighed the formal doctrine of the school. Such a group was that of the old Romans of the 1st century of the Principate. And with the spread of Stoicism, this indirect and imperfect method of attachment constantly grows in importance as compared with direct discipleship. 424. Of the first group of Roman Stoics, the most notable was C. Laelius, the intimate friend of Scipio, who became consul in 140 B.C. In his youth, he had listened to the teaching of Diogenes of Babylon. In later life, he was the friend of Panidius. He was in his time a notable orator with a quiet, flowing style. His manners were cheerful, his temper was calm, and, as we have seen, he seemed to many the nearest of all the Romans to the ideal of the Stoic sage. He is brought on as the chief speaker in Cicero's De Amicitia. Another close friend of Africanus was S.B. Mummius, the brother of the conqueror of Achaea. His oratory was marked by the ruggedness characteristic of the Stoic school. Passing mention may be made of L. Furius Philus, consul in 136 BC, and a member of the same group, though his philosophical views are not known to us. 425. From the humane movement sprang the Gracchan reforms, which all alike aimed at deposing from power the class to which the reformers by birth belonged. To the temper of mind, which made such a desire possible, Stoic doctrine had largely contributed. The Greeks had taught their Roman pupils to see in the nascent Roman Empire, bearing the watchword of the majesty of the Roman name, Maestas Nominis Romani, at least an approximation to the ideal cosmopolis, and many Romans so far responded to this suggestion as to be not unfriendly towards plans for extending their citizenship and equalizing the privileges of those who enjoyed it. C. Blasius of Cumae, a pupil of Antipater of Tarsus, went so far as to instigate Tiberius Gracchus to the schemes which proved his destruction, whilst other Stoics, equally sincere in their aims, disagreed with the violence shown by Tiberius in his choice of method. Amongst the latter was Q. Aelius Tubero, a nephew of Africanus, who became consul in 118 BC. He devoted himself day and night to the study of philosophy, and though of no mark as an orator, won himself respect by the strictness and consistency of his life. Panidius, Posidonius, and Hecato all addressed treatises to him, and he is a leading speaker in Cicero's Republic. 426. After the fall of the Gracchi, the Stoic nobles continued to play distinguished and honorable parts in public life. A family succession was maintained through 2 daughters of Laelius, so that here we may perhaps recognize the beginning of the deservedly famous Stoic marriages. Of the 2 ladies, the elder was married to Q. Mutius Scaevola, known as the Augur, who was consul in 117 BC. He was a devoted friend of Panidius and famous for his knowledge of civil law. The younger daughter was married to C. Fannius, who obtained some distinction as a historian. In C. Lucilius, we find the Latin poet of Stoicism. The views which he expresses in his satires on religion and ethics are in the closest agreement with the teaching of Panidius, and the large circulation of his poems must have diffused them through wide circles. At the same time, his attacks on the religious institutions of Numa and his ridicule of his own childish beliefs may well have brought philosophy into ill odor as atheistic and unpatriotic. And we find the statesmen of the next generation specially anxious to avoid any such imputations. 427. A dominating figure is that of Q. Mutius Scaevola, commonly called the Pontifex, who was a nephew of his namesake mentioned above and derived from him his interest in civil law. He was consul in 95 BC. He overcame the difficulty about the popular religion by distinguishing on Stoic lines three classes of deities. I, mythical deities, celebrated by the poets with incredible and unworthy narrations. Roman 2, philosophical deities, better suited for the schools than for the marketplace. Roman 3, civic deities, whose ceremonies it is the duty of state officials to maintain, interpreting them so as to agree with the philosophers rather than with the poets. In this spirit, he filled the position of chief officer of the state religion. He was, however, no time server, for being appointed after his consulship to be governor of Asia, he joined with his former questor P. Rutilius Rufus in the design of repressing the extortion of the publicani. A decisive step taken by him was to declare all dishonorable contracts invalid, and more than a generation later his just and sparing administration was gratefully remembered both at Rome and in the provinces. The Equites took their revenge not on Scaevola but on Rutilius, whom they brought to trial in 92 BC, when Scaevola pleaded his cause in a simple and dignified way that became a Stoic, but did not exclude some traces of elegance. He is regarded as the father of Roman law, for he was the first to codify it, which he did in 18 volumes. He also wrote a special work on definitions, which no doubt reflected the interest which the Stoics took in this part of logic. 428. It seems beyond dispute that the systematic study of law, which developed in later centuries into the science of Roman jurisprudence, and as such has exercised a weighty influence on the development of Western civilization, had its beginnings amongst a group of men profoundly influenced by Stoic teaching. It does not therefore follow that the fundamental ideas expressed by such terms as ius gentium, lex naturae, are exclusively Stoic in origin. The former phrase appears to have been in common use at this time to indicate the laws generally in force amongst the peoples that surrounded Rome. The latter is a philosophical term derived from the Greek, denoting an ideal law which ought to exist amongst men everywhere. The principle of obedience to nature is not peculiar to the Stoic philosophy, but belongs to the common substratum of all philosophical thought. It does, however, seem to be the case that the Stoic theory of the common law, kappa omicron, iota nu letter 1f78 sigma nu omicron sigma, was in fact the stimulus which enabled the Romans to transform their system of rights, gradually throwing over all that was of the nature of mechanical routine or caste privilege, and harmonizing contradictions by the principle of fairness. The successor of Scaevola was C. Aquilius Gallus, praetor in 66 BC with Cicero, of whom it is specially noted that he guided his exposition of law by the principle of equity, and after him S. Sulpicius Rufus, the contemporary and intimate friend of Cicero. We do not know that he was a Stoic, but he was a student of dialectic under L. Lucilius Balbus, who as well as his brother belonged to this school, and he followed Stoic principles in studying oratory just enough to make his exposition clear. He was the acknowledged head of his profession and compiled 180 books on law. In the Civil War, he took sides with Caesar. 429. Amongst men of high rank definitely pledged to Stoicism in the generation preceding Cicero are further L. Aelius Stilo, circ. 145–75 BC, who devoted himself to Roman grammar and antiquities and was the teacher of both Cicero and Varro. Q. Lucilius Balbus, whose knowledge of this philosophy rivaled that of his Greek teachers, and who is the exponent of the Stoic view in Cicero's De Natura Deorum, the scene of which takes us back to about 76 BC. Sextus Pompeius, uncle of Pompey the Great, and distinguished both as a philosopher and as a jurist. And more particularly P. Rutilius Rufus, to whom we have already referred. A pupil and devoted admirer of Panidius, a trained philosopher and a sound lawyer, he brought his career at Rome to an abrupt end by his firm resistance to the publicani, as already recounted. With true cosmopolitanism, he retired to Smyrna and accepted the citizenship of that town. His stern principles did not prevent him from saving his life in the massacre ordered by Mithridates by assuming Greek dress. The massacre itself was the ripe fruit of the abuses which he had endeavored to repress. He is one of the characters in Cicero's De Republica. 430. Of the Stoics of Cicero's time, the most eminent was M. Porcius Cato, 95–48 BC. In him, Stoicism received a special coloring by association with the traditions of ancient Roman manners. In his early years, he became a pupil of Antipater of Tyre, and so far adopted the Cynic ideal as to train himself for public life by freely submitting to hunger, cold, and hardship. After a period of service in the army, he made a journey to Asia to secure the companionship of Athenodorus the Elder. He became a practiced speaker, and though he adhered firmly to the Stoic tradition of plain language and short sentences, yet could become eloquent on the great themes of his philosophy, and could win the approval of the people even for its paradoxes. He was resolutely opposed to bribery and extortion. As quaestor in BC 66, he introduced reform into the public finances and put an end to embezzlements by officials. His popularity became very great, and he was elected tribune of the plebs towards the end of the year 63 BC, when his voice decided the senators to decree the death of the associates of Catiline. With his subsequent policy, Cicero finds fault because Cato refused to connive at the extortions of the publicani, and from Cicero's criticisms has arisen the accepted view that Cato was an unpractical statesman. On the other hand, it may well be held that if the Roman aristocracy had included more men like Cato, the republic might have been saved. And towards the end of his life, Cicero bitterly lamented that he had not sufficiently valued the sincere friendship which Cato offered him. In the year 54 BC, the candidates for the office of tribune paid him a singular compliment. Each deposited with him a large sum of money, which he was to forfeit if in Cato's opinion he was guilty of bribery. His whole political life was guided by the strictest moral principle. Even in so unimportant a matter as Cicero's request for a triumph, he would do nothing to oblige a friend. In private life, he attempted to put into practice the principle of the community of women taught in Zeno's Republic. He had married Marcia, daughter of Philippus, and had 3 children by her. In 56 BC, he gave her up to his friend C. Hortensius, whose family was in danger of becoming extinct. Finally, on the threatening of the civil war in BC 50, he took her back to his own home. At a time when the marriage bond was lightly treated by many of his contemporaries, he at least rose above petty motives. In the Civil War, he took sides strongly against Caesar, his old political opponent. His self-sought death after Pharsalia won him a distinction which he had earned better by his life, and the unmeasured praise bestowed upon him a century later is perhaps due more to political bias than to philosophical respect. The few words with which Virgil honors his memory are more effective when he pictures Cato as chosen to be a judge in the world of the blessed. Cato represents the Stoic view as to the summum bonum in Cicero, S. de Finibus. Equals 431, equals contemporary with Cicero and Cato was M. Terentius Varro B. C. 116-28. In his public career and political principles, he was not unlike Cato. In his literary activity, he more resembled Cicero. Both Varro and Cicero were deeply influenced by Stoic teaching, but as they were by no means professed adherents of this philosophy, they may be here passed by. In the next generation, M. Junius Brutus, 542 BC, concerns us more, for by his marriage with Portia, Cato's daughter and an ardent Stoic, he came into a family connection with the sect, with which his personal views, as we have seen, were not entirely in agreement. Still, Brutus was not altogether unfitted to play the part of Cato's successor. He was no mean orator, and wrote more than one philosophical treatise, whilst Cicero dedicated several of his philosophical works to him. But the practical stoicism of Portia, who stabbed herself in the thigh to show that she was fit to be trusted with a political secret, shines out more brightly than the speculations of her husband. In her honor, Martial has written one of the few epigrams in which he allows himself to be caught in a mood of admiration. Yet his story of Portia's death must be rejected as unhistorical. Equals 432. Equals after the death of Brutus, Stoicism ceases for a while to play a prominent part in Roman history. But its indirect influence is very marked in the 2 great poets of the Augustan epoch, Horace and Virgil. Of these, Horace is in the main an Epicurean, and as such is quite entitled to use the Stoic paradoxes as matter for ridicule, and even to anticipate dangerous consequences from their practical application. But in fact, his works show a constantly increasing appreciation of the ethics of Stoicism. He recognizes the high ideals and civic activity of its professors, and he draws a noble picture of the Stoic sage, confident in his convictions and bidding defiance to the crowd and the tyrant alike. Of that practical wisdom and genial criticism, which has made Horace the favorite poet of so many men eminent in public life. No small part consists of Stoic principles deftly freed from the paradoxical form in which they were conveyed to professed adherents. 433. With this picture of Stoicism, seen from without we must contrast that given us by Virgil, who inherited the Stoic tradition from Aratus, his model for the Georgics. Virgil's mind is penetrated by Stoic feeling, and his works are an interpretation of the universe in the Stoic sense. But like so many of his contemporaries, he holds aloof from formal adherence to the sect and carefully avoids its technical language. Quite possibly, too, he incorporated in his system elements drawn from other philosophies. In physics, he accepts the principle that the fiery ether is the source of all life. It is identical with the divine spirit and the all-informing mind. From this standpoint, he is led on to the doctrine of purgatory, and from that he looks forward to the time of the conflagration, when all creation will be reconciled by returning to its primitive unity in the primal fire spirit. Still, Virgil's picture must be regarded rather as an adaptation than as an exposition of Stoicism. It lacks the sharp outlines and the didactic tone of the poetry of Cleanthes or Lucretius, and other interpretations are by no means excluded. 434. With the problem of the government of the universe. Virgil's mind is occupied throughout the Aeneid. He is constantly weighing the relative importance of the three forces, fate, the gods, and fortune, precisely as the philosophers do. To each of the three he assigns a part in the affairs of men, but that taken by fate is unmistakably predominant. The individual gods have very little importance in the poem. They are to a large extent allegorical figures, representing human instincts and passions. They cannot divert destiny from its path, though with their utmost effort they may slightly delay its work or change its incidents. Above all these little gods Jove towers aloft, a power magnificent and munificent. At his voice, the gods shudder and the worlds obey. But the power of Jove rests upon his complete acceptance of the irrevocable decrees of fate. The critic may even describe him as a puppet king, who wears an outward semblance of royalty, but is really obedient to an incessant interference from a higher authority. Virgil, however, appears truly to hold the Stoic principle that fate and Jove are one. He thus takes us at once to the final problem of philosophy, the reconciliation of the conceptions of law formed on the one hand by observing facts, the modern laws of nature, and on the other hand by recognizing the moral instinct, the modern moral law. As we have seen, a reconciliation of these two by logic is intrinsically impossible. Virgil, however, shows us how they may be in practice reconciled by a certain attitude of mind. And because that attitude is one of resignation to and cooperation with the supreme power, it would seem right to place Virgil by the side of Cleanthes as one of the religious poets of Stoicism. 435. Virgil's conception of ethics is displayed in the character of Aeneas. Much modern criticism revolts against the character of Aeneas exactly as it does against that of Cato, and for the same reason that it is without sympathy for Stoic ethics. To understand Aeneas, we must first picture a man whose whole soul is filled by a reverent regard for destiny and submission to Jove, who represents destiny on its personal side. He can therefore never play the part of the hero in revolt, but at the same time he is human and liable to those petty weaknesses and aberrations from which even the sage is not exempt. He can hesitate or be hasty, can love or weep, but the sovereignty of his mind is never upset. In a happy phrase, Virgil sums up the whole ethics of Stoicism. Calm in his soul he abides, and the tears roll down, but in vain. In contrast to Aeneas stands Dido, intensely human and passionate, and in full rebellion against her destiny. She is to him Eve the temptress, Cleopatra the seducer, but she is not destined to win a final triumph. A modern romance would doubtless have a different ending. 436. Amongst writers who adopted much of the formal teaching of Stoicism, without imbibing its spirit we may reckon Ovid, 43b, c. -18 AD. Not only does he accept the central idea of Stoicism, that it is the divine fire by virtue of which every man lives and moves, but he opens his greatest work by a description of the creation which appears to follow Stoic lines, and in which the erect figure of man is specially recognized as the proof of the preeminence which Providence has assigned to him over all the other works of the Creator. But the tales related in the Metamorphoses show no trace of the serious religious purpose of Virgil, and the society pictured in Ovid's love poems gives only a caricature of the Stoic doctrines of the community of women, the absence of jealousy, and outspokenness of speech. Finally, the plaintive tone of the Tristia shows how little Ovid was in touch with Stoic self-control amidst the buffetings of fortune. 437. In the time of the next princeps, we first find Stoicism associated with an unsympathetic attitude towards the imperial government. There was nothing in Stoic principles to suggest this opposition. Tiberius himself had listened to the teaching of the Stoic Nestor, and the simplicity of his personal life and the gravity of his manners might well have won him the support of sincere philosophers. But if Stoicism did not create the spirit of opposition, it confirmed it where it already existed. The memory of Cato associated Stoic doctrines with republican views. Vague idealizations of Brutus and Cassius suggested the glorification of tyrannicide. Cremutius Cordus Ob. A.D. 25 had offended Seianus by a sarcastic remark, for when Tiberius repaired the theater of Pompey and the Senate voted that a statue of Seianus should be erected there, Cordus said that this meant really spoiling the theater. Seianus then dropped a hint to his client Satrius, who accused Cordus before the Senate of writing a history in which he highly praised Brutus and declared Cassius to have been the last of the Romans. A word of apology would have saved the life of Cordus. He resolved to die by his own act, to the great annoyance of his prosecutors. From this time on, suicide became an object of political ambition. The Stoic tradition continued in the family of Cordus, and to his daughter Marcia, as a fellow member of the sect, Seneca addressed the well-known Consolatio. But the title of Old Romans describes far better the true leanings of the men of whom Cordus was the forerunner. 438. In the reign of Gaius Caligula, we first find philosophers as such exposed to persecution, and we may infer that, like the Jews, they resisted tacitly or openly the claim of the emperor to be worshipped as a god. Aulus Graecinus, according to Seneca, was put to death for no other reason than that he was a better man than a tyrant liked to see alive. Canis Aulus reproved the emperor to his face, and heard with calmness his own doom pronounced. During the 10 days still left to him, he went quietly on with his daily occupations. He was engaged in a game of chess when the centurion summoned him. "After my death," he said to his opponent, "do not boast that you won the game." His philosopher accompanied him and inquired how his thoughts were occupied. "I propose," said Canis, "to observe whether at the last moment the soul is conscious of its departure. Afterwards, if I discover what the condition of departed souls is, I will come back and inform my friends." 439. In the reign of Claudius, we find Stoics engaged in actual conspiracy against the emperor. The name of Paetus Caecina introduces us to a famous Stoic family, for his wife was Aurea the elder. Pliny tells us, on the authority of her granddaughter Fannia, how when her husband and son both fell sick together, and the latter died, she carried out the whole funeral without her husband's knowledge, and each time that she entered his sick chamber, assumed a cheerful smile and assured him that the boy was much better. Whenever her grief became too strong, she would leave the room for a few minutes to weep, and return once more calm. When Scribonianus in Illyria rebelled against Claudius, Paetus took his side. Upon his fall, he was brought a prisoner to Rome. Aurea was not allowed to accompany him, but she followed him in a fishing boat. She encouraged him to face death by piercing her own breast with a dagger, declaring it doesn't hurt, and upon his death she determined not to survive him. Thrasea, her son-in-law, tried to dissuade her. "If I were condemned, would you," said he, "wish your daughter to die with me?" "Yes," said Aurea, "if she had lived with you as long and as happily as I with Paetus." Here we have a deliberate justification of the Hindu practice of the sati. 440. In the reign of Nero, the Stoics are still more prominent, and almost always in opposition. Seneca, of course, the emperor's tutor and minister, is on the government side, and from his life we can draw the truest picture of the imperial civil servant in high office. We shall certainly not expect to find that Seneca illustrated in his own life all the virtues that he preached. On the other hand, we shall not readily believe that the ardent disciple of Attalus and affectionate husband of Paulina was a man of dissolute life or of avaricious passions. Simple tastes, an endless capacity for hard work, and scrupulous honesty were the ordinary marks of the Roman official in those days, as they are of members of the civil service of India today. Seneca is often accused of having been too supple as a minister, but he was carrying out the principles of his sect better by taking an active part in politics than if he had, like many others, held sullenly aloof. He did not indeed imitate Cato or Rutilius Rufus, who had carried firmness of principle to an extent that laid them open to the charge of obstinacy. But in submitting frankly to power greater than his own, he still saw to it that his own influence should count towards the better side. For the story of his political career, we cannot do better than to refer to the latest historian of his times. Of his work as a philosopher, to which he himself attributed the greater importance, a general account has been given above, and more particular discussions form the central theme of this book. 441. From Seneca, we pass naturally to some mention of the poets Persius and Lucan. A. Persius Flaccus, 3462 AD. Became at 16 years of age the pupil and companion of the Stoic philosopher Cornutus. He was also a relative of the Arrhi already mentioned. He gives us a charming picture of his teacher's ways of life, which were doubtless typical, and his summary view of the scope of philosophy well indicates how its proportions had shrunk at this period. Dialectic is not mentioned, and physics has interest only in its bearing upon the position and duty of the individual. Go, study, hapless folk, and learn to know the end and object of our life. What are we the purpose of our being here, the rank assigned us at the start, and where and when the turn is smoothest round the perilous post, the bounds of wealth, life's lawful aims, the use of hoards of coin new minted, what the claims of fatherland and kinsfolk near and dear, the will of God concerning thee, and where thou standest in the commonwealth of man. His contemporary M. Annaeus Lucanus, 3965 AD, a nephew of Seneca, plunged more deeply both into philosophy and into politics. In both, he displayed ardor insufficiently tempered with discretion. He had a far keener sense of his personal grievances than became a Stoic, and was much more of a critic than of a reformer. Yet hardly any writer expresses more forcibly the characteristic doctrines of Stoicism, as they seized the imagination of young Romans of the upper classes. Amongst such doctrines, that of the conflagration was clearly prominent. So when this frame of things has been dissolved, and the world's many ages have received their consummation in one final hour, chaos recalled shall gain his utmost seat. The constellations in confusion dire hurled each on each together clash. The stars flaming shall fall into the deep. The earth no longer shall extend her barrier shores, and fling the waters from her. And the moon shall meet the sun in fratricidal war. One pyre awaits the universe. In ruin, 'twill mix with bones of men the heavenly spheres. Lucan emphasizes the pantheistic interpretation of the divine nature. God is all eye can see or heart can feel. The powers of heaven are round about us all, and though from out the temple come no voice, naught can we do without the will of God. To the idealized Cato, he addresses the noblest praises. For sure a consecrated life is thine, the laws of heaven thy pattern, God thy guide. See the true father of his country, worth the homage of thine altars, Rome, for they who swear by him shall never be ashamed. If e'er the yoke is lifted from thy neck, now or hereafter he shall be thy God. 442. The careers of Seneca and Musonius, and the early years of Lucan himself, indicate sufficiently that there was no essential opposition between Stoic principles and the Roman Principate. In other words, that Stoics as such were not republicans. Rather the contrary, for nearly all the Greek philosophers had been inclined to favor monarchy, and the Stoics had been conspicuous in the desire to abolish the distinctions of birth and class upon which the Roman aristocracy laid so much stress, and which the Principate was disposed to ignore. But in fact, Stoicism was the common mold in which the educated youth of Rome were shaped at this period. It produced honest, diligent, and simple-minded men, exactly suited to be instruments of the great imperial bureaucracy. Large numbers entered the service of the state and were heard of no more. Such an one, except for Seneca's incidental account of him, was C. Lucilius, Seneca's correspondent. The great work of Roman government was carried on in silence, just as that of India in the present day. This silence was probably on the whole beneficial to society, though it was often felt as a constraint by the individual. For this reason and many others there were at Rome, as everywhere and at all times, many able but disappointed men. They became the critics of the government, and from being critics they might at any time become conspirators. But at no period did they seriously aim at restoring the republican system. Their political creed was limited, and did not look beyond the interests of the class from which they sprang. They claimed for members of the Senate at Rome their ancient personal privileges, and especially that of libertas, that is, freedom to criticize and even to insult the members of the government. They sang the praises of Cato, celebrated the birthdays of Brutus and Cassius, and practiced a kind of passive resistance, based on Oriental methods, by quitting life without hesitation when they were balked in their immediate wishes by the government. When the administration was carried on decently, these men were ridiculous. When from time to time it became a scandal, they were heroes. 443. The early years of Nero's reign show us plainly that true spirit of Stoicism was far more developed on the side of the government than on that of the aristocracy. Nothing distinguishes Seneca more honorably than his humane attitude towards the slave population, and he was chief minister of the Princeps when in the year AD 61 a notable case arose in which the human rights of slaves were involved. The city prefect, Pedanius Secundus, was killed by one of his slaves. It was contended in the Senate that by ancient custom the whole household, old and young, guilty and innocent, must be put to death alike, and this view prevailed and was carried into effect. Public opinion, according to Tacitus, was unanimous against such severity. It looked, not unreasonably, to the emperor and his minister to prevent it. They, on the contrary, left the decision to the free judgment of the Senate. Where now were the men of philosophically principle, of worldwide sympathies, of outspoken utterance? The historian tells us that not one was found in the Senate. The honorable men who could defy an emperor's death sentence still lacked the courage to speak out against the prejudices of their own class. Many indeed uttered exclamations, expressing pity for the women, the young, and the indubitably innocent, and even voted against the executions. But even in so simple a matter, there was not a man to follow the lead of Catiline in Cicero's days and take up as his only cause of the oppressed. The leader of the merciless majority was C. Cassius Longinus, a celebrated jurist, and one who regularly celebrated the honors of Cassius the conspirator. 444. But although the administration of which Nero was the head was largely manned by professed Stoics, and stood as a whole for the better sympathies of the Roman people, the course of court intrigue brought about a fierce conflict between the government and a growing force of public opinion of which the old Roman group of Stoics were sometimes the spokesmen, and at other times the silent representatives. To Nero, the consideration of his own safety was predominant over every consideration of justice to individuals, and herein he stood condemned, and knew that it was so, by the judgment of all men of philosophically temper. The first of his victims, and perhaps the most deserving of our admiration, was Rubellius Plautus, accused by Tigellinus because he maintained the irritating cult of the tyrannicides and had joined the disloyal sect of the Stoics. The charge of disloyalty against himself and his companions he disproved, for, advised by his Stoic teachers Coeranus and Musonius, he declined to take part in a rising which might have been successful, and calmly awaited his fate, 60 A.D. In the conspiracy of Piso, which broke out a few years later, Plautus Lateranus is named by the historian as one of the few whose motives were honorable and whose conduct was consistently courageous. The later years of Nero's reign are illuminated in the pages of Tacitus by the firmness of men like Thrasea Paconius Agrippinus, and Beria Soranus, and the heroic devotion of women like the younger Aurea, Thracia's wife, and Servilia, the daughter of Soranus. In the persecution of this group, the modern historian finds extenuating circumstances, but at Rome itself it appeared as though the emperor were engaged in the attempt to extirpate virtue itself. equals 445, equals upon the fall of Nero, the old Romans came for a short time into power under the Principate of Galba, and amongst others Helvidius Priscus, Thracia's son-in-law, returned from exile. From the account of Tacitus, he appears to have been a very sincere adherent of the Stoic school. He was not like others who adopt the name of philosopher in order to cloak an idle disposition. He followed those teachers who maintain that only the honorable is good, and only the base is evil, power, nobility, and other things external to the soul being neither good nor evil. He designed so to fortify himself thereby against the blows of fortune, that he could play his part in public affairs without flinching. His first act on returning to Rome was to commence a prosecution of the accuser of Thracia. The Senate was divided in opinion as to the wisdom of this step, and when Helvidius abandoned the suit, some praised his charity, whilst others lamented his indecision. He resumed his attempt, as we shall see, at a later time. Equals 446. Equals Vespasian was undoubtedly tolerant in his views. His reign began with the restitution of honors to the deceased Galba, and the much-respected Musonius seized the opportunity to attack in the Senate P. Egnatius cellar, whose treachery had brought about the fall of Soranus, for false evidence. The trial was postponed, but resulted a little later in the condemnation of Celer. Public opinion took the side of Musonius, but the accused found a champion in Demetrius, the Cynic philosopher, and at least defended himself with the ability and courage of his sect. Thereupon Helvidius resumed his prosecution of the accuser of Thracia, but the emperor, now anxious to let bygones be bygones, refused to approve. This second failure appears to have embittered Helvidius. His opposition to Vespasian became open and insulting and brought about his death. The life of his wife Fannia was worthy of the two Arie, her grandmother and her mother. Twice she followed her husband into exile. A third time she brought this punishment upon herself, by encouraging his friend Senecio to publish his biography, supplying him with the materials, and openly justifying her action. In her private life, she had singular charm and affability, and her death appeared to Pliny to close an era of noble women. Equals 447. Equals it seems probable that the Stoic nobles found the low birth of Vespasian as intolerable as the tyranny of Nero. At any rate, they soon resumed their attitude of opposition to the government, and the punishment of Helvidius, if intended as a warning, proved rather a provocation. It appears that he and the old Romans began a systematic propaganda in favor of what they called democracy, that is, the government of the Roman Empire by the senatorial class, and they probably involved many professed philosophers in this impracticable and reactionary movement. Vespasian resolved on expelling all the philosophers from Rome. From this general sentence, the best known of all, Musonius, was accepted, and we must infer that he had shown the good sense to keep himself free from political entanglements. In spite of this act of Vespasian, Stoicism continued to gain ground, and during the greater part of the period of the Flavian dynasty met with little interference. Equals 448. Equals, but towards the end of the reign of Domitian, a more violent persecution broke out. Arulenus Rusticus had been tribune of the plebs in 66 AD, and had then proposed to use his veto in an attempt to save the life of Thracia Paetus. In 69 AD, he was praetor, and as such headed an embassy sent by the Senate to the soldiers under Petilius Cerealis. On this occasion, he was roughly handled and wounded, and barely escaped with his life. After many years of quiet, he was accused in 93 AD, when Pliny was praetor, of having written and spoken in honor of Thracia Paetus, Hirnius Senecio, and Helvidius Priscus. He was condemned to death, and his books were destroyed. Senecio was condemned at the same time for having written the biography of Helvidius Priscus, and for the further offense that since holding the quaestorship he had not become a candidate for any higher office. About the same time were banished Artemidorus, the most single-minded and laborious of philosophers, whom Musonius had selected out of a crowd of competitors as the fittest to claim his daughter in marriage. Junius Mauricus, brother of Arulenus Rusticus, who had joined Musonius in the attempt to secure the punishment of the delators of Nero's time, Demetrius and Epictetus, and further many distinguished ladies, including Aurea and her daughter Fannia. But from the time of the death of Domitian in AD 96, the imperial government became finally reconciled with Stoicism, which was now the recognized creed of the great majority of the educated classes at Rome, of all ages and ranks. As such, it appears in the writings of Juvenal, who not only introduces into serious literature the Stoic principle of straight speaking, but actually expounds much of the ethical teaching of Stoicism with more directness and force than any professed adherent of the system. 449 Stoicism received into favor in the 2nd century AD, won new opportunities, and was exposed to new dangers. Its greatest achievement lay in the development of Roman law. As we have just seen, the old Romans of Nero's day, in spite of their profession of Stoicism, were unbending upholders of the old law, with all its harshness and narrowness. And we have to go back 100 years to the great lawyers of the times of Sulla and Cicero to meet with men prepared to throw aside old traditions and build anew on the foundations of natural justice. But the larger view had not been lost sight of. It remained as the ideal of the more generous-minded members of the imperial civil service, and in the times of the emperors Antoninus Pius, 130–8161 AD, and Marcus Aurelius, 161–180 AD. It became the starting point for a new development of Roman law, which is one of the great achievements of Roman history. The most eloquent of the historians of the origins of Christianity thus describes this movement. Le stoicisme avait pénétré le droit romain de ses larges maximes, et en avait fait le droit natural, le droit philosophique, tel quelle racine put le concevoir pour tous les hommes. Le droit strict cède à l'équité, la douceur elle emporte sur la sévérité, la justice parait inséparable de la bienfaisance. Les grands jurisconsults d'Antonin continueront la même œuvre. Le dernier fut le maître de marquoral en fait de jurisprudence, et, à vrai dire, l'œuvre des saints empereurs n'y saurait erreur séparée. C'est du quoi datant la plupart de ces lois, humaines et sensées, qui flaqueront la rigueur du droit antique et fiant, d'une législation primitivement, étroite et implacable, un code susceptible d'erreur, adapté par tous les peuples civilisés. In the legislation of Antoninus and Aurelius, the humane and cosmopolitan principles of Stoic politics at last triumph over Roman conservatism. The poor, the sick, the infant, and the famine-stricken are protected. The slave is treated as a human being. To kill him becomes a crime, to injure him a misdemeanor. His family and his property are protected by the tribunals. Slavery, in fact, is treated as a violation of the rights of nature. Manumission is in every way encouraged. The time is within sight when Ulpian will declare that all men, according to natural right, are born free and equal. This legislation is not entirely the work of professed Stoics. It is nevertheless the offspring of Stoicism. 450. There was in the 2nd century, as there is still, a sharp antagonism between the manners of cultivated society and the ardent profession of intellectual convictions. An anecdote related by Gellius well illustrates the social forces which were now constantly at work to check superfluous enthusiasm. There was with us at table a young student of philosophy who called himself a Stoic, but chiefly distinguished himself by an unwelcome loquacity. He was always bringing up in season and out of season recondite philosophical doctrines, and he looked upon all his neighbors as boors because they were unacquainted with them. His whole talk was strewn with mention of syllogisms, fallacies, and the like, such as the master argument, the quiescent, and the heap, and he thought that he was the only man in the world who could solve them. Further, he maintained that he had thoroughly studied the nature of the soul, the growth of virtue, the science of daily duties, and the cure of the weaknesses and diseases of the mind. Finally, he considered he had attained to that state of perfect happiness which could be clouded by no disappointment, shaken by no pains of death. Such a man, we may think, might soon have become an apostle of sincere Stoicism, and might have left us a clear and systematic exposition of Stoic doctrine as refined by 5 centuries of experience. It was not to be. The polished Herod's Atticus crushed him with a quotation from the discourses of Epictetus. Not many offended in the same way. Even Seneca had been severe on useless study in the regions of history and antiquity. The new philosophers despised the study even of philosophy. 451. The Stoicism of the 2nd century is therefore much less sharply defined than that of earlier times. Its doctrines, acquired in childhood, are accepted with ready acquiescence, but they are not accompanied by any firm repudiation of the opposing views of other schools. Once more, as in the time of Augustus, the philosopher comes to the front. The particular color of his philosophy seems of less importance. It is philosophy in general which wins the patronage of the emperors. Nerva allowed the schools of the philosophers to be reopened. Trajan interested himself in them as providing a useful training for the young. Hadrian went further and endowed the teachers of philosophy at Rome. Antoninus Pius did the same throughout the provinces. Marcus Aurelius established representatives of each of the philosophically schools at Athens, and amongst later emperors Septimius Severus, aided by his wife Julia Domna, was conspicuous in the same direction. The philosophers, who had firmly resisted persecution, gradually sacrificed their independence under the influence of imperial favor. They still recited the dogmas of their respective founders, but unconsciously they became the partisans of the established forms of government and religion. Yet so gentle was the decay of philosophy that it might be regarded as progress if its true position were not illuminated by the attitude of Marcus Aurelius towards the Christians. For Marcus Aurelius was universally accepted as the most admirable practical representative of philosophy in its full ripeness, and no word of criticism of his policy was uttered by any teacher of Stoicism. 452. The decay of precise, philosophically thought was accompanied by a strong revival of pagan religious sentiment. The atmosphere in which Marcus Aurelius grew up, and by which his political actions were determined far more than by his philosophically profession, is thus sympathetically described by the latest editor of his Reflections. In house and town, the ancestral Penates of the hearth and the lairs of the streets guarded the intercourse of life. In the individual breast, a ministering genius shaped his destinies and responded to each mood of melancholy or of mirth. Thus all life lay under the regimen of spiritual powers, to be propitiated or appeased by appointed observances and ritual and forms of prayer. To this punctilious and devout form of paganism Marcus was inured from childhood. At the vintage festival, he took his part in chant and sacrifice. At 8 years old, he was admitted to the Salian priesthood. He was observed to perform all his sacerdotal functions with a constancy and exactness unusual at that age, was soon a master of the sacred music, and had all the forms and liturgies by heart. Our earliest statue depicts him as a youth offering incense, and in his triumphal bas-reliefs he stands before the altar, a robed and sacrificing priest. To him, prayer and sacrifice, and all observances by which we own the presence and nearness of the gods, are covenants and sacred ministries admitting to intimate communion with the divine. The cult thus summarized is not that of the Greek mythology, much less that of the rationalized Stoic theology. It is the primitive ritualism of Italy, still dear to the hearts of the common people, and regaining its hold on the educated in proportion as they spared themselves the effort of individual criticism. 453. It was by no mere accident that Marcus Aurelius became the persecutor of the Christians. He was at heart no successor of the Zeno who held as essential the doctrine of a supreme deity, and absolutely rejected the use of temples and images. In the interval, official Stoicism had learnt first to tolerate superstition with a smile, next to become its advocate. Now it was to become a persecutor in its name. Pontius Pilatus is said to have recognized the innocence of the founder of Christianity, and might have protected him had his instructions from Rome allowed him to stretch his authority so far. Gallio was uninterested in the preaching of Paul, but Aurelius was acquainted with the Christian profession and its adherents, and opposed it as an obstinate resistance to authority. The popular antipathy to the new religion and the official distaste for all disturbing novelties found in him a willing supporter. Thus began a new struggle between the power of the sword and that of inward conviction. Because reason could not support the worship of the pagan deities, violence must do so. It became a triumph of the civil authority and the popular will to extort a word of weakness by 2 years of persistent torture. No endowed professor or enlightened magistrate raised his voice in protest, and in this feeble, acquiescent stoicism perished. 454. For the consciences of the young revolted. Trained at home and in school to believe in providence, in duty, and in patient endurance of evil, they instinctively recognize the Socratic force and example not in the magistrate seated in his curule chair, nor in the rustic priest occupied in his obsolete ritual, but in the teacher on the cross and the martyr on the rack. In ever-increasing numbers men, who had from their Stoic education imbibed the principles of the unity of the deity and the freedom of the will, came over to the new society which professed the one without reservation and displayed the other without flinching. With them, they brought in large measure their philosophically habits of thought, and in far more particulars than is generally recognized, the definite tenets which the Porch had always inculcated. Stoicism began a new history, which is not yet ended, within the Christian Church, and we must now attempt to give some account of this aftergrowth of the philosophy. Footnotes: Lightfoot, Philippians, p. 319. Dill, Roman Society, p. 334. Ward Fowler, Social Life at Rome, p. 27. The practice of street preaching, as described by Horace and Epictetus, points this way, and the worldwide diffusion of Stoicism, in more or less diluted forms, is hardly reconcilable with its restriction to a single class of society. Semper Africanus Socraticum Xenophontum in manibus habebat, sic, Tusk, Disp, Roman 2:26, 62, Cyrus alle a Xenophont ad effigem easti imperi scriptus, quos quaetum libros Africanus de manibus poner non solbat, ad quint, II 8:23. Elequi Diogenem Stoicum adolescens, post autumn penedium audierat fin. Roman 2:8-24. Lenitatum Laelius habuit sic. Duor, Roman 3:7-28, C. Laelius et P. Africanus imprimis eloquens brut, 21:82. In C. Laelio multa hilaritas off, I 30:108. Preclara est equabilitas in omni vita, et idem semper vultus idem frans, ut de sacrate idem de C. Laelio excepimus. Ib. 2690. See above, section 326. SB, nihilo ornatur sed tamen astrictur, fuit enim doctus ex disciplina stoicorum, sic. Brut. 2594. Non chalit ullos hic civitas humanitate politirs p. Africano, C. Laelio, L. Furio, qui secum eruditissimos homines ex Graecia palum semper habuerunt, duor. Roman 2:37, 154. Sic amic, 11:37. T. Gracchum acu tuberone equalibusque amicis derelictum videbamus, ib. Duor, Roman 3:23, 87. Quoniam stoicorum est factimentio, q alias tubero fuit illo tempor, nullo in oratorum numero, sed vita severus et congruens cum e disciplina quam colbat, brut. 31, 117. Fin, Roman 4:9-23, off, Roman 3:15-63. Panita Elias tui sic. Duor, I 11:45. Oratorum in numero non fuit, iuris civilis intelligentia ac omni prudentiae gener prestatit, brut. 26:102. C. Fannius, C. Laeli gener, Instituto Laelii Panedium audiverat. Ius omnes in dicendo facultas ex historia ipsius non ineleganter scripta perspice potest. Ib. 101. Schmeckel Mittelristoa pp. 444-445. See especially his praise of virtue, beginning, Virtus, albion est pretium persolver verum quaes in versamer, quaes vivimu rebu potus, fr. 1. Primum genus nugatorium dicit s, quad multa de disfingenter indigna aug. Civ. D. Roman 4:27 on the authority of Varro. Tertium genus, inquit Varro, quad in urbibus cives, maxime sacerdotes nos ac administrare debent aug. Civ. D. Roman 6:5. Mare societas nobis debit esse, cum philosophis quam cum poetis, ib. 6. Ego habeo tectorum ex q musii pf edicto asiatico, extraquam si ida negotium justum est, ut eo stari non oportit ex fide bona, multac sum secutus scivoli, sic. At. Roman 6:1-15. Hanc gloriam eastitui et abstinentiae for inlustrarum spero, quad scivoli contigit, ib. v. 17:5. See above, section 326. Dixit causam elam quadam ex part q mutius, mor suo nullo id paratu pure et dilucide sic. Duor, I53 229, Scivola parcorum elegantissimus brute, 40 148. Q Mutius Pontifex Maximus Ius Civil Primus Constituit, generatum in Libros Roman 18 redigendo, Pompon. Dig. I2 241. H. Nettleship, Ius Gentium, Journal of Philology Roman 1326, pp. 169 SQQ. Qui iuris civilis rationum nunquam ob equitate seanxerit sic, Keek. 2778. Cum descendi casa duobus paritissimus operam dediset, L. Lucilio Balbo et C. Aquilio Gallo Brute. 42 154, cf. De Oret. Roman 321, 78. Servius eloquentiae tantum assumpsis, ut ius civil facile possit turi Brute. 40 150. Lunge omnium in eir civili princeps, ib. 41 151 Pomp. Dig. I2 243. For an interesting account of his career and death, see Ward Fowler, Social Life at Rome, pp. 118 121. Idem alias Stoicus esse voluit sic, Brutus 56 206. Q. Lucilius Balbus Tantos progressus habebat in Stoicis, ut cum excellentibus in eo gener Grecis compararetur, ND I6 15. Sextus Frater Priestantissimum ingenium conceluret ad summum iuris civilis et rerum stoicarum scientium. Brutus 47, 175. See section 427. Posidonius scribit p rutilium dicer solar, qui panidius pretermisset, propter aerum qui fecesset priestentium neminum s persecutum, sic. Off, Roman 3 10. Doctus ver et Grecis literis eruditus, prop perfectus in Stoicis, Brutus 30, 114. Multa preclara de iur, ib. See above, section 326. Sic pro rabier, 10:27. Plet Cato minor 4 1. Ib 5:3. Ib 10:1. Cato perfectus, mi sententia, Stoicus, in est heresy, qui nullum sequitur florum orationis nec dilatat argumentum, sed minutis interrogati unculaes, quasi punctis, quad proposut efficit sic. Par pro. 2. Cato dumptixat de magnitudine animi, de mort, de omni laud virtutis, stois solit, oratoriis ornamentis et hibitis, dicer sic par. Pro 3. Animid verdi catonum, dicendo consequi ut illa equals loci graves ex philosophia, populo probabilia vidrentur, ib. 1. Plus apud me simulationum alierum quam fidem valuus adat. Roman 3:15, 2, in BC 48. Ib. Roman 4:15, 7. Catoni vitam ad certum rationis, normum dirigenti et diligentisime perpendenti momenta, officium omnium mer. 2, 3. Cato apud sic, ad fam, Roman 15:5, 2. See for instance below, section 441, note 94. His dantum iura catenum verg, een, Roman 8 670. Ilam letter 1F00 cap alpha deltitum iota capitanu, ad veronum transferamus, etinum sunt letter 1F00 nutau iota omicron chi epsilon iota alpha, qui ist valda probet sic. At Roman 13:12, 3. In iis qui erant contra letter 1F00 cap alpha tau alpha lambda psi ode alpha nu preclare collecta ob entiacho, Veroni dedi. Aptius esse nihil potuit ad id philosophiae genus, quola maxime mihi delictari viter, ib. 19, 3 and 5. See above, section 123. 2. Qui non linguam modo acquisis exercitation dicendi, sed et ipsum eloquentiam locupletivices graverum artium instrument. Sic. Brutus 97, 331. Brutus in eo libro quem de virtut composut sendile. Roman 12:9, 4. Brutus in eo libro quem pi epsilon rho letter 1F76 kappa alpha theta eta kappa omicron u tau omicron sigma inscripsit, dat multa precepta, ep. 95:45. There was also a treatise de patientia. The De Finibus, De Natura Deorum, and Tusculani Disputations. Mart ep. I42. See above, section 374, note 66. Nunc agilis fio, et mercer civilibus undis, virtutis veri custos rigidusque saddles ep. I1, 16 and 17. See above, section 316, note 96. See above, section 90. Igneus est aliis vigor et caelestis origo seminibus, en. Romans 6 730, 731. Coelum et terras spiritus in tus alit, ib. 724, 726. Todamque infusa per artis mens agitat molem, ib. 726, 727. See above, section 295 to 297. Donec longa dies, perfecto temporis orb, concretam exemit labum, purumque reliquit etherium sensum ac ori simplicis ignum, en. Romans 6 745 to 747. Design fata diem flecti sparer precando, ib. 376. Mens immota manet, lacrimae volvuntur inanes, en. Roman 4 449. The lacrimae inanes indicate the ruffling of the soul, in which the intelligence and will take no part. Es Deus in nobis, agitante calissimus illo, av, F. Romans 6 5. Antimerat terras et quod tegit omnia coelum, unius erat toto naturi vultus in orb, quem dixer chaos, etc. met. I 5 to 88. Os homini sublime dedit, caelum turi easit, et erectos ad sidera toller vultus, ib. 85 and 86. Exclamavit cordis tunc vir theatrum perier, sen dial, Roman 6 22, 4. Tac, an, Roman 4 34. Tacitus entirely ignores the personal motives underlying the story, and quite unnecessarily suggests that Tiberius was adopting the policy of repressing freedom of historical narration. Accusators queruntur mori cordum sen dial, Roman 6 22, 7. That Cremutius Cordus was a professed Stoic seems a fair inference from the story as a whole, and yet, as in several similar cases, is not expressly stated. Quem si, Caesar occidit ob hoc anum, quod melior vererat quem esse quemquem tyranno expedit, sen ben Roman 2:21, 5. Dial, Roman 9:14, 410. Castisio gladium cum traderit areapido, quem divisoribus traxeret ipsa sues, si qua fids vulnus quad fesse non dalit, inquit, sed quad tu facies hoc mihi pete dalit, martial ep. I 14. Preclarum alud iestum, ferrum stringer, perfuter pectus, extra her puginum, porriger marito, adir vosum immortalum et pene divinam pete, non dalit, Pliny ep. Roman 3:16, 6. See above, section 126. Non darunt et frugalitatis exacti homines et laboriasi operi sen. Dial, X 18, 4. For the British official, the authority of the author of Tales from the Hills will suffice. See below, section 448, note 115. Henderson's Nero, pp. 3138, 5142, 257-88. See above, section 127 129. See above, section 125. Persius Sat, Roman 366-72. The translations in this section are by Mr. W. H. Porter. Fars, I 72-80. Ib, Romans 7 814 and 815. See above, section 242, note 9. Fars, Roman 9 573 and 574. Ib, 556 and 557. Ib, 601 to 604. The force of this tribute is impaired by the similar praise given to Pompey, Fars, Romans 7 680 689, and to Brutus, Ib, 588 and 589. Quale coronati Thracia Helvidiusque bibebant brutorum et Cassi natalibus Jove, Sat, v 36 and 37. See also G. Boissier, L. Opposition sus les Caesars. Henderson's Nero, pp. 90 SQQ. Annals Roman 1442, 2. The government had in fact appointed an officer for the prevention of cruelty to slaves. Dueniuriis dominorum in servos qui audiat positus est, quiet civicium et libidinum et in prebendis ad victim necessariis avaritium compescet, sen ben. Roman 3:22, 3. Tac an, Roman 1457. See Henderson's Nero, pp. 257-83. Tac an, Roman 16:21-35. Nero virtutum ipsum excinder concupivit, ib. 21. Hist, Roman 4:5. Tac hist, Roman 4:6. See above, section 130, 131. See above, section 444. Tac hist, Roman 4:40. Ib. 43 and 44. Dill, Roman Society, p. 152. Pliny ep. Roman 7:19, 7. Tau letter 1 ff7, letter 1 f44, chi lambda letter 1 ff3, pyro omicron sigma epsilon cap epsilon iota tau omicron, beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon iota alpha sigma, tau epsilon letter 1 f00, epsilon letter 1 f76, cap alpha tau eta gamma omicron rho epsilon iota. Kappa alpha letter 1 f76, delta eta mu omicron kappa rho alpha tau o, alpha nu, letter 1 f10, pi letter 1 fc4, nu epsilon iota Dion Cassius LXVI 12. Dion Cassius LXVI 13. See above, section 444. Tac hist, Roman 380. Ager 2, Suetonius Dom, 10. Dion C. LXVI 13 tac, Ager, 45. Pliny ep. Roman 311, 7. Tac hist, Roman 440. Agellius N.A. Roman 1511, 5, for Epictetus. Pliny ep. Roman 311, 3, tot nobilissimum feminarum exilia et fugas tac, Ager, 45. See above, section 443. See above, section 428, 429. Renan Marcorel pp. 22-23 cf. Main Ancient Law pp. 55-56. Renan Marcorel p. 30. Aulus Gellius and AI 2, 3-5. Namgelis nemo dubitabit, quin operos nihil agent, qui literarum inutilium studiis detinenter, qui eam apud Romanos quoque magna manus est, ex Romanos quoque invassit inane studium supervacua descendi, etc. Sendile. X 13, 1 and 3. The condemnation extends to the whole study of history, NQ Roman 3 pr. In the purely moral sphere to which philosophy was now confined, the natural tendency of the different schools, not even excluding the Epicurean, was to assimilation and eclecticism. Dill, Roman Society, p. 343. Rendall M. Aurelius to himself in Trod, pp. CXXVI. The connection, if any, of Gallio the proconsul of Achaea, Acts Roman 1812, with the Junius Gallio who adopted Seneca's elder brother is uncertain. Renan Marcorel, p. 55, note 2. M. Oral, to himself say 3. Renan M.A., p. 329. Quia ration congredi non cunt, violentia premunt, incognita causa tanquam nocentissimos damnant, lact, inst, epit, 4752, 4. Vidi ego in Bithynia praesitum, gaudio mirabiliter alatum tanquam barbarorum gentem aliquem subagesset, quod unius qui per biennium magna virtute restituerat, postremo sedir visus esset, div inst. V 11, 15. Nam cum vidat vulgus dilicerari homines et invictum tenor patientium, existiment nec perseverantium morientium vanum esse nec ipsum patientium sine dio cruciatus tantos possi superare. Dicit Horatius. Eastum ac tenesum, quo nihil virius disipotist, si ad eus referator qui nullos cruciatus nullem mortem recusant. Ib. 13, 11-17. Chapter 17. The Stoic Strain in Christianity. 455. During the first century and a half of the Christian era, Stoicism maintained an active and successful propaganda, without becoming conscious that meanwhile a new force was spreading in the Hellenic world which was soon to challenge its own supremacy. There is no evidence to show that any of the Stoic teachers with whom we have been concerned knew anything of Christianity beyond the bare name, until the two systems came into conflict in the time of Marcus Aurelius. And it is in the highest degree improbable that any of them were influenced in their opinions, directly or indirectly, by the preaching of Christianity. On the other hand, the apostles of the newer faith, as often as they entered any of the chief cities of the Roman Empire, met at once not only with the professed adherents of Stoicism, but also with a still wider world of educated men and women which was penetrated by Stoic conceptions. From the first, it was incumbent on Christian teachers to define their attitude towards this philosophy. And it is our purpose in this chapter to sketch shortly the manner in which they did so. This task belongs primarily to the historian of Christianity, but the present work would be incomplete without some adumbration of this important field of study. From the middle of the 2nd century, the relations between the two systems alter in character. There then sets in a steady stream of conversion, by which the younger Stoics are drawn away from the older creed, and carry over to its rival not only their personal allegiance, but also their intellectual equipment. 456. It is necessarily a difficult task to estimate the influence of Stoicism upon the historical development of Christianity, and it is impossible to do so without trenching upon ground which is highly debatable. Upon parallels between phrases used by Stoic and Christian writers, respectively, not too much stress should be laid. Many of these can be traced back to common sources from which each religion drew in turn. From Persicism, the Stoic creed inherited much through Heraclitus, and Christianity through Judaism. The kindred doctrines of Buddhism and Sainism present themselves to our view in Christianity in the Sermon on the Mount, and in Stoicism through the discourses of Epictetus. Individuals in either camp were also influenced in varying degrees by a wave of feeling in favor of asceticism and resignation, which spread over the whole Greco-Roman world about this time, resulting from exaggerated attention being paid to the individual consciousness at the cost of social and political life. We should therefore endeavor to keep our eyes steadily fixed on the essential features of Stoicism rather than on its details, and inquire how these were regarded by Christian teachers in successive generations. 457. A starting point is obviously afforded us by the speech of St. Paul upon Mars Hill, in which he accepts a verse from the Stoic poet Aratus as a text upon which to proclaim the fatherhood of God. This Stoic doctrine, like many others to which he refers in his writings, is treated by Paul as embodying an elementary truth and as a starting point for fuller knowledge. From any other point of view, philosophy is regarded as a snare and an imposture. A generation later, we find that the editor of the 4th Gospel boldly places the Stoic version of the history of creation in the forefront of his work. Later on in the 2nd century, we find the doctrines of the double nature of the Christ and of the variety inherent in the deity becoming incorporated in technical Stoic forms as part of a defined Christian creed. From whatever point we regard the Stoic influence, it appears during this period as an increasing force. We shall speak of it here as the Stoic strain in Christianity, meaning by this that a certain attitude of the intellect and sympathies, first developed in Stoicism, found for itself a home in early Christianity. That men, Stoics by inheritance or training, joined the church not simply as disciples, but to a large extent as teachers also. This point of view can perhaps best be explained by a sketch of the development of Christian doctrine, as it might be regarded by fair-minded Stoics, attached to the principles of their philosophy, but suspicious of its close relations with the religion of the state, and ready to welcome any new system which might appeal to their reason as well as to their moral sense. 458. A Stoic of the time of Vespasian, AD 69–79, might well be supposed to be made acquainted with the beginnings of Christianity by some Christian friend. The story he would hear would take the form of one of those oral Gospels, which are now generally supposed to have preceded the shaping of the Gospels of our New Testament, and to have corresponded generally to the common parts of the first 3 Gospels and some of the narratives of the 4th. He would thus learn that the founder was a Jew named Jesus, the son of Joseph, a carpenter of Nazareth. This Jesus had in his childhood sat at the feet of the philosophically rabbis of Jerusalem, and had learnt from them to interpret the documents of Hebraism, the law and the prophets, in the sense of the world religions, and by the principle of allegorism to give a new and truer meaning to such parts of them as seemed obsolete or incredible. Upon reaching manhood, he had been shocked to find that the general body of the Pharisees, to which his teachers belonged, was far more interested in maintaining prejudices of race and class than in boldly proclaiming principles of worldwide application, and that whilst freely avowing their own opinions amongst friends, they held it indiscreet to reveal them to the crowd. After a period of prolonged reflection and inward struggle, he resolved on coming forward as a teacher in his own name. Equals 459. Equals at this point, our Stoic would assuredly be impressed by the strength and force of character displayed in the preaching of the young Jesus, and would so far be disposed to rank him with Socrates and with Zeno. In the content of Jesus' teaching, he would at once recognize some of the prominent characteristics of Zeno's republic. For Jesus too spoke of a model state, calling it the kingdom of heaven, and in this state men of all nations were to find a place. Not only the ceremonies of the old Hebrew religion, its sacrifices and its Sabbaths were to be superseded. The temple itself at Jerusalem was to cease to be a place of worship. The social and economic system of the Jewish people was to be remodeled. The rich were to be swept away, and the poor to enter into their inheritance. Men's prayers were no longer to be offered to the God of Abraham, but to the Father in heaven, surrounded by spirits like those of Percism, the name, the will, the kingdom, the glory, and the majesty. That Jesus also spoke, after the Persian fashion, of rewards for the good and the wicked in a future existence might interest our Stoic less, but would not be inconsistent with the traditions of his own sect. Equals 460. Equals, whilst recognizing this strength of character and sympathizing generally with the gospel message, our Stoic could not fail to observe that the Christian tradition did not claim for the founder the imperturbable calm which the wise man should under all circumstances possess. From time to time his spirit was troubled, sometimes by anger, as when he denounced in turn the Pharisees, the scribes, and the traitors in the temple. Sometimes by pity, as when he wept over Jerusalem by fear, as in the Garden of Gethsemane. Then again by shame, as in the meeting with the woman taken in adultery, and even by hilarity, as when he participated in the marriage revels at Cana. Yet perhaps, taking the character as a whole, a Stoic would not be surprised that the disciples should remember only the sweetness, the patience, and the perseverance of their master, that they should account him a perfect man, attributing his faults to the weakness of the body, and not to any taint of soul, and finally that they should accept him as their Lord and their God. For all these points of view, without being specifically Stoic, find some kind of recognition within Stoicism itself. Equals 461. Equals, but as our inquirer proceeded to trace the history of Christianity after its founder's death, he would soon find the beginnings of division within the Christian body. He would learn, for instance, that the Christians of Jerusalem, who even during their master's lifetime had been puzzled by his condemnation of Hebrew traditions, had quickly relapsed upon his death into the ways of thinking to which in their childhood they had been accustomed. They had become once more Hebrews, and even ardent advocates of an obsolete ceremonialism, and in this respect they seemed entirely to have forgotten the teaching of their founder. But their allegiance to his person was unshakable, and they cherished the conviction that during the lifetime of most of them he would rejoin them and establish that earthly kingdom which in their hearts they had never ceased to covet. In view of this imminent revolution, quite as much as out of respect for the teaching of the Sermon on the Mount, they encouraged their members to spend their savings on immediate necessities, and soon fell into dire poverty. To Christianity, as an intellectual system, they contributed nothing. Little children, at heart, they were content to live in a perfect affection one towards another, and their miserable circumstances were cheered by visions of angels and a sense of their master's continual presence. From this company, our Stoic might easily turn aside as from a band of ignorant fanatics, displaying the same simplicity and conservatism as the idol worshippers of Rome, with the added mischief of being disloyal towards the majesty of the empire and a possible danger to its security. Equals 462. Equals in startling contrast to this band of simple-minded brethren would appear the Christian propagandists whose temper is revealed to us in the latter part of the book of Acts, in the epistles of Paul, the first epistle of Peter, and the epistle to the Hebrews. These fiery preachers, equally attached to the name of their Lord, might appear to have been singularly indifferent to his person and his history, and even to have paid little heed to the details of his teaching as recorded in the oral Gospels. But they were entirely possessed by his secret, the transmutation of Hebraism into a world religion, and they had an ardent desire to present it to the Roman world in a form that would win intellectual assent. Into this effort they threw their whole personality, all the conceptions which filled their minds, some of them childish and common to them with uncivilized peoples, others derived from Jewish tradition or Hellenistic philosophy, were crudely but forcibly fused in the determination to present the Christ to the world as the solution of its difficulties and the center of its hopes. The outpourings of these men were as unintelligible and unsympathetic to the fraternity at Jerusalem as they are to the average churchgoer today, only breaking out here and there into the flame of clear expression when at last some long-sought conception had been grasped. Of such preachers, St. Paul is for us the type, and we may describe them as the Paulists. Paul himself is self-assertive in tone, as a man may be who feels himself misunderstood and misjudged in his own circle. But an ardent Stoic might well have recognized in him a kindred spirit, an intellect grappling boldly with the supreme problems and laying the foundations of a new philosophy of life. 463. Paul was a man of Jewish descent, intensely proud of his nationality, but nevertheless brought up in the city of Tarsus, which had for centuries been a center of Hellenistic philosophy of every type and more especially of Stoicism. This philosophy is to Paul's mind entirely inadequate and even dangerous. Nevertheless, he is steeped in Stoic ways of thinking, which are continually asserting themselves in his teaching without being formally recognized by him as such. Thus, the universe, kappa omicron sigma mu omicron sigma, which to the Stoic includes everything with which he is concerned, and in particular the subject matter of religion, becomes with Paul the world, that out of which and above which the Christian rises to the eternal or spiritual life. Yet this contrast is not final, and whether or not the Pauline spirit is derived from the Stoic pi nu epsilon letter 1 fe 6 mu alpha, the Pauline system, as it is elaborated in detail, increasingly accommodates itself to that of the Stoics. Our supposed inquirer would examine the points both of likeness and of contrast. 464. The teaching of Paul was, like that of the Stoics, positive and dogmatic. He accepted unquestioningly the evidence of the senses as trustworthy, without troubling himself as to the possibility of hallucinations, from which nevertheless his circle was not free. He also accepted the theory of inborn ideas, that is, of moral principles engraved upon the heart, and for the faculty of the soul which realizes such principles he uses the special term conscience. Sigma epsilon nu epsilon iota del theta sigma iota sigma. Conscience being described, with a correct sense of etymology and possibly a touch of humor, as that within a man which becomes a second witness to what the man says. From another point of view, the conscience is the divine spirit at work in the human spirit. Closely associated with conscience in the Pauline system is faith, pi iota sigma tau iota sigma, a faculty of the soul which properly has to do with things not as they are, but as we mean them to be. The Stoic logic had failed to indicate clearly how from the knowledge of the universe, as it is men, could find a basis for their hopes and efforts for its future. The missing criterion is supplied by the Paulist doctrine of faith, which may also be paradoxically described as the power always to say, yes. The fraternity at Jerusalem appear to have been alarmed not so much at the principle of faith, as at the manner in which St. Paul used it to enforce his own doctrines. We find them by way of contrast asserting the academic position that none of us are infallible. We may here notice that the next generation of Christians again brought the theory of faith into harmony with Stoic principles, by explaining that the power of knowing the right is strictly dependent upon right action. 465. In their metaphysical postulates the Paulists started, like all ancient philosophers, with the contrast between soul and body, but this they transformed into that between spirit and flesh. To them, the spirit included the whole message of Christianity, the flesh, the doctrine and practice of the Gentile world. The terms themselves were in use in the oral gospel, but the Paulists developed the content of spirit until it included a whole world of conceptions, encircling and interfused with the world of sense experience. But Paul did not desire that this spiritual world should be regarded as wanting in reality or as a mere product of the imagination, and to express this objectivity of spirit, he adopted the Stoic term body. Body then expresses the underlying monistic principle of all nature, and we may say spirit body exists with the same confidence with which we speak of animal body or flesh body. There has been a flesh body of Jesus. With that we have no more concern. There exists eternally a spirit body of Christ. From that his church draws its life. The Christian feeds upon the spirit of his master, but in paradoxical phrase, we may say that he eats his body and drinks his blood. What is not body has no real existence at all. Equals 466. Equals St. Paul in his letters appears entirely lacking in that reverent feeling towards the physical universe, that admiration for sun, moon, and stars, which marked the earlier world religions, and which he perhaps associated with Babylonian idolatry. As we have seen, he only used the Stoic term for universe in disapproval. And yet the conception of the history of the universe was deeply impressed upon the Paulists, and almost precisely in Stoic form. God the Father is the beginning of all things, from him they come, and to him they shall all return. From the Father went forth an image of him, his firstborn Son, his Word, the Christ. By this he created the world, and for this the world exists. By a further outpouring of the divine Spirit, men are created with the capacity of becoming the images or bodily representations of God and his Son. To this general doctrine, individual Paulists add special features. St. Paul himself introduces woman as a fourth order of creation, an image or vessel bearing the same relation to man as man to Christ, and a writer of distinctly later date seems to refer not only to the creation of the elements, but also to their coming destruction by the conflagration. Of the creation of the animals, no notice is taken. Equals 467. Equals from this theory of creation, it would seem to follow as a consequence that the world is inhabited by the deity and is essentially good. This is the Stoic doctrine, and it is accepted boldly by Paul. God dwells in the universe, and the universe in him. Man is not in the strict sense an individual, for apart from God he does not exist at all. But there nevertheless remains the fact of the existence of evil, both physical and moral, in apparent defiance of the divine will. Here too the Paulists agree with Stoic teaching. They hold that evil serves a moral purpose as a training in virtue, that God turns evil to his own purpose, so that in the final issue all things are working together for good. That God is active through his word in restoring a unity that has been for a time broken. Neither can man shift onto his Maker the responsibility for his own wrongdoing. That is, as Cleans had taught before, the work of men following out their own ways in accordance with some bias which is in conflict with their divine origin. In spite of all this common ground, Paul maintains with at least equal emphasis doctrines of a gloomier type. The universe, as it is evil. Its rulers are the powers of darkness. St. Paul by no means put out of sight, as the Stoics did, the doctrine of an evil spirit. On the contrary, this conception dominates his mind and multiplies itself in it. Sin in particular is in his eyes more widespread, more hideous, more dangerous than it is to the Stoic philosopher. To this point, we must revert later. Equals 468. Equals with regard to religious belief and practice. We are here using the word religion in the narrower sense. As in the previous chapter on this subject, Paul was in the first place a monotheist, and addresses his prayers and praises alike to the Father in heaven, and to him alone. At the same time, he does not regard the deity as dwelling in a world apart. He is to be worshipped in and through the Christ, who is the point of contact between him and humanity. From the ceremonial practices of Hebraism, all the Paulists break away completely. Its bloody sacrifices take away no sin, the solemn rite of circumcision is nothing in itself, and in practice it is an impediment to the acceptance of Christ. The disposition to observe days and seasons, Sabbaths and new moons, is a matter for serious alarm. In place of this ritualism is to be substituted a worship according to reason, which is in close agreement with Stoic practice. To think rightly of the deity, to give thanks to him, to honor him by an innocent life, is well-pleasing to God. And the writings of Paul, like those of Epictetus, include many a hymn of praise, and show us the existence at this time of the beginnings of a great body of religious poetry. Equals 469. Equals in the analysis of human nature, Paul again started from the Stoic basis. In the first place, he recognized the fundamental unity of the man as a compacted whole. Subject to this monism, he recognized three parts: the spirit, the animal life, and the flesh. Of these, only the two extremes, the spirit and the flesh, are usually mentioned, but these do not strictly correspond to the traditional distinction of soul and body. The soul, psy anima, is that which man has in common with the animals. The spirit, pi nu epsilon letter 1 fe6 mu alpha, spiritus, is that which he has in common with God. Where therefore only two parts are mentioned, the soul and the flesh must be considered both to be included under the name flesh. Soul and flesh are peculiar to the individual man. Spirit is the common possession of the deity and of all men. Thus God and man share in the spiritual nature, and become partners in an aspect of the universe from which animals, plants, and stones are definitely excluded. The spirit of St. Paul, therefore, corresponds closely to the principate of the Stoics, and though the Christian apostle does not lay the same emphasis on its intellectual aspect, he fully recognizes that the spiritual life is true wisdom, and its perversion folly and darkness. 470. From this analysis of human nature, Paul approaches the central doctrine of the Christian community, that of the resurrection of its founder. To the simple-minded fraternity at Jerusalem, the resurrection of Jesus was a marvel, an interference with the orderly course of divine providence, a proof of the truth of the gospel message. Jesus has returned to his disciples in the body as he lived. He has again departed, but before this generation has passed away, he will return to stay with them and establish his kingdom. To St. Paul, all this is different. He accepts implicitly the fact of the resurrection, but as typical, not as abnormal. As Christ has risen, so will his followers rise. But Christ lives in the Spirit. By their intrinsic nature, neither the flesh body nor the soul body can become immortal. And in the Spirit, Christ's followers are joined with him, and will be more fully joined when they are rid of the burden of the flesh. This continued existence is no mere fancy. It is real, objective, and, in philosophical language, bodily. Though by the creation all men have some share in the divine Spirit, yet immortality, at any rate in the full sense, is the privilege of the faithful only. It is won, not inherited. Paul does not venture to suggest that human individuality and personality are retained in the life beyond. He draws no picture of the reunion of preacher and disciple, of husband and wife, or of mother and child. It is enough for him to believe that he will be reunited with the glorified Christ and be in some sense a member of the heavenly community. 471. On its philosophical side, the Paulist view of immortality is closely akin to the Stoic, and is exposed to the same charge of logical inconsistency. If the whole man is one, how can we cut off the flesh body and the soul body from this unity, and yet maintain that the spirit body is not also destroyed? To meet this difficulty, St. Paul, in one of his grandest outbursts of conviction, propounds the doctrine of seeds, closely connected with the Stoic doctrine of seed powers. Sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha tau iota kappa omicron letter 1f76 lambda omicron gamma omicron iota, and with the general principles of biological science as now understood. This seed is the true reality in man. It may throw off both soul and flesh, and assume to itself a new body, as a tree from which the branches are lopped off will throw out new branches. Thus, and not otherwise, was Christ raised, and as Christ was raised, so will his followers be raised. Man is not in any final sense a unit. As the race is continued by the breaking off of the seed from the individual, so is the spirit life won by the abandonment of soul and flesh. 472. At this point we are brought face to face with a very old paradox, that life is death, and death is life. What is commonly called life is that of the soul and the flesh, which the animals share, and which may mean the atrophy of man's higher part. On the other hand, death has no power over the life of the spirit, which is therefore called eternal life or life of the ages. To enter upon this, eternal life, is the very kernel of the gospel message. In the language of philosophy, it is the bridge between physics and ethics. Although the steps by which it is reached can be most clearly traced in the Pauline epistles, yet the general conclusion was accepted by the whole Christian Church. From this point of view, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, by virtue of their communion with God, are still alive. He who holds his life dear loses it, and he who makes it of no account keeps it to the life of the ages. He who listens to the teaching of Jesus and believes in the Father who sent him has passed over out of death into life. 473. From the doctrine of eternal life follow the first principles of morals. Eternal life is the moral end, tau epsilon lambda omicron sigma, or summum bonum. The spirit is everything, the act nothing. Good lies in the intention, not in the performance. We are saved by faith, not by works. Therefore all tabus fall away. To the pure everything is pure. In its own nature no food is impure, but if people regard any food as impure, to them it is. Our ungraceful parts come to have a more abundant grace. Everything that God has created is good. And because God and all men share in one spirit, all men are fellow citizens in the cosmopolis. To this St. Paul sacrifices all personal advantages of which otherwise he might be justly proud: his Hebrew descent, his free citizenship in the Roman Empire, and even his standing in sex above an inferior part of the creation. The spiritual condition is expressed in terms of certain emotional attitudes which correspond to the three Stoic constancies. The details vary, but love, joy, peace, gentleness, and sweet reasonableness are frequently recurring terms, whilst faith, hope, and love are recommended in one passage of the highest eloquence, love, letter 1F00 Gamma Alpha Pieta, caritas, being given the highest place of all. 474. In the treatment of the virtues and vices, we miss the familiar series of the four virtues, though three of them find a place here or there in some more elaborate list. The vices are treated with much more fullness. Those connected with the sexual relations and functions are invariably the first to be condemned. Incest, adultery, harlotry, foul conversation are named in almost every list. Next in importance are ill-feeling and quarrelsomeness. Heavy drinking comes after these. More upon Stoic lines is the reproof of excessive grief. The necessity of steady progress is strongly pressed, and the term used, pyro omicron cap omicron pieta, is that with which we are familiar in Greek philosophy. In all the Paulist writers, there is also incessant insistence upon the importance of the regular performance of daily duties. Experience not only of the disasters which befell the church at Jerusalem, but also of similar tendencies nearer at hand, had impressed deeply on Paul the insufficiency of moral teaching, which relied on general principles and emotional feeling only, especially if such teaching, as in the Sermon on the Mount, was mainly negative. The Paulists at any rate set forth, almost in a fixed form, a body of instructions to serve the community as a whole, and social rather than ethical in nature. This teaching follows closely the Stoic teaching of the same period, and is based upon the relationships, sigma chi epsilon sigma epsilon iota sigma, such as those of king and subject, master and slave, husband and wife, parent and child. It is conservative in character, advocating kindness, contentment, and zeal in social relations as they exist. Thus, whilst we recognize the spirit of Zeno in the Sermon on the Mount, we find that of Panidius in the Poius discourses. 475. As against the Stoic sage the Paulists set up as their ideal the saint, and used all the resources of eloquence in his commendation. He is the true king and priest. Even if he is a beggar, he is surpassingly rich. He alone, though a slave, is free. On the other hand, the sinner is always a slave. Even his good acts are without real value. All such phrases would be familiar to our Stoic inquirer. But perhaps he might be specially impressed by finding once more the doctrine of the sufficiency of virtue amongst the Christians. The term is indeed altered, but it bears the same meaning as regards independence of wealth, health, and liberty, though with more emphasis upon support from a divine source. 476. It is generally agreed that in the writings of St. Paul there is displayed a special sense of shame and horror in speaking of sin, which entirely differentiates his teaching from that of the Stoics. This difference, however, cannot be due to St. Paul treating sin as defiance towards a loving Father. For this view was also that of Cleanthes and the Stoics generally, and Paul's horror of sin depends on no reasoning, but is felt by him as instinctive. It remains to add that our Stoic inquirer would find an apparent conflict between this instinct and Paul's reasoning. The sin of which St. Paul finds it a shame even to speak is sexual, and so far as it consists in abnormal social habits, such as those relations between persons of the same sex which had found excuse in the classical world, the Stoic would at once agree that these practices were against nature and were unseemly. Again, the marriage of near relations, though not against nature in the sense in which nature is illustrated by the animal world, is still opposed to so deep-seated a social tradition as to merit instinctive condemnation. But the instincts of St. Paul go far deeper. The marriage relation is to him at the best a concession to human frailty and falls short of the ideal. Nor is this merely a personal view of Paul. it is deeply impressed upon the consciousness of the whole Christian Church. How, it would be asked, can this be reconciled with the abolition of the taboo, with the principle that all things are pure, or even with the obvious purpose of the Creator when He created mankind male and female? Equals 477. Equals it would seem that here we have touched a fundamental point in the historical development of the moral sentiments. The sexual tabus are the most primitive and deeply seated in human history. From this point of view, woman is by nature impure, the sex functions which play so large a part in her mature life being to the savage both dangerous and abhorrent. Hence the view, so strongly held by St. Paul, that woman as a part of the creation is inferior to man. But man too becomes by his sex functions impure, though for shorter periods, and by union with woman lowers himself to her level. Hence the unconquerable repugnance of St. Paul to the sexual relation under any conditions whatever, a repugnance which reason and religion keep within limits, but which yet always breaks out afresh in his writings. Hence also he assumes as unquestionable the natural unseemliness of the sexual parts of the body. In all these points, not going beyond feelings which are today as keen as ever, though no philosopher has found it easy to justify them. But in certain points, St. Paul outpaces the general feeling, and shows himself an extreme reactionary against the philosophically doctrines which he shared with the Stoic. He extends his dislike, in accordance with a most primitive taboo, to woman's hair. He desires the subordination of woman to man to be marked in her outward appearance, and he forbids women to speak in the general meetings of church members. Equals 478. Equals this intense feeling on the part of St. Paul required, as his writings assume, no justification. It was therefore an inherited feeling, as familiar to many an Oriental as it is usually strange and unsympathetic to the ancient and modern European. It appears also to be rooted in Hebrew tradition, for if we are at liberty to interpret the myth of Adam and Eve by the parallel of Yama and Yami in the Rigveda, the fall of man was nothing else than the first marriage in which Eve was the suitor and Adam the accomplice. In the dramatic poem of the Rigveda, Yama corresponds to the Hebrew Adam, his sister Yami to Eve. Yami yearns to become the mother of the human race. Yama shudders at the impiety of a sister's embrace. Zeno had already conceived the world problem in much the same shape, but to the Oriental, it is more than a problem of cosmology. It is the fundamental opposition of sex attitude, the woman who longs for the family affections against the man who seeks an ideal purity. In Genesis, the prohibition of the apple appears at first sight colorless, yet the meaning is hardly obscure. After touching the forbidden fruit, man and woman first feel the shame of nakedness, and Eve is punished by the coming pains of childbearing and a rank below her husband's. Nonetheless, she has her wish, for she becomes the mother of all living. It is hard to think that Paul, who always traces human sin back to the offense of Adam, and finds it most shamelessly displayed in the sex relationships of his own time, could have conceived of the fall in any very different way. Equals 479. Equals according then to a point of view which we believe to be latent in all the teaching of Paul on the subject of sin, the original taint lay in procreation, and through the begetting of children has passed on from one generation of mankind to another. Through the succession from Adam, all men become dead. As an ethical standpoint, this position is very alien from Stoicism. With the Stoic, it is a first law of nature which bids all men seek for the continuance of the race. With the Apostle, the same yearning leads them to enter the pathway of death. It would lead us too far to attempt here to discuss this profound moral problem, which has deeply influenced the whole history of the Christian Church. We are, however, greatly concerned with the influence of this sentiment on Pauline doctrine. For it follows that in order to attain to a true moral or spiritual life, man needs a new begetting and a new birth. He must become a son of God through the outpouring of his Spirit. This is one of the most familiar of Pauline conceptions, and for us, it is easy to link it on to the Stoico-Pauline account of the creation, according to which man was in the first instance created through the Word of God and endowed with his Spirit. But to the community at Jerusalem, all conceptions of this kind appear to have been hardly intelligible, and tended to aggravate the deep distrust of the teachings and methods of St. Paul and his companions, which was rooted in his disregard of national tradition. Equals 480. equals this difference of mental attitude soon broke out into an open quarrel. So much was inevitable, and the fact that the quarrel is recorded at length in the texts from which we are quoting is one of the strongest evidences of their general accuracy. The Christians at Jerusalem formed themselves into a nationalist party. They claimed that all the brothers should be in the first instance conformists to Hebrew institutions. Paul went up to Jerusalem, eager to argue the matter with men of famous name. He was disillusioned, as is so often the traveler who returns after trying experiences and much mental growth to the home to which his heart still clings. Peter and the others had no arguments to meet Paul's. He could learn nothing from them. They had not even a consistent practice. At first, Paul's moral sense was outraged. He publicly rebuked Peter as double-faced. After a little time, he realized that he had met with children. He remembered that he had once thought and acted in the same way. Jews in heart, the home apostles still talked of marvels, still yearned for the return of Jesus in the flesh. A philosophically religion was as much beyond their grasp as a consistent morality. Through a simple-minded application of the doctrines of the Sermon on the Mount, they had slipped into deep poverty. They were ready to give Paul full recognition in return for charitable help. This was not refused them. But to his other teaching, Paul now added a chapter on pecuniary independence, and in his old age he left to his successors warnings against old wives' fables and Jewish legends. Equals 481. Equals thus, for the first time, the forces of mythology within the Christian church clashed with those of philosophy. For the moment, Paul appeared to be the victor. He won the formal recognition of the church, with full authority to continue his preaching on the understanding that it was primarily directed to the Gentile world. External events were also unfavorable to the Hebraists. The destruction of Jerusalem deprived them of their local center. The failure of Jesus to reappear in the flesh within the lifetime of his companions disappointed them of their most cherished hope. But their sentiments and thoughts remained to a great extent unchanged. To Paul they gave their respect, to Peter their love, and the steady tradition of the Christian church has confirmed this judgment. No saint has been so loved as Peter. To none have so many churches been dedicated by the affectionate instinct of the many, whilst even the dominant position of Paul in the sacred canon has hardly secured him much more than formal recognition, except by the learned. So again it was with Paul's teaching. Formally recognized as orthodox, it remained misunderstood and unappreciated. It was even rapidly converted into that mythological form to which Paul himself was so fiercely opposed. Equals 482. Equals this divergence of view is illustrated most strikingly in the two doctrines, which for both parties were the cardinal points of Christian belief, the divine nature of the founder and his resurrection. On the latter point, the standpoint of the Hebraists is sufficiently indicated by the tradition of the Gospels, all of which emphatically record as a decisive fact that the body of Jesus was not found in his grave on the third day. To the Paulists, this point is entirely irrelevant, and they pass it by unmentioned. To Paul again, the man Jesus was of human and natural birth, born of the posterity of David, born of a woman, born subject to the law. In his aspect as the Christ he was, as his followers were to be, begotten of the Spirit and born anew. His statement as to descent from David, which hardly means more than that he was of Jewish race, was crystallized by the mythologists in two formal genealogies, which disagree so entirely in detail that they have always been the despair of verbal apologists, but agree in tracing the pedigree through Joseph to Jesus. The phrase, begotten of the Spirit, was interpreted with equal literalness, but the Marvel lovers were for a time puzzled to place the Spirit in the family relationship. In the first instance, the Spirit seems to have been identified with the mother of Jesus, but the misunderstanding of a Hebrew word, which does not necessarily connote physical virginity, assisted to fix the function of fatherhood upon the divine parent. The antipathy to the natural process of procreation, which we have traced in St. Paul himself, and which was surely not less active amongst many of the Hebraists, has contributed to raise this materialization of a philosophically tenet to a high place amongst the formal dogmas of historic Christianity. Equals 483. Equals, but if the tendency to myth-making was still alive in the Christian church, that in the direction of philosophy had become self-confident and active. The Paulists had taken the measure of their former opponents. They felt themselves superior in intellectual and moral vigor, and they knew that they had won this superiority by contact with the Gentile world. More than before, they applied themselves to plead the cause of the Christ before the Gentiles. But the storm and stress of the Pauline epistles gave way in time to a serener atmosphere, in which the truths of Stoicism were more generously acknowledged. A Stoic visitor of the reign of Trajan would meet in Christian circles the attitude represented to us by the fourth gospel, in which the problem of the Christ nature stands to the front and is treated on consistently Stoic lines. St. Paul had spoken of Jesus as for us a wisdom which is from God, and had asserted that, from the beginning, he had the nature of God. His successors declared frankly that Christ was the Logos, the Word. And in place of the myth of the virgin birth, they deliberately set in the beginning of their account of Christ the foundation principles of Stoic physics and the Paulist account of the spiritual procreation of all Christians. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was in the beginning with God. All things came into being through him, and apart from him nothing that exists came into being. To all who have received him, to them, that is, to those who trust in his name, he has given the privilege of becoming children of God, who were begotten as such not by human descent, nor through an impulse of their own nature, nor through the will of a human father, but from God. And the Word came in the flesh, and lived for a time in our midst, so that we saw his glory, the glory as of the Father's only Son, sent from his presence. He was full of grace and truth. The Stoic character of this teaching is no longer latent, but proclaimed, and the Church Fathers recognize this in no doubtful terms. 484 during the whole of the 2nd century AD. Men trained in Stoic principles crowded into the Christian community. Within it, they felt they had a special work to do in building up Christian doctrine so that it might face all storms of criticism. This effort gradually took the shape of schools modeled upon those of the philosophically sects. Such a school was founded by an ex-Stoic named Pantaenus at Alexandria in 181 AD, and his successors Clemens of Alexandria, ob. c. 215 AD, and Origenes, c. 180–653 AD. Specially devoted themselves to developing the theory of the divine nature upon Stoic lines. Not all the particulars they suggested were accepted by the general feeling of the Christian body, but from the discussion was developed gradually the ecclesiastical doctrine of the Trinity. The elements of this doctrine have been already traced in St. Paul's epistles, in which the dominating conceptions are those of God the Father, the Christ, and the Divine Spirit. For these in the next generation, we find the Father, the Word, and the Spirit, and the last term of the triad becomes increasingly identified with the Holy Spirit of Stoicism. But these three conceptions, with others, are in Stoic doctrine varying names or aspects of the divine unity. Seneca, for instance, had written in the following tone: "To whatever country we are banished, two things go with us, our part in the starry heavens above and the world around, our sole right in the moral instincts of our own hearts. Such is the gift to us of the supreme power which shaped the universe. That power we sometimes call the all-ruling God, sometimes the incorporeal wisdom, which is the creator of mighty works, sometimes the divine spirit, which spreads through things great and small with duly strung tone, sometimes destiny, or the changeless succession of causes linked one to another." Here the larger variety of terms used by the early Stoic teachers is reduced to four aspects of the first cause, namely God, the Word, the Divine Spirit, and destiny. The Christian writers struck out from the series the fourth member, and the doctrine of the Trinity was there. Its stiff formulation for school purposes and the shape, "these three are one," has given it the appearance of a paradox. But to persons conversant with philosophic terminology, such a phrase was almost commonplace, and is indeed found in various associations. The subsequent conversion of the members of the triad into three persons introduced a simplification which is only apparent, for the doctrine must always remain meaningless except as a typical solution of the old problem of the one and the many, carried up to the level of ultimate being. 485. Equals in the ages that have since followed mythology and philosophy have been at work side by side within the Christian Church. At no time had Christians of philosophically temperament entirely thrown off the belief in marvels, and this in increasing degree infected the whole Hellenistic world from the 2nd century onwards. But this spirit of concession proved no sure protection to men who, after all, were guilty of thinking. It was substantially on this ground that the first persecutions began within the Church. Demetrius, Bishop of Alexandria, circ. 230 AD, excommunicated Origen and obtained the support of the great majority of the Christian churches for his action. Still, Origen steadily held his ground and has found advocates in all ages of Christian history. Throughout the Dark Ages, philosophical thought lay almost extinguished, and a childish credulity attained such monstrous dimensions as to threaten the very existence of social life. In the ecclesiastical chronicles of the Middle Ages, miracles are so frequent that the orderly course of nature seems the exception. Angels and devils are so many that men are almost forgotten. To these hallucinations and fictions of the monastery, so deservedly ridiculed in the Ingoldsby legends, the practical experience of daily life must always have supplied some corrective. The swollen claim of faith to say yes to every absurdity had to be met by the reassertion of criticism, the right to say no. The Reformation, at the cost of infinite effort and sacrifice, swept away the miracles of the saints. Modern criticism has spared none of the marvels of the Old Testament and is beginning to lay its axe to the root of those of the New. Every day the conviction that miracles do not happen gains ground amongst intelligent communities. That is, in philosophic language, the dualism of God and nature is being absorbed in the wider monism according to which God and nature are one. 486. As the credit of Christian mythology diminishes, the philosophic content of the new religion is regaining its authority. The doctrine of the spiritual life has not yet lost its freshness or its power. But the more closely it is examined, the more clearly will it be seen that it is rooted in the fundamental Stoic conceptions of providence and duty, and that, in the history of the Christian Church, it is specially bound up with the life and writings of the Apostle Paul. It is not suggested that the sketch of Christian teaching contained in this chapter is in any way a complete or even a well-proportioned view of the Christian faith. For we have necessarily thrown into the background those elements of the new religion which are drawn from Judaism or from the personality of the founder. Nor have we found in Paul a Stoic philosopher. It remains for a more direct and profound study to determine which of the forces which stirred his complex intellect most exactly represents his true and final convictions. No man, at any rate, ever admitted more frankly the conflict both of moral and of intellectual cravings within himself. No man ever cautioned his followers more carefully against accepting all his words as final. With these reservations, we may perhaps venture to join in the hopes of a recent writer who was endowed with no small prophetic insight. The doctrine of Paul will arise out of the tomb where for centuries it has lain buried. It will edify the church of the future. It will have the consent of happier generations, the applause of less superstitious ages. All will be too little to pay the debt which the Church of God owes to this, least of the apostles, who is not fit to be called an apostle because he persecuted the Church of God. 487. When that day comes, it will be recognized that Stoicism is something more than what the Church Fathers meant when they described it as part of the preparation of the gospel, that it may rather be regarded as forming an integral part of the Christian message, or, as it has been recently called, a root of Christianity. If this view is correct, Stoicism is not dead nor will it die. Whether it is correct or not, the study of Stoicism is essential to the full understanding of the Christian religion, as also to that of many other fundamental conceptions of our modern life. Still, the Christian churches celebrate yearly in quick succession the twin festivals of Pentecost and Trinity, in which the groundwork of the Stoic physics is set forth for acceptance by the faithful in its Christian garb. Whilst the scientific world has lately in hot haste abandoned the atomic theory as a final explanation of the universe, and is busy in re-establishing in all its essentials the Stoic doctrine of an all-pervading etha. In the practical problems of statesmanship and private life, we are at present, too, often drifting like a ship without a rudder. Guided only by the mirages of convention, childishly alarmed at the least investigation of first principles. till the most numerous classes are in open revolt against a civilization which makes no appeal to their reason, and a whole sex is fretting against a subordination which seems to subserve no clearly defined purpose. In this part of philosophy, we may at least say that Stoicism has stated clearly the chief problems and has begun to pave a road towards their solution. But that solution will not be found in the refinements of logical discussion. Of supreme importance is the force of character, which can at the right moment say yes or say no. In this sense also, and not by any more mechanical interpretation, we understand the words of the founder of Christianity. Let your language be yes, yes, or no, no. Anything in excess of this comes from the evil one. To the simple and the straightforward, who trust themselves because they trust a power higher than themselves, the future belongs. Footnotes. As to supposed instances to the contrary, see Winkler, Stoicismus, pp. 5-14. For material of this kind, see Winkler's dissertation just quoted, and Lightfoot's Philippians, pp. 278-90. For we are also his offspring, Acts Romans 17:28. 1 Cor. I 2025. John I 1. In the references to the New Testament books in this chapter, no attempt is made to apply any precise critical theory of their origin or date. Since we suppose that all Christian doctrine was enunciated orally long before it was committed to writing, the date and circumstances of the written record become for the present purpose of secondary importance. Translations from the New Testament are, as a rule, taken from Dr. R. F. Weymouth's New Testament in Modern Speech, London 1903. This admirable translation has for the present purpose the great negative advantage of keeping in the background the mass of associations which hinder the modern reader from taking the words of the writers in their simple and natural sense. But on the other hand, Dr. Weymouth sometimes disguises the technical terms of ancient philosophy so far as to make them unrecognizable. In such cases, the revised version is quoted, and occasionally the Greek text. Matt, Roman 13:55, Luke Roman 2:48, and see below, section 482. Luke Roman 2:46, 47. Such men would of course be typical of the spirit of Judaism, see section 22 above. See the treatment of the Jonah myth, Matt, Roman 12:40 and 41, and of the prophecy of the return of Elijah, Matt, Romans 17:10-13. Matt, Roman 23:13. Matt, Roman 4:1-11, Mark I:13, Luke Roman 4:1-14. Matt, Roman 12:1-13, Mark Roman 2:23-28, Luke Roman 6:1-10. John Roman 4:21. Matt v. 5. Matt, Romans 6:9-13. A doxology is first found in the MS of the teaching of the apostles, and it was probably not specifically connected with the prayer originally. John Roman 13:21. Luke Roman 22:44. John Roman 8:6 and 8. Matt v. 48, Luke Roman 6:40. Matt, Roman 26:41, Mark Roman 14:38. The author of the Epistle to the Hebrews adopts the technical terms of Stoicism more completely. According to him, Christ was touched with all the passions of weak men, but to a degree falling short of sin. Omicron letter 1 F50, Gamma letter 1 F70, Rho letter 1 F14 chi Omicron mu epsilon nu, letter 1 F00 rho chi O, epsilon rho epsilon alpha, mu letter 1 F74, delta epsilon nu alpha mu epsilon nu Omicron nu, sigma upsilon, mu pi alpha theta letter 1 FC6, sigma alpha goat tau alpha letter 1 FD6, sigma letter 1 F00 sigma theta epsilon nu epsilon iota alpha iota sigma, letter 1 F21, mu letter 1 FF6. Chi omega rho letter 1 F76 sigma letter 1 F01 mu alpha rho tau go to alpha sigma heb. Roman 4:15. Thus the agony in the garden, though accompanied by loud cries and tears, did not pass the limits of the healthy affection of caution epsilon letter 1 F50, lambda alpha beta epsilon iota alpha, or, as we might say, anxiety. Ib. v7. John Roman 20:28. Mark X15. Acts Roman 12:15. This antipathy to the Roman government finds biting expression in the Apocalypse of John. There seems to be no definite reference even to the Lord's Prayer, or to any of the parables, in the books named above. For instance, that of love in 1 Cor, Roman 13, and of faith in Hebrews 6. For the conflict between St. Paul and the church at Jerusalem, see below, section 480. For his tone towards those who differed from him, see Galatians I 8 and 9, call Roman 2:4, 1 Tim. I 20, Romans 6 3-5, Titus I 10. A gentle expostulation as to this style of controversy is found in the Epistle of James, see note 39. With such zeal do the inhabitants study philosophy and literature, that they surpass Athens, Alexandria, and all other schools of learning. Rome knows well how many men of letters issue from this city, for her streets swarm with them. Strabo, Roman 14 p. 673. Jove, Sat. Roman 3 117 and 118, and see above, section 25, note 65. Romans, Roman 8:20 and 21. Romans, Roman 6:17, 1 cor, I 10. 2 cor, Roman 12 2-5. A knowledge of the conduct which the law requires is engraven on the hearts. Roman 2:15. My conscience adds its testimony to mine. Roman 9:1. Faith is a well-grounded assurance of that for which we hope. Zai 1. Thus well sense knowledge, and especially sight, calls for acceptance because it is objective. And detached from personal bias, faith is essentially subjective and suggests a power by which, in harmony with a divine source, personality dominates fact. 2 cor, I 19. Do not be eager to become teachers, for we often stumble and fall, all of us. James, Roman 3 I and 2. He who does what is honest and right comes to the light. John, Roman 3:21. If anyone is willing to do his will, he shall know about the teaching. Romans 7:17. The cravings of thee are opposed to those of the Spirit, and the cravings of the Spirit are opposed to those of the gal. V 17, cf. Roman 8:12 and 13. See above, section 460, note 20. There are bodies which are celestial, and there are bodies which are earthly. 1 cor. Roman 15:40. As surely as there is an animal body, so there is also a spiritual body. 44. 2 cor, v 16. 1 cor, Zai 24-25. Which are a shadow of the things to come, but the body is Christ's call. Roman 2:17, Revised Version. The universe, tau letter 1f70 pi alpha nu tau alpha, owes its origin to him, was created by him, and has its aim and purpose in him. Rom. Zai 36, Weymouth's translation. Of him and through him and unto him are all things. Revised Version. God the Father, who is the source of all things. 1 cor, Roman 8:6. See further. Roman 15:24 and 28. Christ, who is the image of God. 2 cor, Roman 4:4. He brightly reflects God's glory and is the exact representation of his being. Heber. I 3. Christ is the visible representation of the invisible God, the firstborn and Lord of all creation. Call I 15. It is in Christ that the fullness of God's nature dwells embodied. Roman 2:9. In him were all things created. All things have been created through him and unto him. I 16, Revised Version. Through whom made the ages. Hebrews I 2. Compare the discussion on the four causes above, section 179, and the phrase of Marcus Aurelius. Letter 1 F10 kappa sigma omicron, letter 1 Fe6 pi alpha nu tau alpha, epsilon letter 1 F30, sigma sigma letter 1 F72 pi alpha nu tau alpha, letter 1 F10 nu sigma omicron, letter 1 F76 pi alpha nu tau alpha to himself. Roman 4:23. Those he has also predestined to bear the likeness of his Son. Roman 8:29. A man is the image and glory of God. 1 cor. Zai 7. Woman is the glory of man. Woman takes her origin from man. 1 cor, Roman 11:7 and 8, with special reference to Eve. Cf. 1 Thess. Roman 4:4 RV, 1 Pet, Roman 3:7. There were heavens which existed of old, and an earth, the latter arising out of water by the of God. 2 Pet. Roman 3:5. The heavens will pass away with a rushing noise, the elements be destroyed in the fierce heat, and the earth and all the works of man be utterly burnt up. 10. But compare 1 cor. Roman 3:13-15. The omission is due to contempt of dumb creatures. See 1 cor. Roman 9:9. It is in closest union with him that we live and move and have our being. Acts Romans 17:28. One God and Father of all, rules over all, acts through all, and dwells in all. Romans 4:6. God is dealing with you as sons, for what son is there whom his father does not discipline? Heb, Romans 12:7. For those who love God, all things are working together for good. Romans 8:28. God was in Christ reconciling the world to himself, 2 Cor v 19, cf. Col I-20. These men are without excuse, for their senseless minds were darkened, in accordance with their own depraved cravings, Romans I-20-24. The point is brought out still more plainly by a writer of the opposite party, James I-13-15. Ours is not a conflict with mere flesh and blood, but with the despotisms, the empires, the forces that control and govern this dark world, the spiritual hosts of evil arrayed against us in the heavenly warfare. F. Romans 6:12. Let your thanks to God the Father be presented in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Ib. v 20. It is impossible for the blood of bulls and goats to take away sins. Heber. X 4. In Christ Jesus, neither circumcision nor uncircumcision is of any importance. Gal. v 6. If you receive circumcision, Christ will avail you nothing. Ib. v 2. You scrupulously observe days and months, special seasons and years. I am alarmed about you. Ib. Romans 4:10 and 11, cf. Call Romans 2:16-19. Pi alpha rho alpha kappa alpha lambda, letter 1 ff6, omicron letter 1 f56, nu letter 1 f51, mu letter 1 fb6. Sigma pi alpha rho alpha sigma tau letter 1 fc6, sigma alpha iota tau letter 1 f70, sigma omega mu alpha tau alpha, letter 1 f51 mu letter 1 ff6, nu theta epsilon sigma iota alpha nu, zeta letter 1 ff6, sigma alpha nu letter 1 f01 gamma iota alpha nu. Tau letter 1 f74, nu lambda omicron gamma, iota kappa letter 1 f74, nu lambda alpha tau rho epsilon iota alpha nu, letter 1 f51, mu letter 1 ff6, nu rom. Romans 12:1. 2 Cor, Romans 13:5. 1 Cor, Romans 14:15. 1 Tim, Romans 2:8. Rom, Romans 16:25-27, 1 Cor, I4, 2 Cor, I3, F, I3-14, Romans 3:20 and 21, 1 Tim, I17. Compare 1 Peter I3-5. The whole body, its various parts closely fitting and firmly adhering to one another, grows by the aid of every contributory link, with power proportioned to the need of each individual part. F. Romans 4:16. Cf. Rom. Romans 12:4 and 5. 1 Cor. Romans 15:44. The point is continually emphasized that there is only one Spirit. In English translations, the double-printed form, spirit and spirit, disguises the real meaning. If there is any common sharing of the Spirit, Philip. Romans 2:1. You may, one and all, become sharers in the very nature of God. 2 Peter I4. Letter 1 F10 sigma kappa omicron tau iota sigma theta eta, letter 1 F21, letter 1 F00 sigma epsilon nu epsilon tau omicron sigma, alpha letter 1 F50, tau letter 1 FF6, nu cap alpha rho delta iota alpha rom. I21. Our mortal bodies cannot inherit the kingdom of God, nor will what is perishable inherit what is imperishable. 1 Cor. Romans 15:50. If we have known Christ as a man, kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70 sigma alpha rho kappa alpha, yet now we do so no longer. 2 Cor. v16. The Pauline doctrine of the spiritual resurrection, in spite of its place in the sacred canon, has never been recognized by popular Christianity, but it has found notable defenders in Origen in ancient times and in Bishop Westcott recently. No one of opinions was more vehemently assailed than his teaching on the resurrection. Even his early and later apologists were perplexed in their defense of him, yet there is no point on which his insight was more conspicuous. By keeping strictly to the apostolic language, he anticipated results which we have hardly yet secured. He saw that it is the Spirit which molds the frame through which it is manifested, that the body is the same, not by any material continuity, but by the permanence of that which gives the law, the ratio, as he calls it, of its constitution, frag. De res, Romans 2:1, p. 34. Our opponents say now that this idea is a late refinement of doctrine, forced upon us by the exigencies of controversy. The answer is that no exigencies of controversy brought Origen to his conclusion. It was, in his judgment, the clear teaching of St. Paul, Westcott, Religious Thought in the West, p. 244. My earnest desire being to depart and to be with Christ. Philip, I-23. We shall be with the Lord forever. 1 Thess. Roman 4:17. So another Paulist writer. We see them eager for a better land, that is to say, a heavenly one. For this reason God has now prepared a city for them. Heb, Roman 11:16. The term used is kappa omicron kappa omicron sigma, grain in one core. Roman 15:37, but sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha, seed, ib. 38. The Stoic term sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha tau iota kappa letter 1f78 sigma lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma is found in Justin Martyr of Paul. Roman 2:8 and 13. One core, Roman 15:16, 17. While we are at home in the body, we are banished from the Lord, for we are living a life of faith and not one of sight. 2 core. V6. We by our baptism were buried with him in death, in order that we should also live an entirely new life. Rom. Romans 6:4. Surrender your very selves to God as living men who have risen from the dead. Ib. 13. He is not the God of dead, but of living men. Matt. Roman 22:32. Matt, X39, Roman 16:25, John Roman 12:25. John v:24. The end eternal life. Rom. Roman 6:22, Revised Version. You have the life of the ages as the final result. Ib. Weymouth. The end sought is the love which springs from a pure heart, a clear conscience, and a sincere faith. 1 Tim. I5. It is as the result of faith that a man is held to be righteous, apart from actions done in obedience to law. Rom. Roman 3:28. Titus I15. Romans Roman 14:14. 1 Cor, Roman 12:23. 1 Tim, Roman 4:4. F. Roman 2:19. In him the distinctions between Jew and Gentile, slave and free man, male and female, disappear. Gal. Roman 3:28. See above, section 355. Pi rho letter 1FB3, Omicron, tau, eta sigma kappa alpha, letter 1F76, letter 1F10 pi iota epsilon iota kappa epsilon iota alpha 2 core. X1. 1 core, Roman 13. For the constancy of caution see section 460, note 20. Justice, delta iota kappa alpha iota omicron sigma epsilon u eta, 1 Tim Roman 6:11. Courage, letter 1F51 pi omicron mu u eta, 1 Tim Roman 6:11, delta epsilon u alpha mu iota sigma, 2 Tim. I7. Soberness, letter 1F10 gamma kappa rho alpha tau epsilon iota alpha gal. V23. Rom, I26-30, gal V19 and 20, call Roman 3:5. 2 Cor Roman 2:7, Roman 7:10. I shall go on working to promote your progress, Philip. I25. With my eyes fixed on the goal I push on. Ib. Roman 3:14. There is also, paradoxically, progress in wrongdoing. They will proceed from bad to worse in impiety. 2 Tim Roman 2:16. The technical term used is tau letter 1F70 letter 1F00 nu eta kappa omicron nu tau alpha. F. V4 phylum. 8. Once only in negative form, kappa alpha theta eta kappa omicron nu tau alpha. Rom. I28. In the sense in which the word political is used above. Section 302-311. Rom, Roman 13 1-9, Fs. V and Roman 6. Call Roman 3:18-25, Titus Roman 2 1-10, 1 Peter Roman 2 and Roman 3. You are a priesthood of kingly lineage. 1 Peter Roman 2:9. As poor, but we bestow wealth on many, as having nothing, and yet we securely possess all things. 2 Cor. Romans 6:10. Where the Spirit of the Lord is, freedom is enjoyed. 2 Cor. Roman 3:17. Everyone who commits sin is the slave of sin. John Roman 8:34. If I am destitute of love, I am nothing. 1 Cor. Roman 13:2. It is letter 1F31 cap alpha nu omicron tau eta sigma, not alpha letter 1F50, tau alpha rho kappa epsilon iota alpha, 2 Cor. Roman 3:5 and 6. The latter word being used in a different sense, for which see section 480, note 135. The term letter 1F01 mu alpha rho tau iota alpha, peccatum, is Stoic. Lightfoot, Philippians, p. 296. This view has become familiar through Milton's treatment of the fall of man in Paradise Lost. There the prohibition of the forbidden fruit is nothing but a test of readiness to obey. This point of view seems quite foreign to St. Paul, who always speaks of sin as sinful in itself, not in consequence of the Creator's will. FV12 RV. Rom I26. 1 Cor, V1. 1 Cor, Romans 7 1-8. It is well for a man to abstain altogether from marriage, but because there is so much fornication, every man should have a wife of his own. 1 Cor. Romans 7 I and 2. If you marry, you have not sinned. Ib. 28. If a woman will not wear a veil, let her also cut off her hair. 1 Cor. Zai 6. For the savage taboo of women's hair, see Jevons, Introduction to the History of Religion, p. 78. 1 Cor, Zai 10. Ib. Roman 14:34 and 35. Rigveda x 10. See the author's translation in his Rigveda, London, 1900. See above, section 307. Just as through Adam all die, so also through Christ all will be made alive again. 1 Cor. Roman 15:22. God in his great mercy has begotten us anew. 1 Peter I3. You have been begotten again from a germ not of perishable, but of imperishable life. Ib. 23. You are all sons of God through faith. Gal. Roman 3:26. Gal. Roman 2:1. Ib. 6. Ib. 12. 1 Cor. Roman 13:11. Ib. I22. James V8. James I27. Roman 2:15-17, V1-3. 2 Cor. Roman 9:8. The technical term is alpha letter 1 F50, tau alpha rho kappa epsilon iota alpha. If a man does not choose to work, neither shall he eat. 2 Thess. Roman 3:10. Worldly, i.e. materialistic stories, fit only for credulous old women, have nothing to do with 1 Tim. Roman 4:7. Titus I14. Galatians. Roman 2:9. Was put to death in the flesh, but made alive in the spirit. 1 Peter. Roman 3:18. Who, as regards his human descent, belonged to the posterity of David, but as regards the holiness of his spirit was decisively proved by the resurrection to be the Son of God. Romans I4. God sent forth his Son, born of a woman, born subject to law. Gal. Roman 4:4. 1 Peter I3. In the account of the Transfiguration in the Gospel to the Hebrews, p. 36 Hilgenfeld, Priuschen Anteleg. 4. Jesus says, Lately my mother, the Holy Spirit, seized me by one of my hairs and carried me away to the great mountain of Thabor. Here Origen restores a philosophical interpretation by referring to Matt, Roman 12:50, Whoever shall do the will of my Father, is my mother, in Jo. Roman 2:12, p. 64d. Modern writers find an identification of Mary with the wisdom, sigma omicron phi, oda alpha, of God. See Grupp, Griechische Mythologie und Religionsgeschichte, Volume Roman 2 p. 1614. Matt I23. 1 Cor. I30. Philip. Roman 2:6. That which was from the beginning, concerning the word of life. 1 John I1. His name is the Word of God. Reverend. Roman 1913. John I1-3. John I12-14. Apud vestros quoque sapiens lambda omicron gamma omicron nu, id est sermonum ac rationum, constat artificem vidri universitatis, tert. Apol. 21. Zeno apophysum universitatis lambda omicron gamma omicron nu predicat, quem et fadum et necessitatem et animum iavis nuncupat, lact. Div inst. Roman 4:9. Naturally, the Christian writers regard the Stoic doctrine of the Logos as an anticipation of their own. Exactly as in modern times the Darwinists, having borrowed from Epicurus the doctrine of atoms, regard the original doctrine as a marvelous anticipation of modern science. Justin Martyr goes further and concludes that all believers in the Logos were, by anticipation, Christians. Omicron letter 1 F31, mu epsilon tau letter 1 F70, lambda omicron gamma omicron upsilon, beta iota meg sigma alpha nu tau epsilon sigma, chi rho ot sigma tau ot alpha nu omicron iota, epsilon letter 1 F30, sigma iota kappa letter 1 F02, nu letter 1 F04 theta epsilon omicron iota, letter 1 F10 nu omicron mu iota sigma theta to sigma alpha nu apol. I46. The term is first used by Theophilus, c. 180 AD, of God, his word, and his wisdom. In this passage, an anticipation of the doctrine of the Trinity has many times been discovered. For instance, in the 18th century by the Jesuit Hewitt Winkler, Der Stoicismus, p. 9, in our own country by Dr. Heberden, C. Caesar Morgan, An Investigation of the Trinity of Plato, Holden's edition, 1853, p. 155. And again recently by Amédée Fleury and others, Winkler, p. 8. See above, section 242. For instance, in 1 John v. 8 and in substance in 1 Cor. Roman 13:13. Whatever may be the ecclesiastical or legal sense of the word person, in its original philosophical meaning, it expresses an aspect of individuality and not an individual. See Cicero's use of the term quoted above, section 271, note 42. See above, section 470, note 77. This book claims rank as a classic. Amongst others of similar purpose may be mentioned R. Garnett's Twilight of the Gods, New Edition, London 1903. Amongst these elements, we include all that Christianity has drawn from Persism through Judaism. We have indeed referred to the Persian beliefs embodied in the Lord's Prayer, but it has lain outside our scope to discuss the eschatology, which figures so largely in popular conceptions of Christianity, but is now thought to be but slightly connected with its characteristic message. On this point see especially Karl Klemmen, Religionsgeschichtliche Erklärung des Neuen Testaments, Gießen, 1909, pp. 91-35. Matthew Arnold, St. Paul and Protestantism, Popular Edition, p. 80. The full title of Winkler's book, from which we have often already quoted, is Der Stoicismus, ein Wurzel des Christentums. Matt v. 37. Bibliography. The numbers in brackets are those of the British Museum catalogue. The dates given are usually those of the latest available edition.